Okay. All right. Now the audio is working. I'm sorry, friends. Trying to reset my computer back up. Oh boy, have I got a story for you. I'm going to watch a predictive services video on the weather, and then I've got a crazy story of a freak accident that happened to my computer yesterday. All I could say is weird things happened to me. I was about to go live yesterday at noon, say, hey guys, I got my voice back, and then chaos. Absolute chaos. Hey Christopher, how you doing? Hey Urban. Yeah, I got my voice back. Oh, let me fix the audio here because I just had to re-plug in. That's my big oversight. Um, my headset. Okay, the audio should work. Let's let people trickle in because I don't want anybody to miss the story. Hey, Z-Probe. Z-Probe knows the story. He witnessed it. I've had a lot of weird stuff happen to me, especially with computers and tinkering. This one takes the cake. You just can't make this stuff up. Okay, so let's watch predictive services. The Pope, when it comes to all the weather service for wildfires for California and the West Coast, basically. Like there's no higher authority, it's the Pope. Hey, DB, hello. Hey, Nate, Germ. Welcome, everybody. So this is a test to see how well my voice holds up. It's not 100%, but I'll continue talking as long as I feel I can. So let's watch this. They're calling for perhaps some lightning in the northern Sierras by Tahoe. I don't know if it'll extend to the Coast Range. Whoa, that freaked me out. Okay. I had better turn down the notification volume on my phone. That was watch duty. Whew. Okay, let's watch this. Let's see what the weather's supposed to be like. Then I'll get to the story.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows a weak Pacific trough passage with a mid-level dry slot filling in behind it. A high-pressure ridge is found offshore and will be the main weather pattern the next couple of days. Visible satellite this morning reveals a patchy marine layer cloud presence near the coast and some smoke across the northwest. Sunny skies are expected across the lion's share of the area today, with just a few moderate cumulus buildups near Lake Tahoe. As mentioned, ridging will fill in behind the trough passage this morning and lead to much warmer and drier conditions through Friday. The weather models continue to show the ridge breaking down during the weekend due to an offshore low-pressure system. Confidence is high for the weekend weather pattern, which means increasing instability. A stronger trough passage is anticipated sometime during the earlier half of next week, but this trough passage could be of the drier variety, leading to gusty winds and lower humidity.
No, we don't want this. I want to work this weekend, not do Firestream. No.
Confidence is low to moderate on the details for the earlier half of next week, since there has been some changeability in the modeling. High temperatures will be near to above normal today, then become 5 to 15 degrees above normal Thursday and Friday, before some cooling during the weekend.
15 degrees above normal? Well, I guess for September, that's, yeah. El Nino means there's a high possibility we have what's called an Indian summer, or, a very late summer. When Paradise burned down, I think 2018 was an El Nino, and it was an extremely warm October. It happens in California. It's more unusual for the Pacific Northwest. But it meant that a lot of the vegetation and such was much more dry than usual. And then the Santa Ana winds hit early November. It's an October through January event. So if people are about to say, hey, you almost missed fire season, like you almost missed the last week of it, this is not the last week of it, guys. It could really extend into October and early November. And then October through January is California's worst wildfire season due to the Santa Anas. So just hold on to your butts. It ain't over, even though we've had a nice wet week. we're going to get record high temperatures or something, or just stuff higher than normal. And this will cycle in. It'll sometimes feel a bit like fall, and then it'll feel like summer again. I expect for weeks, but we'll have to check on that.
And drier conditions are anticipated through Friday, although can't rule out a strike near Lake Tahoe today. Confidence is moderate to high for a classic summer thunderstorm pattern across Northern California this weekend. The forecast graphics found on the screen show Sunday's lightning potential, although there is some deviation on where the higher probabilities exist. The European model found on the left has performed well as of late. The storm environment should start out drier and then become a mix of wet and dry over time. The storm cells are expected to be faster moving, but this is dependent on the offshore low position, so some deviation could occur as we get closer to the event period. Some nighttime convection will also be possible. The start and ending time is less confident since there has been some model changes the past few days. Thunderstorm potential could bleed into early next week. Expect some alterations to the forecast, so stay tuned. Locally breezy northerly winds will affect portions of the north, including areas of the Sacramento Valley today. Some locally breezy onshore winds will affect portions of the Midcoast and Greater Bay Area this afternoon. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. A locally breezy north-northeast and easterly wind flow will develop tonight into Thursday morning across northern and eastern portions of the region, with the gustiest breezes found across the Sacramento Valley foothills PSA, west slopes of the Cascade and Sierra ranges, and higher ridges found within the coastal range. This forecast image is valid at 0500 Thursday. A lighter but locally breezy onshore wind flow should redevelop across the area on Friday. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Friday. The wind flow is likely to be more variable this weekend due to outflow wind concerns from the thunderstorms, but the overall flavor appears to be westerly and southerly. Some enhanced northerly and easterly wind potential could be in play sometime during the earlier half of next week, and we'll be monitoring closely. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Sunday. Humidity will lower today and more noticeably tonight, with lasting impacts Thursday and Friday, before some incremental increases this weekend. The noticeably lower values include some upper single digits across the Modoc Plateau and Far East Side, as well as widespread poor to moderate recoveries. Higher humidity will be found across portions of the Bay Area due to a more persistent onshore flow. This forecast image is valid at 0500 Friday. The 7-day significant fire potential product shows some moderate risk areas embedded within a lot of low-risk periods and areas. The initial moderate risk is tied to some locally
I can't read that either. That's tiny.
breezy dry winds across the Sacramento Valley foothills PSA on Thursday. Then the focus shifts towards the thunderstorm gustier outflow pattern for this weekend. Dead fuel conditions are in a mixed scenario, but will be rapidly drying, especially the needle cast and other fine fuels the next few days, leading into the lightning event period. The brush remains quite flammable in areas. Therefore, initial attack will likely increase, coupled with some increasing large fire risk in areas, and most specifically across the north. In summary, noticeably warmer and drier conditions will occur the rest of the week, with lengthening burn periods. More localized breezes expected the next few days, with a northerly and easterly flavor across the north and east, while a more persistent onshore flow affects portions of the Midcoast and Greater Bay Area. Still looking at a solid thunderstorm pattern for the weekend and could last into early next week, although timing is still uncertain. Less certainty for the earlier half of next week, but could mean an additional day of thunderstorms plus some gustier winds.
Is that the style of music called bossa nova or something? It's like smooth jazz, but jaunty. I like that song, but that was actually pretty bad forecast. I mean, prepare for the thunderstorms. Oh yeah, 15-degree above average weather. Oh, and it'll be windy. Oh, and it'll be dry. Ah, all right. I'm just gonna say, as your captain, I'm gonna turn on the seatbelt sign, just in case there's turbulence. So, welcome everybody. Okay, I wanted to do a 5-minute weather briefing video because it looks like we are looking, especially around the Tahoe area, northwest of there, and it did show northwestern California as well that we'll probably get some thunderstorm activity. We can only pray that it'll be wet. We're going to have a great time if it's wet. It's going to rain more on the fires, which has given me the time to actually rest for once. I'm glad nothing major happened while I was sick because I completely... What? You have no sound? Oh, you got a notification rushed right over? Well, thank you for being here, Ken. You are one of the elite. People with the ringing bell icon always know when I go live, assuming notifications are set up right. Very glad to have you guys here. DB, yeah, there is sound. Let me just type that too, DB. Sound is good. Check your headset or speakers or mute settings. Okay, great. I wanted to do that sound check because I had to unplug a lot of things with the computer. Now you're probably wanting to know what's the crazy story. Okay, so let me summarize real quick while I was gone. My voice began to fail after doing back-to-back 12-hour streams in a 7-hour, then an 8-hour, and a 12-hour. I can't even remember how it went during that bad week we had. And I'll do a fire roundup right after this story. So I don't know what screen to be on while I just tell the story. So I wasn't idle. I had a couple of down days where I just felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I did go see an ear, nose, and throat specialist, but she couldn't really tell me much about what's going on. It just seems like I get an awful lot of sinus problems and then losing my voice and all that. I did have a fever a couple of days, slept around the clock a couple of days, but mostly I've slept a lot because my rest sucked. Like I couldn't breathe out of my nose. I just wake up gasping for air. Okay, that's Watch Duty. I always have to check that. The Santa Anita Road in Hollister, California. Santa Fire. It's called the Santa Fire. It's a little early for Christmas. It's a vegetation fire, 3 acres burning on the ridge, wind-driven with a slow to moderate rate of spread. Potential for burning up about 20 acres in San Benito County, which I admit I don't even know where that is. Let's zoom out a little more. Oh, northeast of Salinas. There, okay. Yeah, I sort of knew where that was, but no, California has an insane amount of counties. Okay, back to the story. So I developed, I lost my voice for the most part. It just would start to crack, like not like, oh, I can't talk, but it would crack and squeak. And then when I started blowing my nose, I lost my hearing. Like it wasn't right. Squeaky, squealy sounds in my ears. And so I could hear my own breathing through my ears and like sinuses. So I did see an ear, nose, and throat specialist. Good news is I've got a surgeon appointment in October. It's amazing they fit me in that quickly. I have a CAT scan to do, audio test. The theory right now is my Eustachian tubes or whatever, which are underneath the ears down here in the neck, are completely clogged. So I cannot equalize my ears. And when I got sick, it was like, okay, I can't hear and I can't really speak. So that's great that I'm working on that. As soon as I started feeling a little better, I had some good help, and C-Probe came over and a couple other friends. It's minor remodeling going on behind me in the other room, so I can, get the streaming setup I always wanted with good lights and a lot of desk space and everything for the third monitor. Operated a power drill competently, well, almost competently. I screwed up drilling holes in a shelf so I could put lights in a bookcase so I can actually see what's in there. I ruined one of the shelves and I realized I had a spare. Yes, but I've got mild skills with power tools, so I did a bunch of labor, and I think I did it a little bit too much. I was so like, let's get this done today. that I pushed hard, and I figured as long as I got it all done today, like heavy cabinet mounting on the walls and stuff, that it would be done, and I could rest. And I got 80% done, and now I'm stuck. I need big muscles to help me, right? And so that did cause me to kind of go back sick a little bit. And then I just realized, whoa, it's like 8 days later and I haven't streamed. And where did the days go? Like, you know when you come back to yourself after being sick, right? So I went, okay. And I then realized yesterday I could speak again. For the first time, I was on the phone and for like an hour. And I wasn't making horrible sounds to like clear my throat every 5 seconds. I thought, okay, I'll go live by noon. Great, this will be cool. So I called over C-Probe and said, hey, come over. You want to help me go live and fix the rest of the room just enough to go live, tell people what's up, check on the fires. You're going to want to, don't click away yet. This story is going to be amazing. We just freak accident computers. I've had weird freak accidents with computers, man. And then we'll get to fire roundup, and let me know in the chat what fires you want to know about first. So I was feeling pretty confident, even though it was demoralizing to not finish the remodel project. On the cusp of victory, I was like, well, we'll do what we can, right? So I sit down at the computer and I ready the stream to go live. There's a whole lot of steps, everything from making new thumbnail images to retitling things to redoing the description, just blah, blah, blah. Got open my old tabs, like this gigantic sets of tabs that I have, like I now have a system here, right? And large maps, examples, and it's all organized, right? A lot of fires to keep track of. And thanks to your kind donations, thank you. I now have a computer that can have like 150 tabs open at once and not slow to a crawl. So I'm like, yay, let's get this stream going. And he says, you want brunch? I said, perfect, yeah. So he made me a C-Probe McMuffin, some English muffin, melted cheddar cheese, nitrate-free Canadian bacon. They make that, Whole Foods. And he topped it off with this lovely, perfectly made egg over easy. So I was like, this is great. Now, the coolest thing is it's hot, you bite into it and it'll like gush out this hot yolk, right? Which I just adore. It's the funnest part of biting into it. Yeah, Smitty, thanks for letting me know about that fire. We'll check it out in a second. I'm glad you got sound, DB. I actually did get tested for sleep apnea. I don't have true sleep apnea. I have like some similar effect from deviated septum and constant infections of a pocket back behind my nasal passage. So it just prevents me from breathing right. So surgery will hopefully fix that. So, like I said, I made the mistake of saying, I think everything's going to go right today. Or something similar, Oh man, the fates look at me and smile when I do stupid things like that and forget to knock on wood. People wonder, why am I superstitious? As soon as I say something like that, that's when all hell breaks loose. So I did this smart thing. I had a big plate. It's a messy meal, right? It's a good messy meal. I have a tray, a little plastic tray, like at the cafeteria style tray. And I don't want to get my glass desktop all messed up. I like to Windex it and wipe it, and then it's all glistening, And so I have the tray, have the paper towel under that too to catch any like egg drip, so I don't have to wash the tray off. And I made a fatal mistake of wearing a belt buckle that kind of catches on things. And so I eased up to my desk like so, leaned over and bit into the C-Probe McMuffin. And I didn't check that the keyboard tray was, in the safe position. It caught on the belt and pulled out a little bit. And so that egg exploded. No, it's not coffee on the keyboard. It was egg. Have you ever had eggs, all over your plate, like runny eggs, and then you sop up as much as you can with the meal, but some of it's still on the plate, and then like 10 minutes later, it turns into cement. It's like egg and tomato does that to the plate. It just creates like a cement. If you just joined me, I'm explaining the freak accident that kept me from streaming yesterday and almost gave me a seizure and a heart attack. Cogito says I had a deviated inner sinus breathing issue. Surgery fixed it. That's good, Cogito. My dad had that surgery a couple years ago, and he almost died on the operating table. It's a horrifying story. So it made me scared of it, but I'm going to go forth with bravery, right? So as soon as the egg splashed down, I looked down, and it's on the keyboard. Now, mind you, I need to show you the keyboard graphics now. I've got quite an unusual keyboard that they no longer make anymore. It's called the Corsair RGB Strafe Mark II. I may have the Mark I, I don't know. Doesn't matter, it's almost identical. So what it does is it lights up so I can see in the dark, like red is a nice color. It's the color that pilots don't get fatigued by, so they try to make cockpits red. And a lot of the dials on fancier cars and stuff are red these days. But I can actually see what I'm pressing, no matter what color it is. I can program the keyboard. But the most important thing about it is it has something called a silent switch. Now this is so that you guys don't go insane. I can type. These are the switches without the keycaps. That's called a Cherry MX Blue. There's blues, greens, and then silent. And the expense of these is insane. 65 different switches are $60. Now silent means I can press this stuff, have the mechanical feedback, so I can speed type about 90 words a minute without you guys hearing this. And unless I really pound, right? So if you've ever watched a streamer and they go, they got Cherry MX Blues. Blues are awful. Reds have a nice clicky feel, but they're also pretty loud. You need the silent one. So they no longer I don't think Corsair makes any more silent switches. I don't know too many other manufacturers that do it. The reason I need Corsair is I have a Corsair mouse and the keyboard and RAM in the computer, and they all light up. And so with one single software program, I can change all these settings instead of installing a whole bunch of different programs, which it's a mess. So I went, oh no, as soon as the egg hit the keyboard, I just thought it was a mess. I did not realize it was a crisis. Like, I'm always worried about breaking the keyboard because they don't make these anymore, the RGB strafe. And they're still around. Like, you can still pay $125 for some used or something online. But I just thought it was a sticky mess. I got out a napkin. I take my water bottle. I dip the napkin. I start dabbing at it. I had no idea that it was possible to liquid damage the keyboard, because most of them these days have a membrane around the keycap, around the switch. See where right here is where it's flush with the keyboard. Everything underneath this tab is like underground, right? It's like underneath the board. So I assumed that the reason these keys are silent is they have rubber O-rings mounted on the underside of each of the switches. So it gives it a weird springy feel, but there also should be a second rubber O-ring where it meets the board. And I had no idea that there's a gap. Each side of the switch is a gap. So the hot egg ran in through the gaps and goes deep into the keyboard and it starts affecting the circuit board. So what I did was I went, oh yeah, this is just irritating. I'll just pop off these keys. And so I started popping them off. I don't know if you can see that very well. I'm sorry, I'm in the dark, but they come right off. And I'm dabbing at it with the napkin. What I have open is a YouTube video. I was showing it to C-Pro because he was over and he sat down with his meal. I said, "Oh, thank you for the fine meal." I bit into it and then I went, "Huh, what is YouTube doing?" And that's about all that he heard. And then he started hearing me scream. I was desperately screaming in a panic because not only did the keyboard go haywire and completely insane, it was like giving um, a squirrel with rabies a whole bunch of crack to smoke and about injecting it with sugar at the same time. The keyboard, the egg yolk went deep into the switch itself. So the switch wasn't clear. It was like yellow for the right arrow key on a keyboard. And then the number pad to the right has an enter key. So it was all over that. Right arrow, enter, and then the delete key and the control. So this is the worst combination of keys to go haywire on your keyboard, because if you hit control and hold that down and then hit things like A or C, that's like control A is select all, control C is copy, control Victor is paste, and then there's more dangerous keys like delete. So it just started to short out, and the right arrow key went first. And first it was just like a slow tap, like tap. My hands were off of it, but it goes tap, tap, tap. It starts fast forwarding the video. And C-Pro says I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. So at first I thought, maybe my mouse or something had a stuck button, because my mouse, I had just tried to go forward on that video at the same time. So I thought my mouse was stuck. I had just pretty much wiped most of the yolk onto the napkin. I didn't know it had seeped in. I thought it was all cleaned up. And then it started clicking faster. Right arrow, right arrow, right arrow. So it's fast forwarding the video extremely fast, like skipping 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Then I start seeing everything on YouTube get highlighted, like all of the buttons on YouTube. Because your keyboard can do that. If you have no mouse, you can actually use the tab, hold down, hit the tab button, and you can go to different buttons. And then you can press enter and use arrow keys to highlight things. I mean, if your mouse ever breaks, that's what you can do. So the keyboard highlighted every single button in YouTube and started pressing it. So new videos are opening, ones I've never seen before, some that are offensive and weird, and they started fast forwarding a million miles an hour. At first I was amused, like, what in the world's going on? I looked down, I realized, oh yeah, the right arrow key is yellow now, like the switch is yellow. And then I went, oh God, how am I ever going to get that out? And it's shorting. Oh God, it's shorting as if I spilled like water on it. You've got to unplug keyboard. You got to unplug electronics the moment that happens to make sure you don't fry your board. You can take a keyboard that's unplugged and you could hose it off with a garden hose. You could put it in the dishwasher. It's not recommended because it'll rust any iron components. It's not stainless in there, right? But as long as electronics are off, you can generally get them wet. It's not a big deal. It's what water does is it acts like a little bridge between places that should not be contacting each other. So, like, there's these little things called resistors and capacitors and such, and they store energy for use later. The capacitor does, like a battery, and then what resistors do is and other little devices on the keyboard, circuit board, is they keep too much of a signal, too strong of a voltage from going from one part of the keyboard to another. It keeps it all nice and steady, like a speed limit sign in downtown, right? But my keyboard was going the equivalent of 95 miles an hour blitzing through Miami. It highlighted everything and then started accelerating. So the right arrow key started going a trillion miles an hour. That's when the delete key began to glitch and the control button got permanently turned on. And the enter key was permanently turned on at that point. I don't know how the egg yolk kind of flowed underneath it to all these keys, but it happened so fast. This was all just a matter of seconds, like I would say 8 to 15, that I saw it opening every single setting of the, like what I have here, the browser. and it was saying stuff like, do you want to delete these extensions? Yes or no? And then all of a sudden, the button, the enter key would say yes or no. It would just press enter, 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 whatever was highlighted as the right arrow key went haywire. So it starts pressing random buttons. It's saying, would you like to delete all your cookies? Yes. And I'm like, wait, what? It says, would you like to delete all your browsing history? Yes. Would you like to close all these tabs? Yes. I'm like, no, I don't. Oh my God. It would take me like 3 days to get this amount of tabs back open. And perfect. So I went in a panic. I didn't think this through. I took the mouse and I drew it off of my browser onto the desktop. It was the worst thing I could have ever done. I should have just yanked the cord out. At this point, I'm like getting out of my chair ready to, but I figured it wasn't going to do any harm on the desktop. Oh yeah, it did. Oh yeah, it did. So the enter key, it starts opening shortcuts on the desktop. It starts opening random folders that go places that are important, because everything is important. Like the court trial, Firestream, everything's important. I have a quick desktop shortcut to those. So it started opening a million different windows, and then it would highlight everything and then mass delete. And I just started seeing everything disappear off my computer one by one, just a million miles an hour. Also, my desktop has no icons. It says, would you like to send all to the recycle bin? And I'm like, no. And it hit yes. All of a sudden, I have no desktop, just a colored wallpaper. And I was just absolutely in shock, but I scrambled out of my chair, leaned to the back of the computer, and yanked the USB cords out. But just as I did, it said, would you like to would you like to delete 7,819 files? Could you not? 7,819. And it said yes. So I shrieked. C-Probe thought that I had stabbed myself on accident with like the fork or knife or something. What I do is I archive all my videos. Yeah, I archive all my videos. So they could be 14-hour long streams, or 12 typically before I restart. So those files are gigantic. I have like a small stream is like 25 gigs. So if a file is too big to go in the recycle bin, there's a pop-up that says, do you want to delete this forever, permanently? And if you do that, your best hope to getting the file back is to tear apart the computer, take the hard drive out, and do data recovery on it. Like run software on it, maybe even for more than a week, to do a deep scan of the hard drive and see if the software can recover those files. Like it's a long, involved process, and if you have to hire a professional, like if regular software that's $30 doesn't work, then it could cost $700. No joke, maybe $1,200. File recovery, data recovery is one of the most expensive things in all of PC repair. I know the basics, but if it had deleted like my archive, I would have no choice but to try to pull every single hard drive I have, which is 5. I've got 3 internals, 2 externals. I wouldn't know. In fact, I have 4 internal hard drives. I would have to pull every single hard drive out and do data recovery on every single one, because I would have no idea what got deleted. It ran too fast. I found out the hard way that Windows does not keep track of what gets deleted. Period. So I clicked open the recycle bin as my first thing, hoping to God that the files were in the recycle bin. There's only 24 files in the recycle bin. So what I assumed the worst. I assumed that it opened Firestream shortcut on the desktop and had mass deleted maybe 7,000 videos. Wow. And I don't know off which drives. So this would have crippled everything. Like I would be starting from scratch. In order to not overwrite the files, like they're still there. Think about it this way. When Windows says delete a file, the file is still there. It's just that what Windows does is make it so you can't see that file, and then marks it on your drive as, this is like a chalkboard with a light erase. Go ahead and write on this chalkboard now. So it's still there, and software can still get it back. It's like light chalk. You could still kind of read what's there, right? But if you continue to use the computer and something writes over it, a file that writes over the top, done. Can never get it back. So you have to immediately stop any computer where you have to do file recovery and you have to pull the drives. So that would have, if I had to do that, I would have had to pull out every single drive, buy a whole bunch, and start from scratch and reinstall Windows and have to set up everything again for Firestream, which would have taken me a week or two. Like there's so many settings and so many complicated things. That would have wrecked me. I would probably like lose the court case and everything. I would have like lost all the evidence. So I went white as a sheet, and C-Probe goes, "What happened?" Like he leans over and goes, "What happened?" I have no words. I'm like, nightmare just happened. So he calmed me down. He goes, "Look, you have file backups, right? You have backups to the cloud." And this is what I want to tell you guys about. I've tested out the product for a couple of years now, and I can endorse a place called Backblaze. Now, if you want to get Backblaze, let me know, and I'll give you my affiliate link. I'm going to make a video about this. But it's the cheapest out there. And let me turn this off dark mode. It's like $7 a month. I think they're raising the price to $9 or something. But you get a good basic backup of like all of your files that you choose. It has unlimited space. And I have had a computer fall over once, got knocked over in a room, destroyed a 4 terabyte hard drive. And if you say, "Hey, I need my files right now," they will mail you in an envelope or a little box, like overnight you all of your files on an external drive, and you copy them. All you have to do is return it within a few days, and that's it. That's just part of their free service. Like they don't charge you; you just pay per month. So C-Probe calmed me down and said, "Hey, why don't you just contact them?" I said, "Yeah, okay, sounds great." So I got in their little chat, like you go to chat here and talk to somebody. And by the way, if you use my affiliate link, I'll get a free month of this, and that'll help support the stream. Like greatly. So I was going to mention this to people anyway. So I get on the chat though, and I say, "Look, this is the weirdest freak accident ever." Meanwhile, I'm like understanding that the egg yolk is turning into cement into my keyboard, and if it hardens, I'll never be able to press these keys again. So I went over and got isopropyl alcohol and just started dumping it on the keyboard, keeping it wet, because I was going to try to clean it somehow later. And I come back to the chat, got a new keyboard, and another weird freak accident. There were corroded batteries in this one. So when I peeled them out with my finger, I got corroded battery acid underneath my fingernail. So I didn't notice it at the time, but as the day wore on, my fingers started itching and then burning and then hurting, like somebody was stabbing my fingernail. And so later C-Probe said, "Oh, just put it in vinegar." There was an alkaline battery. So I guess it's not really technically battery acid, but you know what I'm saying. And that worked. But I put my finger just in white vinegar and almost screamed. I mean, that was painful. And he goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "I had my finger in vinegar, like you said." And he goes, "Well, just for a few seconds." I went, "Oh." He goes, "By now, you're just kind of torturing yourself." Like, thanks, C-Probe. God. So I rinsed off, and that stopped most of the damage. I don't know. Weird things happen to me. So I get on this chat, and I say, "Hey, this is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, a freak accident. But so how do I know what files are deleted? If you log in and everything, you can go to a specific date on the calendar. The default is 30 days. If you pay $2 extra a month, you can go back an entire year. Like if you realize you deleted some family photo album on accident on Easter, you can roll it back to the day before Easter and get it back. You just unfortunately have to know what you deleted. Because my next question was 7,000 files just seem to have been deleted, or maybe 8-ish. So can you just tell me what compare my files on my current computer to what you have of mine yesterday. How do I tell that? How do I tell which ones have changed? Unfortunately, the answer is you can't. I said, what? You can't. He goes, yeah, you can't. I said, so wait a second. If I want to restore these files, I have to know which ones were gone. He goes, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, Cogito says flushing with water. You have to use distilled water. Oh, you mean like, the finger thing? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant cleaning a keyboard that got stuff on it. Yeah, water didn't help, but the vinegar did eventually. So, I said, could you please add this feature? Because can you imagine? I can't be the only person with this problem. Somebody has a cat walk on their keyboard or children at the keyboard for a while. You come back, they're on your laptop. Cheryl says, but who owns the files? You or the company? You give over to the company? They're all encrypted, Cheryl, so they're all yours. They don't even know what you've uploaded. Only you can tell. So they take a completely hands-off approach. It's the safest thing for them. They just warehouse your files, and only I have the encryption keys to see what the hell they are. Like, the finger thing. Yeah, okay. So, like, they don't want to know. There's all kinds of private videos and stuff, which are legal in one country and not in another. The way they stay legally safe is they don't know what you're storing. They don't want to know. Don't ask, don't tell. It's up to you what you're storing. It's your legal responsibility to, not be stupid enough to upload to the internet anything that's like pirated, or like illegal, right? Which is sad. Like in China, videos of Tiananmen Square are illegal to have on your hard drives. But they operate in a lot of countries, and don't ask, don't tell is a good policy. So even if you ask them a question like, hey, I don't know where I stored my episode 1 of Game of Thrones. Like, I bought that DVD, where's my image of it? Like, they're like, we don't know what you have. We can't look it up. But if you enter your password and stuff, you can browse to their website, and you can see the files. So unfortunately, I said, how could I prevent this from happening? And the answer is make a disk image. If anybody's curious, a disk image is one file, and it's a snapshot, like say a photograph of your entire computer's files. It's one file though, so it's gigantic. And so if you get some automatic backup software like Macrium, whatever, Macrium has been working for me. What I should have done is set up a snapshot to be made of my computer like every day, and it saves the one big file, and the one big file is backed up every day. And if I ever noticed anything amiss, I could just go snap my fingers, say restore the image. My computer is just like the day the image was created. So I think I need to invest in that, because I just didn't know this was even possible. I mean, other than getting hacked, I did not think this was possible, and I've got really good security that way. Wow. So at this point, I don't know what to do. I start checking manually for things that are missing. I find all the court case files are there. Most of my Firestream files are there, but I can't go back through all the years, all the way back to 2018, like Paradise. I'm not even sure where I saved some of those. So far, nothing was missing. I'm trying to conclude the story real quick. Long story short, somebody said there's a trick. If you ever mass delete files on accident or accidentally delete something, hit Control plus Z. That's an undo button. So oftentimes that'll save your bacon. You sneeze and hit delete or something like that. It just undoes the last thing you did. So here's the problem. Or actually the happy accident, right? I didn't think this was going to work. I had made a whole bunch of other clicks and stuff. What I did is I went to the recycle bin and I restored the 24 icons on the desk, the ones I could. on the desktop and shortcuts to folders and whatever. So that came back on the desktop, and my desktop was looking more normal, like it was. And so I read that trick, do Control Z. So I just absentmindedly, not absentmindedly, just thoughtlessly hit Control Z. Well, that just means undo what you just did. So what I just done? I just taken the files out of the recycle bin, out of recycle bin. Well, now just put them back in. And I went, whoopsie. But then I noticed a pop-up window that says, would you like to recycle 7,819 files? Just like it did before during the craziness. I went, what? And the window closed real quick before I could read anything. I went, oh, okay. So now I have the 24 files back in the recycle bin. So I right-clicked them all, hit restore, boom, they're back on the desktop. I said, let me try it again. So then I hit Control Z. It's trying to put them back in the recycle bin. It says, would you like to recycle 7,819 files? So it turns out, best I can tell, that was a bug. It's not real. I did not lose 7,000 or 8,000 files. I lost 24 on the desktop. They went in the recycle bin. And for some reason, Windows 10 told me it was 7,819. I may have just discovered an extremely rare bug in Windows 10 by being the weirdest freak accident, unluckiest person ever. But in a way, I'm extremely lucky. Like, knock on wood, I need to wear my superstitious lucky necklace again. Like, I feel naked without it right now. I immediately went in my bedroom and put it on. In fact, I need to go get it. I need to go get it. God knows what else could happen to me without my lucky necklace on. Oh. All right, I got it now. I'm safe. I'm safe. Okay. All right, guys. Now, I'm still not sure, but so far, I turned on some of the software recovery. Like Recuva is one of the good ones. At least it used to be. So if you ever see Recuva, it'll look for missing files, and you have to pay for it if you want to restore the files. And so it's pretty good at giving you a list. I fired up Recuva, and it didn't really show any mass deletion. It'll even say, hey, this file was deleted, but you're screwed. You can't get it back because something overwrote it. Joe Johnson says, good girl. Yeah. So my pulse went from, it was almost noon when I was going to go live yesterday, and the egg thing happened. My pulse did not stop racing until midnight because I was just so freaked out about this. I kept opening and looking at files to make sure I was okay. I kept calling friends that know things about computers. I don't know everything. And I got reassured that if Recuva and others say there's no mass deletion, there really hasn't been one. So I, knock on wood, checked most things. Seems like most things are okay. So I enter my second problem, my poor keyboard. I had to attend to it, and I did mass keyboard surgery. I filmed a bunch of it to help people in the future. And this is my little keyboard. And I'm going to show you guys this puppy. I've got a bunch of little flags on it. I don't know how well you can see this because my other screen is dim. I think a backlight went out or something. I don't know why it's so dim, but if you could see that decently, oh, maybe I can make it brighter. It's going to, I hope, light up in a second because we're going to turn it on. It has no keycaps, so you can see the bare switches. I don't have all the screws in yet, but the way I did the surgery was I had to watch about 3 hours of videos to figure out how to take it apart without cracking the plastic bezel. Because no matter how much I pried with I have a set of tools for working on cell phones. I used to take them apart and fix them back when you could. back when remember when cell phones had the plastic back and you could pop it off and swap the battery and stuff? Yeah, gone are those days. But people used to come to me with either a dead battery. Ooh, that was a good sound. Did you hear that Windows sound? It seems to have realized I plugged something in. Where's that USB port? Okay, yet it has two different USB plugs. One is for operating the keyboard. The other is to power the lights of the keyboard. Oh my God, I can't see. Where is it? Okay. Okay, I felt it. All right, okay. Ooh, we got some lights. So what I did is I found out that Corsair is evil. Almost all these companies are evil. There were two screws. As I was trying to take this black bezel off to expose the naked keyboard, it would just pop off the top. There's like flip up feet for a keyboard. Yeah, it's probably too dark to see, but you flip them up and down, and next to them are these little red rubber pads. So you actually have to take a screwdriver or a razor blade. You have to pull the pads up, and there are two hidden screws for the upper corners of the keyboard. And we got a light, guys. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Okay, so I'm going to hold it like this and start the IQ software, which is Corsair's IQ software, which controls the lights. And we're going to see if it comes back to life again. And if so, I'll put the rest of the screws back on in the keycaps. Now, the keycaps you can wash, and so I already did that with some sponge bath to get the egg off. Soaked that in a little bit of vinegar. That worked pretty well. And I had to take a syringe, an actual hypodermic needle. I got those for craft projects. And I took isopropyl alcohol, and I literally took a needle and flushed out the keycaps with it. And I found a peculiar little toothpick with little hairs on the end. You get them at Rite Aid. And I was able to scoop the chunks of solidified and now rotting egg. I wanted to do this before the smell hit, right? And so I kept flushing. I dumped isopropyl alcohol over it. I put it in the sink strainer at night and dried it off. And I did get the keyboard to come to life with these two buttons. Let's see if the rest of the lights work. Let's see how I do Corsair IQ. Okay, sorry, IQ software, IQUE. Oh, seriously, Windows. There we go, ICUE, that's what it is, it's not Q. Okay, we'll get to fires in just a moment, but I need to find out if I need to buy another keyboard. All right, let's see. Ah, it's alive. It's alive. It's alive. Oh, it all lights up now. Oh my God. Oh, it's alive. All right, let's test some typing, especially the right arrow key. Oh boy, this would have set me back like $130 at least to get another set, and that's for used ones. There's a taboo against buying used keyboards. You just don't know what somebody's doing, as they're browsing videos, and you just don't know what they're doing. So you just don't want that. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, test the keys. So we should be able to type. And the thing is, I look, you guys, I'm going to brag right now about my skills. There's no keycaps. They all look the same, but I still know how to type. I'm a freaking expert typist. I can do 94 words a minute. This is weird touching the tops of them, but I can do the, oh, whoa, the key, spacebar is no longer there, but I can still do it. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Oops, and I double tapped I think I double tapped the space bar. I hope it didn't do that by its own. Dog. Okay, so now we can test the arrow keys. Yes, left works. Right works. It's not doing anything on its own. Oh my God. Okay, and if you press the down arrow, it just cycles. Oh yeah, it goes up and down. Okay, so now we press enter. Wait, is that enter? Oh no, is enter gone bad on me? Or is that delete? I don't know the number pad as well. What's the big button on the number pad? Do I need number lock? Oh, I need number lock. Oh, that's 0. Okay, so enter is on the right side. Yes. Okay, so on the number pad, let's see if the period works. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's alive. It's alive. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank God. Okay, I can put the caps back on. Nerd genius she is. I do identify as a nerd, unabashedly. Joe Johnson says, "Oh no, now you'll lose the rest of the screws." You know, I got them in a jar, guys. I'm organized. You will be impressed with my video, but I got the rest of the keycaps in a bag. God, I'm unlucky to have experienced an accident like this, but I'm lucky to have been able to fix it. And I think this is a great lesson learned. I'm going to make what I wanted to do with YouTube before Firestream. I never wanted to do a Firestream. I just do it because nobody else is. I wanted to do helpful videos, and like Catherine's World, kind of like Mr. Rogers. You know how Mr. Rogers used to have guests on his show, all walks of life, and they would explain their job. You know, I want to do stuff like that, just interesting jobs, occupations, and then computer fix it and help. Because once I was dependent on a man for all my computer needs, and he said, "Why don't you buy me some alcohol in order to fix your computer?" And I said, "No, you don't need alcohol, sir." And he goes, "Well, I guess I'm not going to fix your computer." And I said, as a reply, the only thing you can, you know, I had deadlines, I had finals coming up. This is back when I was in college, like straight out of high school. And I was desperate to get my computer fixed. So the only thing I could do at that point was tell him, "I will never buy you some alcohol. You have a problem. I'm against alcohol consumption. You can do what you want, but you're going to have to pay for it. And I'm leaving you." You drunk? And thanks a lot for, you know, if you loved me, you would never do that. So I decided from that moment on, I didn't even like computers, but I would figure them out and I would solve my own problems. So I'd never be at the mercy of somebody like that again. And it was because I was angry. I got into computers and I realized they're simpler than I ever realized. Mind you, I don't program. I'm not good with math, but I can solve almost all hardware problems with a screwdriver, and you can too. So I was going to make a YouTube series about that. So Leetincel, they are targeting. Just steady your nerves, stay calm, do your best. So glad the panic situation turned out well. Yeah. We are vulnerable to hackers, malicious, and all that. Yeah, it happens. So it's a good lesson learned. I will now do the type of backup, the snapshot backup, where I never have this problem again, and it backs up the snapshot every day. And when I figure that out, I'll do a separate thing because I think this is valuable for potential fire victims or anybody. I mean, you can have a house fire at any time. You know, it doesn't have to be a wildfire-related thing, but when people say, "What should I pack into my car if I only have 5 things to evacuate with, if I only have the time to grab a few things," they say, "Should I take my computer?" And I say, hell no. No, like put something valuable like a person in the car or a pet or some family heirloom or something. You should have everything on your computer backed up to the cloud, which just means stored worldwide, you know, like off-site is what that means on the cloud. So that you don't have to even touch your computer. If you only have 5 minutes to leave, grab your go bag and get the hell out. 5 minutes may be too late. Don't be messing with the computer. That's insurable. You can get a new one. But you can't get your files back, so your files should always be backed up to the cloud. So as soon as I figure out my best system, I'm going to make a little video that explains that, you know, for like $14 a month, maybe, or maybe even $7, you can have a good backup system, and you won't even care. I mean, you'll care if your laptop or computer got stolen or you lost things, but you won't lose what's important. That's the files you can't get back. So this is why I went through this elaborate story. Carney says read-only DVD backups. Well, for a thing you don't want on the internet, sure, but what happens if your house burns down and your DVDs are lost? You know what I'm saying? The Bashfoots has been listening the whole time with a crazy story. Yeah, I don't even know how to feel. I'm feeling excited and blessed, I guess, and I knock on wood. I guess that'll be the best way. Hey, Christopher says you're a genius. It's actually people just think computers are harder than they are. Do you guys want to know? I could give you a test right now. Do you want to know if you're capable of repairing your own computer? Any of you? There's 3 questions I have for you, and if you answer them correctly, you can fix your own computer too. You just gotta read all instructions, right? First question: are you intelligent enough to use a screwdriver? Second question: can you competently spread peanut butter on a piece of bread, not too thick and not too thin? Like just the right amount where you can't see through the peanut butter, you can't see the bread, but it's not slathered on. So can you spread peanut butter on bread? Can you use a screwdriver? And can you read the English language? Like read instructions. And if the answer is yes to all 3 questions, you can fix your own computer. You just think that it's hard. It's not. Mostly it's solved with screwdrivers and reading and just following along the how-to videos that other people make. Oh, Dabash, yeah, the PayPal link. Thank you. I haven't even begged for money yet today. I've been. I'm gonna need a little bit more money. I think I need to buy a backup keyboard so I don't freak out. You know, because this one will die eventually. Yeah, I should have that. You know what? I did have the PayPal link on the desktop. It's all a bit arranged strangely. So I'll show you how to get to my PayPal link. It's if you go to somebody's channel. I used to tell people, hey, it's in the description of my channel in the About page, and people eventually told me, what? What does that mean? What is your About page? So here's a trick on YouTube. You click on, like, that's 41 South. That's my friend there, Tasmania. He's not live. He's just doing a broadcast of Kilauea, right? But you click on anybody's, like, let's like his, for example. See how it says home, videos, shorts, live, playlist, blah, blah. If you want to know how long somebody's been on YouTube, anybody, even yourself, you hit the About page. And they have a description about what they're about. So you click on their icon, go to About. It says he joined YouTube with this account April 5th, 2014. He's had almost 2 million views. Wait a second. Has he had more views than me? No. Well, anyway, down here, it says links, and that's his PayPal, and that's his Buy Me a Coffee, which is another kind of donation, and I should do that too. So if you do that for my channel, my PayPal link is there, and also my email. So if you want to just write me a good old-fashioned check or send me something like an old gift card, like if you have a gift card at Target and it has only $4.99 on it, cool, I'll take it. You could just send me all your gift cards that just may or may not have stuff on them. Like, that's cool. I have a P.O. box. So let's go to my channel, and you go to the About page, and it describes what I'm about. Hey, He's got more views than me. I only have 1,157,718 views. I'm jealous now. But okay, so down here it says my Twitter and donate to me via PayPal and view email address, which everybody knows, for business inquiries. I didn't even say for business inquiries, but that's what YouTube says. So this is my PayPal link. I'll put that in chat. Thanks for reminding me. And thank you for your kind donations to Bash on PayPal. I really appreciate it. So PayPal donation. Thank you. Boom. And then now I can pin the message. So weird things happen to me. I'll just go with the being grateful thing, knock on wood, but I hope the fates aren't listening now. I knocked on wood. I got my magic necklace on. Yeah, DB says always read the about page on channels. That's good. That's good. Joe Johnson says, how can we donate other things? I'm going to try to get a Venmo and a Zelle and all that together. I've been saying that a long time, but really, this is one of the most busy 2 months of my life. You can just email me, and I'll give you the P.O. Box address. You can also just email me a gift card. So, like, you know how you scratch off the back and you've got the, you know, I'm grateful for anything. Like, you get a couple bucks, that's cool. You could just give me the codes, and then I load them. Like, if it's Target gift card, I'll load it. If it's Amazon, I'll just load it. You have to physically mail the thing, you know what I mean? Unless it's like a gas card. I can always use a gas card. But that's how you find that stuff out. Sorry this is taking a long time to explain, but you can see why I was completely panicking yesterday. Oh, Spinny Dude. Hey, good night. Good night. Joe Johnson is intelligent enough to turn it on, then take it to the daughter for the rest. Well, I stream tomorrow. I don't know. My mom hurt her back, so I was hoping to help her tomorrow. I never know what to say about like, am I ever going to be there tomorrow? Well, this is a test of my voice coming back after being gone for a week. It still hurts, but not bad, you know, not bad like it did. You said you did send me emails asking for a P.O. box? Huh, I did respond to several. Oh, I haven't checked my email last week, guys. I've been sleeping around the clock and then wearing myself out trying to remodel. So I'm sorry. I will try to get to that tonight. I figured just going live would be better than sitting down for hours and then checking emails. So that'll be right afterward. I'm pretty bad at my correspondence. I need a secretary. But really, guys, I have so many things happening real life. You just don't even know. People talk about work-life balance. I don't believe it exists. I think you're working or you're living, and I don't think for what I do there is a balance. Yeah, I think I've been gone 10 days. But when I'm that sick, I don't even know where the time goes, you know. But let's get to the fires. Now I need to. What you guys can help me out with is you can help me keep track of timestamps. Like, wait, this is the wrong notebook. I'm trying to, after the videos, like, it doesn't end. After I end the stream, I still sit here doing stream-related things for more than an hour. I have to try to archive the video, the saved file, so I get the transfer started to one of the auxiliary hard drives. I then try to write up a brief notation about what generally occurred during the fire stream, like what fires did we cover, so I can someday go back and look at this stuff. Right now, I just take notes, you know. These days, I'm trying to do timestamps so people can skip to whatever. Have you seen videos with chapters? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, you guys notice this stuff? Go to video, just example video with chapters. I finally figured out how this works. I've always had it to try to make them, but this is the tutorial.
If you want to add time,
I gotta mute that. He doesn't even have chapters in his tutorial for making chapters. Really? Okay, fail. Making chapters just got easier. Hey, here it is. Here, this guy is with it. He's got chapters. So you see how it's got this little graph? Well, this is how the parts that people view the most. So they skip to the part that they want to know about. And so what you do is you go open the description and it says, here are the timestamps. See, 00 is your start. Then at 25 seconds, how YouTube Buddy can help create chapters for you. Tube Buddy, I don't even know what that is. How to use the chapter editor, best practices, how to do titles. So as long as I keep a timestamp, not the clock, okay? It doesn't help me if you say, oh, at 10 o'clock you did this. No. Running time. So we have been live for an hour and 10 minutes. I don't even know how we've been live an hour and 10 minutes. All I did was tell a story about a keyboard. Oh my God. But anytime I go to a new topic, a new fire, you can write down, like on a piece of paper, what timestamp it is. And when you make a comment, you do it like this. Go to the comment and you say like 0:25, do a space, and you say, I like this part. And then you hit comment, boom. All you have to do is click on 0:25. It takes you right to 0:25. See? So that's if you wanted to go to the best practices part, you got two ways. You can go here on the chapter, or you can go down there, like best practices, boom, and it skips. So what I've been doing is trying to put, lookout fire here, Tahoe ridge fire here, funny joke here and there. It's just that when my streams go for 12 hours, I'm running out of space in the description. This is what has been messing me up. Like, I already have a descriptions for like evacuation info. If I make too many chapters, I have to delete evacuation info. I hope YouTube changes this, but we got to work with what we got to work with. Ooh, I love this pen. Oh, this is fancy. Oh, wow. I guess I owned this pen before. Yeah, I remember buying this, but where have you been all my life? Oh, that's sweet. It says it's the Bic Atlantis. Oh, I need to buy more of these. This is better. Like, this is smoother and it's kind of smearing my writing. Bic Atlantis. Do they still make these? The Glide pen. The Bic Atlantis? Well, it sort of looks like it. I have one in purple. It's a gel. Oh, wow. I need to get more of this. Guys, I'm also creating an Amazon store, so you don't have to donate directly. Like if you use my links to shop my Amazon store, which I think is in the description of the video, by the way. Oh, please say they make these still. Oh, I guess I got it in a color pack. Oh, yeah, that's what that looks like. Wow, medium ballpoint, smooth as silk. Sorry, guys, I'm a paper and pencil and writing implement connoisseur. We writers are like that. We're eccentric. So that just feels good in the hand. Okay. I'm going to link this to you guys. This is not my affiliate link, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, it's too long. Yeah. Hey, Abu, the artist formerly known as Derek. How you doing? Okay. Oh, good night, Cogito. Thank you for being here. So here's my timestamp, 000. That was the predictive services. And we may get some thunderstorm and lightning stuff. And at some point, I launched into next the keyboard story, and I'm going to write in parentheses crazy, and W for weird things, WTH, weird things happen to me, WTHTM. I'm going to make a playlist of weird things happen to me. You have no idea the stories I have. It's completely bizarre stuff happens to me. Okay. And I will have to clip that eventually. So now we are at, and I'm going to write down the time, 1 hour, 15 minutes, wildfire roundup. Okay, friends, what do you want to know about which wildfire are you interested in? I know the lookout is on my mind. There's been a couple of small fires at Doofer. We got to check out the more of the weather about like what's going on with Tahoe. This one in Texas, the one that I covered on the 3rd, I'm very happy to report this game preserve fire, 95% containment. The Gibbs Forest fire, 95% containment. The Collier 2 fire, 90% containment. That was insane. That happened in Texas. That was a special request stream that I did, and it was quite bad. I mean, you could see the pictures. Oh, that's retardant. The red is retardant, I believe. Whoa. I just got a donation. Did you hear that sound effect? That was a cha-ching sound effect. It now tells me. Oh, thank you so much, Tabash. You're amazing. You get triple hearts. Thank you so much for your kind donation. You're keeping me running. Oh, so you get hearts. Triples. Thank you. Wait, it only made one? Wait. Make 3. Ah. Thank you. Joe Johnson says, twice in my life I was given a golden pen to sign my name, and using a solid gold pen is truly exhilarating. Solid? Are you sure it wasn't plated? Was it really solid? What carat? Dude. I think I'd take off running with it. Oh, look over there. There's a bear. Ah. Dude. Okay, so that's our Texas roundup. It's the only thing I was able to really cover down there by special request. It looks like it topped out at 4,420 acres. Undetermined cause. Yeah, there were a couple of arson and suspicious fires that happened in the deep south down there. The bad one that hit Arkansas, I think, was a suspected arson fire. We do have other fire news. So the first thing I did was look at Texas, and I was done with that at 1:18. This tab keeps coming up. This is the current view of what's going on in Maui. You remember how we watched the Maui fires from this camera? Man. And I found out you can control this and pivot it around. So whenever the camera was moving around that night, it was somebody controlling it. Oh my God, please ignore the chimp flipping off the camera. This is a family-oriented thing. I need to turn on my ad blocker again. Why is there a chimp flipping off the camera? Okay. All right. Going back to other news. Thought I had another one to write of that thing. Oregon, Washington. This is by Brookings. I don't know why this is open. Let's close that tab. Still got a million open. Now we have news. Here's the current weather conditions of Gasquet in Northwest California. I believe they're back. I believe their evacuations, they've been back for several days now after those rains. So they have a 75% humidity right now in Gasquet in Del Norte County, kind of by Humboldt County. But it's all going to change. We might get the thunderstorms this weekend, so hold on to your butts. Immense Hurricane Lee is setting its sights on New England and Atlantic Canada. Uh-oh. I'll have to call my friend in Nova Scotia and be like, batten down the hatches, mate. He's been through a bunch of nor'easters and stuff. This hopefully won't phase him too much. So if we look into the weekend forecast, they're saying that they'll have highs around 85 near Crescent City and Del Norte County. East-northwest calm winds is what they're talking about. But that could really change with the thunderstorms. We'll have to check the weather. Okay, Smitty says, oh, the Anvil. Yeah. Oh, Larry, thank you so much for your kind donation. Wonderful. You're a big supporter. You get hearts, double hearts. Thank you. Debash says cross gold pens are filled rather than plated. Gold fill. That's just about as good as gold, solid. I mean, if you had a solid gold pen, it would have to be low carat in order to not kind of dent in your hands. quite a soft metal. Maybe gold fill makes sense. Gold fill, like if you have like a chain, like a heavy gold chain, if you pulled on it with your hands, like, or you took off your sweater and you forgot the gold chain was around your neck, you could kind of warp the rings, depending on the carat, 18 carat or higher. So a way to strengthen it and to use less gold so your necklace is affordable is the center is going to be something like brass, copper, or something, and then gold. Think about a donut. The donut hole is brass or something, some stronger metal, and then the true donut part is the gold. So it strengthens, and it's still considered very high quality jewelry. Gives gold a bit more utility. So it's still nice to have. And Joe says solid gold heavy, much wiser now to be wary of men with solid gold pens. I'm gonna need a little bit more backstory. How about you guys? Do you want to elaborate on that? Why are you signing documents with gold pens? That's I'd like to know. I'd like to know. Okay, so I did have news, and oh yeah, in Portland today there was a 2-alarm fire at a in Milwaukee, which used to be its own town south of Portland on the east side of the river, but now it's just a neighborhood. So technically it's Clackamas County and not Multnomah. These are some of the worst pictures I've ever seen, but they're probably user submitted. So there's like a smoky mushroom cloud around 4:30 in the afternoon in Portland. This is looking south. Now, witnesses said it quickly spread, and you could see it for miles. I'm still not sure what was on fire. It did light a bunch of the trees next to an apartment building. They rapidly called second alarm. I don't know the status of the buildings. I think it may have started as a vehicle fire and spread to other vehicles at a car lot. But it didn't really look like it was a dealership. I haven't been able to get too much information about it. Like here they are on top of the roof of the nearby apartment complex. I just hope that was okay. KTU had more pictures and a video. Oops. This should be tucked away in the Maui vid section. Okay. Yeah, that's regular Caltopo. That's the lookout fire. We will be looking at that later. I just want to go quickly through the Portland news. And they had an article about the lookout. In fact, we could just do the lookout right now. But how did I lose it? Ooh. That's Southern California right now. The HP Wren cameras are over by the Griffith Observatory, the one that James Dean was in with Rebel Without a Cause. Big white building. We almost lost it in the 2020 Bobcat fire. And so it was like a blast from the past. I used to monitor that fire with the HP Wrens. They're high definition night vision. So I'm going to tuck that away in my example section. Okay. So, I guess maybe You know what? I had it on a secondary website. Let me a page. You guys don't even see the other windows I have open. Here it is. I was too organized. So the scenic blue pool has just been closed as the lookout fire rages on the Willamette Forest. So timestamp 01/25, the lookout. Now, I wanted to take my mother here. I wanted to go to Belknap Hot Springs because I'm sure they're just hurting. The tourist season was almost lost to them entirely because of this stupid fire. So I wanted to go there and then show you guys the lookout fire from, out my hotel window. There's a bunch of cool things to see and do. The McKenzie River is amazing. The Little Canyon is amazing. And Belknap Hot Springs is amazing. It's a whole swimming pool of, I need a coffee. It's a whole swimming pool of hot springs, water just piped into the pool. Any time of the year is great. Even if it's snowing, they're not hot, steamy pool. And nearby is the McKenzie River just going by. It's the knee-deep river. They have amazing manicured grounds. People have weddings there. There's historic stuff everywhere. And then there's things, natural wonders like the Blue Pool. So I was a bit concerned because this is a recent, 4 hours ago they made this headline here. So it's shut down as crews work to contain the lookout fire. The lookout is now at 24,596 acres as of Wednesday afternoon, and it's burning in steep slopes, of course, in the old growth timber and in the dense vegetation. Just under 700 personnel fighting the blaze. Crews have the lookout fire 50% contained. Just, that's been amazing. However, really, I don't expect any kind of, say, what matters is 90. Don't feel safe until 90. Is a phrase I'm just going to start repeating. Now, think about containment percentage as the progress they're making towards making you safe. But you're really not safe until like 90, 95. It doesn't have to be 100 because these days they still get some funding for like cleanup operations. So like they'll stop at 95% like they did with the Dixie, and then like 4 weeks later it's 100. Even though nothing changed, they just still needed funding because the Dixie was so gigantic. They had like dozens and dozens of camps to tear down, and like it took a long time to demobilize, right? But do not think, oh, 75%, 70, 68, oh yeah, we're safe now and I don't have to evacuate. Never think that. That's a deadly assumption. And it matters which side the lines are there. So we can, whoops, that's a Ring of Fire eclipse. I didn't mean to click on that. That's going to be amazing. Maybe I can film that. No promises though, but Oregon will have near totality of an eclipse in October. Let's see what day, the 14th. So I'll try to film that. I just don't want to wreck my camera, but that would be cool to share that live with you guys. So night crews hauled 36 loads of wood from the north side of the fire. Sorry, my throat's not 100%. From the north side of the fire in the White Pine contingency area east of Highway 26, noting that firefighters are focused on the containment on the north side as they monitor the east and the south. Which in English, let's go look at the map that they have. What's their last map? There we go. So black line is containment. Let's zoom in. So what they mean about the fires to the south and the east is the pothole in the Horse Creek that were started by lightning a couple weeks ago. It's been pretty amazing. They did not let the pothole climb up. Whoever those pot shots were, killer. And an aircraft too, killer job. We had so much lightning down here. I really thought it was going to get high up in the mountains because this is 4,000 feet right here, these peaks. And I thought it would be a nightmare where the south wind would push it over and McKenzie Bridge would be threatened from the south. And so these are two bad spots to have them, and incredible job that they have kept it out of the high elevations. So Horse Creek is almost wrapped up. Got a little bit of a problem spot here because there's like a wind tunnel. I mean, that's to be expected. You look at the terrain there. So what they prioritized was saving towns, lives. And so they've got the black line on the south, which protects Rainbow, McKenzie Bridge, Belknap Springs, which Belknap Hot Springs, same thing. And I'm not sure where the blue pool is. Cougar Hot Springs is over here where it says 19 Road. I think it's open. If I go there with my mom, we were going to try to, look at the area, look at the fire, have a nice outing with my mom. I haven't had a vacation in the entire summer, and I want to do something before, the wet season. I was going to hopefully bring back some tourists, here, because I think it's safe to be in the 126 corridor right now. It's the north part of the fire that has almost no containment. And we expected this. There's almost no good roads that go east and west to stop it. The fact that they've prevented it from spreading to the north has been kind of a bloody miracle. It's pretty awesome that they stopped the slop over and when it crossed 126, the north-south. That's cool that they seem to have gotten that under control. We could watch a video, I guess, if we wanted to, but do not expect containment of this fire until the rains or the snows of November, or unless we have an extremely wet October. We're probably not going to. We're probably going to have an Indian summer, a very hot, dry, long summer, just because of El Nino. So it's still dicey for everything north of there, but they instead of really containing, I think they're just trying to stop its spread and then till the rain comes. Usually Labor Day in September is already the wet season. We haven't had a normal year for let's see, we had 3 La Niñas that screwed us all up. 2020, 2021, 2022, and now the 4th year is now an El Nino. So we haven't had a normal season in the Pacific Northwest or, well, anywhere in the United States for 4 years. I mean, it's 5 years ago we had a normal season, I should say that. So just a reminder, we're not in normalcy. So don't expect that it's going to be raining all September like it normally would, and all of October like it usually does. This is the high Cascades. We're almost 5,000 feet here, so it will get snow. It's possible to have snow in October, definitely. We can only hope, because the lookout fire is hanging out in the higher elevations. That's why it's sitting difficult to fight. So we're going to need that snow. I think they just need to kind of keep it within its lane best they can, but do not expect relief or containment until the snow. So 5 hours ago, several contractor hand crews are working around the Bedrock, Lookout, Pothole, and the Horse Creek fires. Today, the Lava River team worked on Division A through Charlie, reducing dozens of brush and slash piles, ensuring that the control lines were clear of the excess fuels, meaning roads and trails, the control line. You get rid of the stuff that burns near them so that you can hold them better. Common sense. And they're also keeping it safe for travelers. So hand crews, like the Lava River, are one of the many keys of success for suppressing wildfire. And look at his expression. He's like, yeah, super serious. I am going to wood chipper this. Nobody can stop me. Get out of my way. To the chipper. Everybody else has a super serious stare in the background, too. Oh yeah, there is a chipper. I'm a psychic. But what does that look like? Cedar? This could be cedar leaves. Ugh. Okay, now cedar, you may think that these trees are dead over here. They may not be dead. They probably did the control burn there to hold the road. A lot of those are alive. Cedar bark is very fire resistant. It's like the redwood stuff. And that's going to be very helpful to, well, saving the McKenzie River drainage. Is they've got a good healthy mix of more than other spots of fire resisting trees like cedars and stuff, and then the fire promoting ones like the Douglas fir. the stuff with the pine needles. Notice how cedar trees do not have scaly leaves. These are not needles. They're called scales. They're not really leaves. They're not needles. They're scales. This might be really loud. I'm going to mute this. I want to play this video. Yep, that was loud. I muted it for you though. I took the hit. So what's really nice about this is cedar chips. Oh, they smell good, but they're going to mulch the soil pretty well. So with this ash from their control burn by the side of the road, I assume that's a control burn, and the wood chipping and the mulching, you're gonna have some good fertilization here. So this is good work. You know, not all heroes wear capes. So what I've really liked about this Facebook page is they have a whole bunch of photos of the little people, you know, the crews, the workers, and you've got their portraits. And I think they need to do more of this. Show real people at work here, and ladies too. We can do it. World War II poster. We can do it. Oh, cool! Even more ladies. Awesome. Okay. Hey, Wildcat. Hey, welcome. DB says Hurricane Lee is as wide as Florida, and the storm is 500 to 600 miles wide. Oh my God. Cheryl says, thank God my kid didn't move there. Yeah, thanks, Wildcat. I'm doing a throat trial about speaking. So far it's holding up. The Bedrock, they made such good progress on that. That's almost a done deal. There's pockets of heat in the center. They're just waiting for the rains. So hopefully people can peel off of the Bedrock and then really, really strengthen the fight against the lookout. I just don't know why the blue hole has been closed. Maybe they're trying to prep it to save it. Look at that Sikorsky. Wow. Now that's a feller buncher, isn't it? Those are crazy tractors. You see its big lobster claw? So this is a high tech. It's almost as good as a masticator for quickly preparing a road or an area. The big lobster claw. This is tree felling without much risk to the feller. Like I want the days of using a chainsaw to be over. Chainsaws are what, like 1920s technology? It's extremely dangerous to fell trees. Like logging is one of the most dangerous jobs, and doing it for wildfire when the trees are already fire damaged is extremely dangerous. This is one of the easiest ways to die, firefighting. So if you could take and sit in the tractor's cab and safely hold the tree away from you on the arm of the tractor, that's what the lobster claw does. It reaches out, grabs the tree, and then there is a little blade, an automatic chainsaw that goes bzzz, cuts off that tree at the base, and it's just holding the tree, like by itself. And then it turns sideways and it goes like, imagine an ear of corn going bzzz, taking off all of the branches, like a blade that would take the kernels off the ear of corn, like bzzz. And then they just set the logs down in a pile ready to move them away. And that is how you widen a road super fast and safety. And when the fire gets there, you have a better chance of holding it. So this new technology for a new era, I just hope that these type of machines, this one's tracked, so it has to mostly be on a road or it's going to kind of crush stuff in the forest. They make these that can walk on legs, robotic legs, and sensitively walk through the forest and not make a road. Like the future is coming. And hopefully the argument of, oh, you might be crushing stuff on the forest floor will be over. Because look, wildfire kills everything. Right now you have to do it no matter what. But can you imagine reducing the fire load in the off season by little spider walking things that walk through the forest and thin it out and mulch a lot of the old trees into fertilizer? And then we could prevent the fires from getting this bad in the first place. Right now we're reactive, but we can do this proactively. Now these are beautiful pictures. I mean, that's a poster right there. I want to frame that. Wow. Who's the author? I hate it when, I mean, this takes photographic skill, and when people aren't credited, that's kind of sad. I don't know if it's a work of the United States government, it's not copyrighted, and so we could print this out and do whatever we wanted with it. But I don't want to screw over a journalist who does it for a living, you know. Wow, is that a Vertol dipping out of the McKenzie? I tell you, the McKenzie is like a knee-deep to waist-deep river, so oh, it's a lake. Is it one of those reservoirs? Community meeting. Oh, is the community meeting just over? Okay. The public is invited. Let me go back a chat. As Smitty says, the Anvil, right? So let's come back to the lookout. I want to get eyes on it real quick. This is the movie camera that it's live. It's not like a time lapse. It just has twinkling lights. It's not very good for night vision. Now this one is. This is your Deathball Mountain. This is a 12-hour time lapse from earlier today. Now, if it looks weird and different, like over here's a reservoir, it's looking more north than usual. It usually looks northeast. Like here, you can still tell that here's McKenzie River Highway going east and west. So looking east is over here. But it's looking a little bit more towards the north, and sometimes it does that. The dead trees in the foreground are from 2020's Holiday Farm Fire, which almost took out all of these towns. Like they barely saved them. Now, it's a problem, all these dead trees in landscape. Give it another year, some more brush growth at the base. We'll have a mega fire when all those dead trees go up. It's like having the world's largest bonfire. But unfortunately, some environmental extremists convinced people to stop the salvage logging. And that's dumb. I'm sorry. It just means that all the trees in there that didn't burn are going to burn and die when the dead ones next to them burn. This is one of the biggest things we have to fight. It's not green to stop salvage logging. Salvage logging saves the forest from further destruction. It has to happen. Otherwise, it burns again. I just don't know what else to say. Sometimes anti-logger hate is so bad that they'd rather risk losing the forest, but they just want logging to end so much that they don't care. Hey, Nick, welcome. And we need to not be making these emotional decisions. We need to be making rational ones. So this is the lookout fire on the northwest end, and part of it is obscured by the ridgeline. But I like how nice and calm it is. They've been doing a lot of backburns and backfiring, and this is our current view. I love how calm it is. So it's going to be hard, but we can win over a lot. I mean, I am an environmentalist. I'm a conservationist. I want to save the world. I love big trees. I go up and hug them, sure, but I'm a realist. You know, in order to have really big trees, you have to have a thinner forest because the smaller ones are just kindling at the base of the big ones, and they endanger the big ones. You don't want little ones growing at the base of big trees. They're going to assassinate the big ones because the little ones are not fire safe. Their bark isn't thick enough to resist fire, so when they burn, they kill with their radiant heat the bigger tree above them. That's what thinning is about. No clear cutting, that's extreme. And it's also extreme to not do anything about it. But sanity is in the center where we groom the forest to be as good as it possibly can be. We help the forest succeed, just like Native Americans did. Sanity's in the center. You just got to get that conversation going. Okay, so this is weird. The deathball camera is looking the wrong way. So that's why we don't see the lookout camera, the lookout fire there. And okay, that's our current view. Now let's take my special purple pen. And our next one we are going to look at is the Anvil. That's of grave concern. But which fires do you guys want me to look at? I mean, you're the ones who might have to go to bed. I'm a night owl. I did get a nap in today, so I can go till the cows come home. But if you want to know what about certain fire, let me know. I tried to get in touch. Let me go get some coffee. So let me leave you with a live image though. Yeah, this is Death Ball. So it'll change every minute or two. But you know what? Maybe the Northern California cams are more dynamic right now. Let's just see what they're up to. Axes divide. If I can't find anything interesting, that's really good news, guys. If all the fires are just kind of being calm right now, I just love this to death. Oh, that's also high divide. Okay, high divide 1. There's Wild Frontier. Looks calm as well. Oh yeah. Oh, what's that? Wild Frontier 2. Whoa, we got fire. It ain't in focus. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse of Wild Frontier 2. Remember, this is over by Gasquet in Del Norte County in California. Is that a telegraph pole? Looks old. So you can really tell as soon as night starts to fall. The red glow shows for a second before it flips into black and white infrared. We'll have to see which direction the camera's looking. So this is Northern California. And as soon as it flips into night mode. Oh, good night, SP. Thanks for being here. Cheryl says, oh, SP says, I'm tired going to go to bed. Just came to say hi. Well, thank you. I'm glad you did. Let's see, going back up to the chat. A lady with a beard says Abu. That was dust on her face. Come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. So I'll leave you with, wait a second. Did we have a magic moment where it was in color at night? Let's zoom it. Let's go back. But now you can see more clearly where the fire is at night because heat, not just a fire, is visible. So yeah, our magic moment sucks. You can only see a tiny red glow. That's more accurate as to how big the fire is, because just as it switches, this is a good calibration. This would show you where fire is. This is mostly fire you're seeing. But the camera screws up. And I don't think that's new fire activity. Like, see, it's the camera adjusting. See how the rest of the background got darker? And then in the next frame, it's tiny again. That's when a camera's in automatic mode, trying to figure out how much light it should let into the camera. And it shouldn't do very much in infrared, but it's doing too much. It's too open. So everything is exaggerated in its size and brightness. And if you don't know how to read this, it can look extremely alarming. Like, what is this? This is it focusing. See, it's out of focus, in focus, out of focus, out of focus. It realizes it's totally out of focus. It'll try to focus again. And so the fire changes size. But what tells the story is the smoke. If the fire really intensified a lot, not only would you see like flashing, remember this is a 1 minute image every 1 minute, you would see flashes where it would flare up for like a minute or two and then go back down after a draft or something or wind. But smoke is telling the story that the wind hasn't increased that much. So I'm going to chalk up it looking too big as camera miscalibration. So let's look at the map and see which direction Wild Frontier 2 is even looking. And we've got Red Mountain Cam's got a lot of fire on it. That one's the ugliest ever lookout tower, Red Mountain, I've ever seen. It's like the Devil's Airport Tower. So Wild Frontier is looking east-southeast. And I don't know that there's any human habitations that way. Wild Frontier 1 is looking south. What's going on with Red Mountain? So we got High Divide 1. Let's look at Red Mountain Del Norte and do a 12-hour time lapse. I'm going to start the coffee. There'll be some decaf, but I need the sugar. Ooh, I have French bread. Thank you for your kind donations. You fed me today. I've got some good French bread. I'll load up on a grocery delivery. Even though I'm feeling better, I don't want to go into stores and potentially expose people to whatever bug I had. If I had to guess, it might be like RSV. A bunch of streamers have it that I subscribe to, and they come on and they apologize saying, I can't talk. My voice is screwed up. And I'm like, hey, mine is too. And a couple of them said it was COVID. Now, when I went to the hospital, I was sure to N95 up and wash my hands constantly because I didn't want to get anything from the hospital. So, I mean, I had to take my mask off for the probing, and it hurt really bad, sticking instruments down my nose, up my nose. But as soon as I got to the lobby, I got my N95 back on, and I got the heck out of the hospital. So I just don't think I have COVID. I felt it before. I don't think I had it. But somebody said, hey, maybe it's RSV. Apparently, it's like similar symptoms, but it's like more like getting a cold as an adult, like a super cold. I got a stiff neck, tired for no reason, kind of confused, kind of apathetic. When you know that you should pay your bills today or open the mail and you can't do it. It's just like, oh, I feel bad. And you think about it, I would just stare at the computer screen, look down at the unopened mail, and think about it and go, yeah, I should do that. But then a couple minutes later realize, oh, what was I thinking about? I don't know. What was I supposed to be doing? And then I look around, oh, there's unopened mail. I think that was it. But then more hours go by and I realize I haven't done it. It's like, I'm out of it. I don't think I'm competent. It was that kind of feeling. I'm like, yeah, I better look at that tomorrow. Like, I tried looking at a bill and I'm like, I tried adding up a total. I really wasn't sure, and I would erase and go at the calculator again, and the phone would ring, or I'd look at something and come back. What was I doing? Oh, screw this. I'll do this tomorrow. I don't know how to explain that. They call it like an apathy, where you're just kind of like, I don't feel I can do that. And my neck was quite stiff, constant sneezing, sinus pressure, blah, blah, blah. Difficulty sleeping, but lots of fatigue. And I got up one morning and crossed the room, and my pulse went to 115. And I sat down and I consulted with Desi. Desi's a nurse, Smitty's Desi, of the channel here. I said, what is this? Like, she said, and C-Probe gave me his pulse oximeter for pilots. I got some fresh water here, put it in the coffee maker. He has a pulse oximeter, where you get your oxygen by sticking your finger in the thing. And I had great 99% oxygen, but my pulse by standing up and crossing the room was 115. So I was just exhausted, and just kind of monitored myself for a bit. But my smartwatch said that my oxygen went to like 80, 78 or 80, even 73% at night. And I kept not entering REM sleep, like entering and then waking up, even though I don't remember it. So I think I only really had the breathing problems at night when I couldn't like spit or anything. Once the Mucinex wore off, you know. But it's just one of those, you lose track of time. Like, how many days have gone by? How long was I out? So I apologize. Ugh. But other people I've spoken to said they've got similar symptoms, body aches and pains, you know. It's not the flu. Not the flu. You guys had that recently? In children, it's supposed to be severe, and they should get vaccinated or whatever. But in adults, it's more like super cold. It's just like whooping cough is mild for adults, but deadly for kids. Pertussis. So what Dizzy suggested is it could be blood pressure, actually, like standing up too fast. So I think she's onto something about that. And simple compression socks might be the solution. Now, yes, I'm in the kitchen. Why am I talking about random stuff? Because I have to. If I stop talking at all, especially for 5 minutes in a row, people tune out. Most people are just listening. So I will go to random topics when I'm in the kitchen. Right now I got French bread and I just put a whole bunch of Challenge whipped butter on it. I love the Challenge brand. So I'm going to put power level on 7 just to melt the butter. Start. Let's try 13 seconds and see if the French bread is soft and warm and buttery now. Oh, I totally forgot the coffee. Okay. Back on track. Got the half and half. Sorry. Try to grab that before it beeps. Oh, yeah. That's nice and soft. Sweet. Fluffy even. Is that the secret of restaurants? Is they actually put the bread in the microwave before serving it? I bet they do stuff like that. All right. In the future, I think I'll get a be right back message and then something to listen to that's other than me, so my voice can take a break. Be a good idea. But I may have to look for a new coffee maker. As much as I like this one, it's starting to leak and do weird things. Could just be a seal. But the Ninja coffee maker's been quite amazing. The milk frother, I didn't really know that I'd use it in my life, but I do. It's just so good. You hit it on specialty coffee mode, and it's like having cappuccino. Yeah. So I got some decaf, and I've discovered an amazing coffee brand. You'll never believe what it is. C-Pro brought it over one day. It was Safeway's Signature Select Medium Roast. It's incredible. It's better than the Dunkin' Donuts stuff you get at Costco. I'm like, whoa. I'm a dark roast kind of girl, but dang. Can you hear that? Yeah, it makes an annoying high-pitched sound, but it does percolate pretty good. I can't tell if you guys can hear that because I'm in the kitchen, but oh, it's good. All right, French bread. I need to make a trip back to New Seasons. That has the best bread. You walk in there. Oh, they have the artisanal loaves with like the olive oil and the olives in it. It's like a cannonball. Dude, stuff's amazing. But you also can't buy anything else at New Seasons. It's like a mistake. I remember getting double stuffed Oreos, and they're like $6, please, at the checkout. I went, "Oh, are you serious? Like that guy in Spider-Man? Like, you're serious? $6?" All right, while the coffee's brewing, let's get you something to look at. Oh, did it stop? Camera stop. Okay. Sorry, I meant to leave you with an actual live view of that, because I think this is the pilot fire, California. Okay, looking back up. Nick says, yeah, we're looking at 95 degrees though and not liking it. Yeah, we're going to have a heat wave in Oregon and I guess California too. 15 degrees above normal. Yay, El Nino. Yeah, I like the cold too, Nick. I love autumn. I want it to be nice. It felt crisp last night. The first time I went out and took out the garbage, I went, it was a crisp autumn air kind of feeling, the first of the year. And I just love it. Soon we'll have the sweet smell of rotting leaves and wood smoke. And yeah. Voodoo says I have that right now, and it is COVID per antigen test. Oh my God. You mean the super cold like I was talking about? Maybe it is. But I had the original round of COVID, the one that hit Oregon first, because weird things happened to me. I predicted it as a much worse thing than anybody thought. Everybody, trying to kept how bad it was a secret, but word was escaping that it was mega bad. And I had just been studying pandemic flu. This was the 100th anniversary of it. Remember that was 1918, right? So I wanted to make a documentary on it because everybody forgot about the pandemic flu, that it killed like somewhere between 23 million and 63 million people worldwide. Unfortunately, a lot of the Native American tribes that were clinging to existence, that was their end. Remember ghost towns? Historic towns, not paranormal crap, but ghost towns, like abandoned settlements, was my first passion, and I wanted to make the world's largest database of it and then document those on film before time erases all the remnants, and just tell the story of towns that don't exist anymore. And some of them are Native American villages. And so, as I was reading about pandemic flu, 100th year anniversary, this and that, especially the new research on where exactly it came from, turns out pandemic flu came from America. It was not Spanish flu. One single person in America worked on a poultry farm, one guy. And he got drafted and he goes to the war in Europe and spreads it like insane in Europe. And Spain was neutral. Now the Germans and we don't know the true death toll because the British, Americans, and the German side too didn't want the other enemy to know that they were being decimated by a weird new illness. So they kept it a secret. They said to the doctors, put on the death certificates, something else, trench foot, gangrene, yellow fever, diarrhea, whatever, dysentery, but not whatever this is. So there's massive confusion where doctors couldn't even communicate with each other and know what the hell's going on. Spain was neutral, so they didn't care. They said, holy crap, we have a new virus. So instead of being hailed as the heroes, like you discovered, it's a new worldwide virus to deal with. They were made like the enemies, like just as like blaming Chinese today for the COVID is just evil. It's not their fault, but that's how it got the nickname. So I read about all these Native American villages that got Spanish flu into them and wiped out the rest of the tribe, even though they survived the 1800s. A couple of islands in Canada that had villages, and then people didn't hear from the village for a bit. And somebody goes to investigate, and nobody is alive. So I was reading about pandemics and knew all this crap, and it said, Mom, we need to stock up on food and toilet paper and everything else so that we don't have to leave the house for months, potentially. She goes, you think it's going to be that bad? I said, no, I don't. But I like to be prepared. I said, I think it's going to be like the thing that affected Toronto. Where's my bottle cap? Remember that SARS thing? I said, these days we have things called contact tracing. A sick person lands in a hospital, you contact everybody they've been in contact with, isolate them, and before you know it, they eliminate this new threat, just like the SARS and whatever the camel respiratory thing in the Middle East, whatever hit Toronto, Canada. And oh God, was I wrong? There's something wrong with our system now. Don't get me started on it, but it was incompetence on all levels, all governments, I can tell. And it ended up being that worse. But guess what? Weird things happen to me, right? So where Mom and I decided to go to the grocery store was the town where the pandemic hit first, like the original one. And I got it there in that freaking grocery store, stocking up on all my meat and toilet paper. All of a sudden, Mom's sick. I'm sick. I did not think it was COVID because we heard it was a crazy respiratory virus, and I had like totally mild symptoms. I just felt like I had a super cold for like 2 months and lost my sense of smell. There were weird spots on my toes, weird rash on my stomach, but I isolated myself just out of an abundance of caution. Canceled renovation and painting and projects. And thank God I did, because later it came out what those are symptoms, and some people can have it mild, and just got to chill up my spine, like, oh my God. But weird things happen to me. I just know how to pick them. So I know I've had COVID at least twice, but right now it doesn't feel like it. Like if it has really changed, and I guess it could have, it feels way different. Like I can't tell that I have it. It could have been what attacked my kidneys, and almost all winter I was bedridden for months. Thought I was going to die. Like I really thought, man, I feel so bad. I may not make it. Thank God, knock on wood, it all panned out. But ACB says COVID was designed to self-mutate back into a common cold. Well, I don't know. I don't like the word designed there, but it's just that's what naturally happens to a lot of viruses. I wanted to be an epidemiologist, whatever, back in the day. The viruses that are too deadly don't survive because they kill too many of their potential hosts near them. And so the strains that are that deadly tend to snuff out first. And that's how you can get strange mystery diseases that affect a population in history and then seem to disappear. They just ran out of nearby hosts to infect and they're done. That's the way viruses are. Bacteria can persist in the soil, like anthrax could still be in a deer carcass that died in Canada in 1910. Like a reindeer carcass, if it thaws out, anthrax can get out again. Like it can be in the wild. But viruses need a host to survive that's alive. And if everybody gets it near them and they can't find a new host, it doesn't replicate anymore. It dies out. So the strains that tend to infect people and give them mild symptoms, that's when the person decides, oh, I just have a cold. I'll go outside and I'll go shopping and I'll go to the movie theater. That's those are going to spread the most. And that's just the way of it. So I was hoping lockdowns would be a little bit more effective, but that was botched. Everything was botched. Sadly, it may be gone are the days that we can like get new viruses like that SARS, whatever, the Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS. That's what it's called. It was called MERS. They isolated all patients and got rid of it. It's gone from the face of the earth except in samples, as far as I know. What year was that? 2015 or 14? I think there's too much money in vaccines and stuff. They pin their hopes on that instead of the good old fashioned contact tracing and isolating people. I think it's a mistake, but what do I know? I'm not a doctor. I just know history, and we should copy what works, and we should not depend on vaccines when these things first break out, because we can't keep up. Just like we can't keep up with a flu vaccine. But it's possible I had COVID last week. I don't even know. How do you even tell anymore? Most of these tests don't work. I have no idea. Okay, back to fires. I've got fluffy French bread. Mm. Yeah, Cheryl, did you have any experience with that thing that affected Toronto? Wasn't that SARS? They got rid of that too. In fact, it was a surprise that got to Toronto. And people have no idea how close we had to getting Ebola in the United States. Some people actually traveled to the United States with Ebola, but they were stopped. They were contacted. They were stopped. They were isolated. A nurse who was working in the Congo, went back to the UK, and she was a carrier for Ebola, first known carrier. She did not have any symptoms, but if you gave her the Ebola test, she was positive, and she could transmit. And if she had done anything like kiss somebody, we could have human-to-human transfer of Ebola, one of the deadliest known diseases known to man. Like we need the system back and operational, is all I'm going to say. These are 2 success stories. If we're smart enough to learn from COVID, we'll go back to this thing. SARS went to Toronto, and they eventually got a hold of it. But it scared the pants off of Canadians. I remember a lot of Americans I knew just didn't want to go to Canada anymore. It hurt Canada pretty badly. Atypical pneumonia is what it was. Yeah, first called. But these are success stories. I just wish we were old-fashioned. You're back soon? Okay, come back and see us, Joe. ACB says now they're doing Lyme disease vaccine testing. No way. Oh, that would be good. I may have contracted that in the California mountains. I had the bullseye rash and all that, high 103-degree fever. They say it may have damaged my nerves permanently. But by the time I was tested years later, the test is only 20% accurate or something like that. Like it's useless. So my advice for you guys is this: if you get bitten by a tick ever, you don't get Lyme's overnight. It incubates for a week, 2, maybe 3. Take your tick and get a roll of tape, like clear tape, and tape the tick to a piece of paper and write down the date. Put it in a jar and put that tick in the fridge or the freezer or whatever. It's probably going to be alive on the tape. But they have to test the tick, not you. Because the human test for Lyme's is very inaccurate, so you'll never really know what the hell happened to you. They'll never really know how to treat you, but it can cause brain inflammation. You could be in a coma, inflammation of the heart. It can kill you. And they need to know what's going on. So keep that tick. Any that bites you, don't just flick them. Don't just kill them. Keep the tick. And that was my big mistake. But infectious disease specialists at OHSU, Oregon Health Science University, said, yeah, you really probably had it in your teen years, and it really could have done permanent nerve damage to my joints and stuff. So save the tick. That's all I gotta say. Let's go back to the wildfires. I now have some blood sugar. So the Anvil, 2 hours and 15 minutes later. Sorry, Smitty. Well, we're just looking at the Anvil right now. We're going to look back at the lookout. The community meeting was earlier today. I don't know if I want to sit through an entire community meeting. ACB says just saw a commercial for people wanted for trials. Really, I don't think I'd qualify because I probably already had it. But like I said, the antibody Lyme disease test is like worthless in humans. So that's exciting, though. It goes to show too that there are a lot of diseases that are undiscovered in the wild. People you know, people who you talk to, your lovers, your friends, a lot of them have undiscovered diseases. So, like health class, whatever. I had a very smart health class teacher. Whoops. And let's see which fire was. Maps. Anvil. Let's look at watch duty. God, yeah, that was gray fire. Let's not disturb that. Put that in our examples of a grass fire thing. Okay. Let's go to watch duty. The Anvil. This is the one that broke fishing, who I accidentally called broken fish for a long time. Is extremely worried about because it's near Grassy Knob Wilderness in southwestern Oregon, just east of Port Orford, and there's like no roads in there, and it's so remote that there's very few photographs of it online, period, that I have ever found. Like I could find 4 and that's it. Like nobody goes in there. There's no good hiking trails, no cell phone reception. It's a wilderness, all right, but it's been grown up. It hasn't had fire there in a long time. So there's way too much fuel, almost no road access. And being a wilderness, if you want to fight fire in there, you got to use a crosscut saw. You can't use motorized vehicles. You got to ride in there on a mule. No joke, on a mule. And you got to log with horses. So if a tree is hazardous or dead or on fire, you got to sit there and whip out a saw and call up the blacksmith if it needs sharpening or if it broke. Literally. That's what the no mechanized stuff rule is, unless somebody waives it. I can't deal with the stupidity anymore. This is not a game. This is not a Renaissance fair. It's a wildfire. You got to stop it fast. It's not. We need to stop partying like it's 1899. So this one was caused by the lightning. The lightning night that I had the stream, I think, for 14 hours. Remember that night? 19 days ago. Yeah. So August 25th, the lightning weekend of insanity. Then their next update was 17 days ago. They had to put in repellers. It's so steep and rugged. People had to rappel. I don't think there's a lot of people that have this experience skill set. Like you have to be a logger because you have to know how to fell trees pretty professionally. You have to know wildland firefighting too. Now, many loggers are wildland firefighters, almost all of them. But they usually volunteer. They're not like, it's not their main job. So in this case, to be like a hot shot or whatever, you have to be a wildland firefighter, have good tree felling skills, and then you have to have rock climbing skills. Rappellers, like they may be going down sheer vertical cliff faces, like El Capitan. Now they have one bulldozer there, a couple of days later, just 2 crews. Probably because there's not that many people tough enough to be parachuted in there and like working here. So this is what it looked like from the air. Notice no roads. scroll back up here. This was their update on the 30th. Blah, blah, blah. Whoa. Hey, baby, is that Tanker 911? It's one of the DC-10s. So on Friday the 25th, a plane load of smoke jumpers launched to the newly identified incident, but they were unable to find a suitable jump location in the dense vegetation and dramatic slope gradient. Tree canopies in the fire area exceed 200 feet in height, and openings in the giant cedars are few and far between. This is another thing we need, is to just make some helicopter landing areas in the forest if you don't want to do roads, and that could help a lot. An attempt to send down repellers to the fire was halted when helicopters couldn't fly out of the Rogue Valley because of dense smoke from the other fires, meaning the Smith River complex and the South California ones and stuff. So late into Friday afternoon, air resources, including 2 VLATs, very large aerial tankers, and C-130s and stuff, they dropped more than 40,000 gallons of retardant on it around the fire to put it in a box that slowed that spread overnight. Yeah, we call it retardant roping. It's like a velvet rope around the art. Do not touch the art, right? But it's just a speed bump. You need to put the ground crews in there to finish the job. And if they can't go in there, then they can't finish the job. Then they get big. This is why we need roads. So let's just skip ahead to blah, 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 blah. Back on the 5th September, 5 helicopters dropped almost 50,000 gallons of water on the western edge of it to slow that spread. Then they did further recon from the air and ground to try to, because they had better weather and visibility. And so they were trying to figure stuff out. So we go back up to recent times. Oh, we had 8 days ago, there was a video, the flat and the Anvil. The flat fire is still going on, guys. That was the first big fire of the season. Remember that? That's because it's in wilderness too. They can't access it on the southern flank, so the southern flank doesn't have any containment, even though it's been months. That one started in like the 4th of July or something. 8, maybe? Said they need fire access roads. So 6 days ago, they had a video update looking for new pictures. Yeah, Anvil Mountain. You see the dead trees here where the fire climbed up. If you're wondering why the dead trees look kind of red, but they still seem to have their needles and stuff on them, it's because the fire was burning stuff off the ground, like the pine needles, smaller trees. It's probably got to be 55 years plus of dead sticks, limbs, needles just falling to the floor of the forest, but not doing anything, just sitting there. I mean, rot is an extremely slow process. It doesn't really happen. As soon as the snows come, it compacts it down. So you could have 6 feet of pine needles on the ground, literally compacted down into 1 foot tall because of the snow weight. And all of that, like every day, Douglas firs and stuff, they drip sap all over it, which are like little beads of kerosene. And every storm, more limbs go down. And every time a tree falls down, it's just down. It's a tremendous fuel load, like dead logs. So when that goes up on the forest floor, and there's been 55 years of buildup, which I think is what Broken Fish said the last time there was a fire there, was more than 55 years ago. That's going to blaze like insane on the ground. And the heat just kills the tree. The heat rises. The tree just can't be in an oven. It doesn't matter if it's old growth or what. So that is what you can read, that the fire went up and over this hill, rolled down the slope, literally like pine cones on fire, rolled down the slope, then it climbs the next one. And you can kind of read what happened by looking at the photos when you know this. And you can see this line of brown that goes up there. Wind or something may have driven it up this way. I see green trees down here, so wind maybe blew the embers from this ridge top to that side of the mountain where it climbed up here. But you can see it's in progress climbing to the top of where it says Anvil Mountain right here. It will You can see the smoke going that way, so you can see that's the way the fire is going to go, and fire loves to go uphill. So you can, it's not real rocket science, but if I could teach you to read it, you can know what's going on too from photos. So currently, the morning update of September 13th, which we're all coming up on midnight now. It's going to be the 14th. So it says tomorrow the Northern Rockies Incident Management Team 3 is going to take control of the Flat and Anvil fires. Oh, sorry. The Northern Rockies Incident Management Team 3 is going to transfer control to the Great Basin Incident Management Team 4. That'll happen at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So if you ever see a guy on a video and it says, I'm a trainee, oh, he's not a newbie. It just means that when the new guys come in, they got to sit there and talk with the guys leaving. And they're in training, like they're learning about, how's the fire been for the last couple of weeks, or how long it's been, right? And until they get all their info, they're going to be calling themselves a trainee. So they got 306 personnel on it only. 9 crews, 3 helicopters, 5 engines, 4 water tenders, which means a truck, and 4 pieces of heavy equipment. The hell does that mean? Does that mean like horses? Like draft horses? Or mechanized stuff like masticators or something? That's a curious way of putting that. I'm hoping that it's been waived and they can use chainsaws and motorized stuff, because I just, this is today, a red flag warning is in effect for the area. Oh, really? I'm remiss. I should have checked that out. I've got that on a little map here. September 13th. That's severe thunderstorm outlook. So where's my red flag one? I usually have it in a group one, which is weather. Not it. Weather briefing. Because predictive services didn't say anything about it. Wednesday, 13th. Okay, this will be NW04. Today, not too bad, but tomorrow, Thursday, overall fire environment suggests a normal risk for significant fires. Why would it be normal if it's considered red flag? High pressure builds over the region for the next several days, causing the heat wave. Breezy northwest winds today across portions of far eastern Oregon. Significant warming and drying begins with a pair of thermal troughs along the west of the Cascades tonight through Friday. Humidity recovery will worsen, along with gusty northeast ridgetop winds for southwest Oregon tonight. Oh, you know what? I can get her to read this so that I can save my voice. Let's try this again. Who knows what my rogue keyboard did to change settings? I don't hear anything. I mean, it changed all kinds of settings. I may be putting it back to normal for weeks. Okay, I hit right. Continue. Oh, read aloud. Continue to read aloud from here.
YTD today through Friday, Sat Sun Mon.
No, not from the top.
Mon Tuesday 11111121112111111.
Stop. You're supposed to read what's highlighted. You dummy. Oh god, they're calling it artificial intelligence. We need to find a word for the opposite. One that's suitable for family-friendly content. Okay, read aloud section.
YTD today through Friday.
Stop. This is wrong.
Friday.
It's no longer working. Okay, never mind. She called year-to-date YTD. She's reading the entire chart. Oh, my God. Okay. Ask Bing AI. I don't think I want to. All right, on Cascade, humidity recovery will be bad for Southwest Oregon tonight. Dang. Cascade east flow currently appears somewhat weaker both nights. Onshore flow returns Friday evening as the upper ridge axis weather talk crosses into Idaho. Weak low pressures off the California coast might bring the thunderstorms to Southwest Oregon Sunday. So Sunday, hold on to your butts. Cold front comes in Monday. Strength is in question. Now that would be great if it was strong. Cold front strong might be wet. At least be cold. Now, remember the fire triangle needs oxygen, fuel, and heat. Colder temperatures mean it struggles a bit. So let's hope for that. Blah, 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 blah. Fire potential. If it's saying it's red flag, I'm struggling to understand why section 4 here is only normal risk, as this mustard yellow puke color denotes. So, all right, let's check the other resources, the other maps. Okay. Now, sure enough, we got a red flag warning. It's in effect until 8 p.m. Red flag warning remains in effect until 8 a.m. Thursday. For east wind with poor overnight humidity. So any fires that develop will likely spread rapidly. Outdoor burning is not recommended. Northeast to east winds will be gusty through early Thursday morning, but then they'll weaken. But humidity recovery will suck through early Sunday morning. So the hazards in effect into early Thursday morning due to combination of wind and low humidity. Okay. Okay. And the Kalmiopsis Wilderness is affected, which is inside the Flat Fire, western portion of Siskiyou National Forest, mainly the higher terrain of Curry County, but extends into far western Josephine and far southern Coos County, which means, isn't that Newport? Is in Coos County, I thought. This includes the Anvil and the Flat wildfires. Northeast to east, 15 to 25 mile an hour winds with gusts up to 35, like going on now, I would imagine, or tomorrow. Maximum humidity is only 25 to 35%. Hold on to your butts. The anvil could explode then. Why? I'm struggling. This is obvious and good information. I'm struggling to compare it with this, not the drought monitor back here, the significant fire potential thing we're looking at. I would say, shouldn't it be elevated instead of normal then? Maybe it's just because we've had so much wetness recently that a lot of vegetation is still pretty dry and it'll take a while to dry out. Either way, hold on to your butts. All right, so if it's an east wind, Anvil fire will try to go west. Let's look at it, current Caltopo, see if there's some hits on the satellite. I hope Broken Fish is okay, or Broke Fishin' is okay. He said on Discord he had a seizure. So I haven't bothered him. He said get well soon. So he's recovering. So I'll try to find out. But I really hope he's okay. Okay, so Modus and Veers. The last time that Veers went over was today. What's 15 o'clock? Well, 3 o'clock, 3:45 Mountain Time. So it was 2:45 when these spots were over here. 2:45 today, p.m. Now, remember margin of error for the big squares, but the big squares are, the last satellite pass was 5 minutes ago. And so color code yellow for GOES is, the detection was anywhere from 1 to 6 hours ago in yellow. Orange is fresher. Orange is less than an hour ago. So it looks like the northeast flank has got the most activity, but the west could too. Let's try to figure out what the wind's doing right now. Let's open up Windy. Which one of my million tabs has Windy? I'm sort of organized. Got flight radar. We can see if there's anybody doing mapping right now. With that kind of wind, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see any mapping planes. Beach King might just be somebody moving around. Okay, so where's Windy then? Flight radar is in action. Let's do it. Windy. Much as I hate Windy. So there's that thing, that's Alaska storm, that I think will be our front coming in for Monday, if I had to guess. So let's just look. Here's today. We are on wind gusts, not winds, not wind gusts. So this weird Alaska thing, that seems to be moving deeper into Canada. So I'm not sure what our thing in the Pacific is supposed to be. So let's plant the flag and see current wind conditions, as hard as that is on Windy. The hardest thing to do in Windy is see the current conditions. It wants to go to the future or the past all the time. It wants to go into prediction mode. Okay, so there's Port Orford. Mind you, there's not a lot of wind stations. So wind could be completely different one little ridgeline away. We've got about a dead calm, 7-ish mile an hour wind. It's around 60 degrees right now. Well, that was 8 o'clock. Excuse me. How about now? Thank you. Yeah, dead calm around 7 miles an hour, 21 mile an hour wind gusts out of the northeast. And they stay strong until about 11 in the morning. They're going to still be about 14 miles an hour. Then they'll pick up. So by 2 p.m. it's 16 miles an hour wind gusts, and then 23 and 25 tomorrow at 8 p.m. So hold on to your butts. That's what Windy says, but they said 35 on the red flag thing. So I guess we could click into different models or whatever, but I hate doing that. I'll just, like I said, I'm not a meteorologist. Is that a station that's supporting things? Yeah, temperature 61 degrees there. Why are we in Sunday? I just want to know about today. What the hell's going on? God, see, I hate Windy for this reason. Bald Knob weather station. See how they have all this stuff in the future? Like, how do you tell what's a prediction? I don't care. Screw you, Windy. I don't like you anymore. Let's look at my radar. Let's look at my radar. Much more reliable. It just tells you about now. Damn it. Okay. Invest in my radar today and take part in our growth. Okay. Sure. Now look at all that lightning in the Midwest. Dang. Now let's go to Oregon. It's got the heat detections there from the Anvil. There's the flat fire. So if we go to weather with the cloud thing over there, forecast, wherever the crosshairs are, or where it's going to tell us. It says Curry County, 62 degrees now, good air quality somehow. Low of 55 tonight. Wind gusts up to 26 miles an hour, around 6 miles an hour wind speed right now from the east-northeast. So right now, we'll be trying to push the fire to the southwest. And if the east flank is on a hilltop, I can see why that would be so active. Hopefully, it just blows it back on itself. It's going to try to spread southwest tonight. Now, forecast, wind. Excuse me, I got to eat. Try not to chew loud. Sky's clear. Humidity is 72 right now. That sounds like a great recovery. I don't know what people are talking about. That's to be believed. Visibility 7.5 miles. Skies are clear. Low temperature 60 degrees. Winds 7 to 15 miles per hour from the northeast. Upcoming haze. Clear skies. High temperature 88 degrees. Winds 10 miles per hour from the northeast. Changing to 8 miles per hour from the north. Now, I should have my red flag layer on. Why is it not showing the red flag? Let's make sure that's on. Let's see. Fronts, hurricanes. Oh, weather alerts is not on. Ah, there's our red flag. Here's our red flag. So we got a small craft advisory off the coast and hazardous seas warning. And the deep purple there is our red flag. Okay. Details of the red flag, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much everything I already read. Wind northeast to east, 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 35. Now, what bothers me is this extra. This goes for all weather apps pretty much. Is this extremely important information? Is not on the normal weather page. You have to click the special warning. You have to do that on apps. It's like, why don't you just put that front and center? Don't say the wind is going to be 20 miles an hour if it can go to 35. I should be in charge. I wanted, as a career, to be an app designer. The world needs me in too many ways, friends. And the world needs me in too many ways. Love your weather voice. Okay. Smitty says tail number November 350. Frank Victor did do a pass over the Anvil fire, but it doesn't look like a full mapping pass. It was the Beach King. Well, thanks, Smitty. They'll need to know what's happening tomorrow. And my angry voice too. Oh boy, I wish I had been recorded. The shriek I did was like one of pure horror. Like C-Pro will tell you, he thought I had somehow stabbed myself in the leg because I jumped back, pushed the keyboard tray forward, and just howled in pitiful, terror, and it was nuts. I don't think I can reproduce that kind of scream. Even if I was an actress in a horror movie and a director called for it, I don't think I can reproduce that. The only way I think I could is if somebody put a spider on me. So I gotta wash my hands. Don't get any ideas. Don't mail me a spider. Like, Do not. Okay, that's not going to be funny. A, it's illegal, so the post office will want to have a word with you. And I know this because it was a Department of Insectology. I don't even know what that's called anymore. Entomology, whatever. At one of the Oregon universities, and they found out that we've got 2 giant invasive spiders in Oregon. And they were trying to figure out how deadly they were, if their venom was something to, maybe recommend hospitals would keep anti-venom. And one was called the giant house spider. Yeah, lovely. I like tarantulas, but skinny. And the other one's called the hobo spider. I have had experiences with these beasts, and I ran screaming from them in both occasions. Definitely failed my courage check, if this was a Dungeons and Dragons game. And they're frighteningly fast. And I'm not going to Google them. I hate spiders. I'm not going to do it, but you can do it if you wish. In fact, I had to kill one last week. Well, I got CPREP to do it. I just screamed. I kept a bag of newspapers and an outside storage in the garage, just over time, ready to help me light my fires indoors, like in my fireplace. And I didn't think to put that in a Ziploc bag, but from now on I will. They make giant Ziploc bags. Did you guys know that? They're amazing. Keep the spiders out of your stuff. And so I picked it up, but it was a paper bag, like a paper, like grocery bag, Safeway, whatever, with handles. Thank God I had handles, and I set it down. And I stooped over it to pick it back up, and I was going to carry it in the house. Oh my God, I was going to carry it in the house. And I see these legs just come over one of the papers like this and like grab it. 4 freaking legs. I knew, oh God, it's one of those giant spiders. And then it lifted the body up over. Yeah, thank God CPRO was nearby. So we had the orthobug be gone. I feel sorry for the creatures, I really do, but they are invasive. I have a policy on invasive. They don't get to go home. Our natural spiders or native ones get to live when you kill invasive. And so it got taken care of with some bug spray, and it still didn't die. So CPRO had to take a broom handle to it. Like, you can't even kill them with a broom. Like, their carapace or their whatever is too robust. You could roll up a newspaper, whack them, and they are not fazed by it. Like, it takes serious weight to crack their shell. They're like a little mini crab running around, like a crustacean, I swear to God. So CPRO had to do it. But I had one enter through the crack. There's a chimpanzee flipping people off again. I gotta get off that one. Once when I lived in a house renting a room, they didn't have a good. They had a cat that clawed up the French door seal. This is a live look at the Lookout Fire, by the way. And it was like a nightmare. I was watching a scary Hitchcock movie at night, black and white, like Dial M for Murder or something. And I was like, oh my God, I was already scared. My friend James was watching the show with me. My mom had gone off in the kitchen or something. And picture this, I'm in a dark living room, scared out of my wits, Alfred Hitchcock. And I look over at the door because the porch light came through where the cats had clawed up the seal, right? So there's a big crack, maybe not really a quarter of an inch, but almost. And something started blocking the light. Like, I thought maybe a rat was looking inside or a mouse or something. some critter was. And so I glanced at it and I went back to watching TV, not really thinking anything of it. And out of the corner of my eye, 4 big legs on each side of the door come through the crack and do this. Like, I swear to God, it had a personality like it was, ooh, could I get in this house? Is this a way in? That's what its legs were doing. Like, oh boy, I'm excited. I look over at it. It was just like being in a horror movie. Next, it pushes its body through, crack in the door. My eyes go wide, but I'm frozen with terror, like because it's full size, like is in view. It's spread, its maximum leg spread, like the palm of my hand, maybe a little bit wider. They got narrow bodies, right? And they have huge fang things. And so since they've got really big fangs, the Oregon Health, I don't know which Oregon University, OSU or U of O, their department wanted to study these things. So they actually asked people to capture them and mail them to them. And the post office had a bunch of them escape while processing on the conveyor belts and stuff in the post office. And so they were extremely upset with the universities and said mailing spiders is illegal. Can't do that through the mail. And so I'd heard of this, right? I'd never seen one before. This was my first encounter. And it's this giant dinner plate, small, I should say saucer plate, leg spread. Spider has just entered the room and is stuck in between the 2 French doors, like vertically, like hanging on. And I tried to scream and I couldn't. And my eyes just went wide. I reached for the remote control and I go, mute. I paused it. And my friend goes, why did you pause it? And I go, I just couldn't talk. And he looks up and goes, whoa, that is the biggest spider I've ever seen. I went, at this point, I grab his sleeve. I'm like desperately clawing at his sleeve, like, do something, do something. I'm like, I've suddenly gone from badass Catherine Xena warrior princess mode to I am a helpless 1950s housewife, like on top of the kitchen table, screaming for husband to kill the mouse. I'm suddenly like that. But I still can't talk. I can't believe how big it is. And he was fascinated, and he goes, wow. And I said, kill it, just kill it. And he goes, well, how? It's really big. And I'm trying to figure out a way. I wanted to tell him use a boot, or something like that. But he came over in flip flops, like he goes, I don't think that's going to work. And just as we're talking about this, the spider starts looking around, like it was surveying its new territory. It was like, oh, what should I do in here now? Where should I go? And that's when it looks at me. Like I'm sitting on a love seat couch thing, and there's just a very small table in front of me. I swear to God, it just turns and pivots its body. It's just looking at me. And then it walks. It walks down, but quick, off of the door onto the carpet. It like lands on the carpet, and I heard it. It was so big, I heard its legs touch the carpet. And there's this new wave of terror. I'm just frozen. Is looking at me. It's now. It looks left. It looks right. It looks back, center, right at me, and then it runs straight for me. Best I can gather. Oh God, Bugs Bunny, jeez. You're putting up the emotes of spiders. Yeah, it runs straight for my right pant leg, like it wanted to be on my foot. And as best I could gather, it probably wanted to get up onto the couch, and my leg was like a ladder. It was just making a beeline for my right foot. So I did the only thing I could do, which was jump and grab the ceiling. I swear to God, I could have clung to the ceiling if it had any handlebars or something. I leaped and shrieked into the air like a jungle cat. And while I was in midair, it realizes its ladder is gone, and it kind of stops. So it stops about a foot away from me, kind of underneath the glass coffee table. It's really small. And it's kind of confused, like, how do I get up on the couch now? And the couch had like a little bit of a skirt, right? So I'm now standing on top of the couch with no shoes or anything. And I'm going, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. And it goes underneath the couch. He goes, oh, where'd it go? I'm like, I don't know. And now I'm having visions of, oh, it's going to climb the skirt and it's going to come up over the edge and be right where my feet are. And exactly that happened. It climbed the skirt and comes up. I shrieked again. I jump up. I am now facing the wall and trying to climb the wall away from it. Like my feet are on the back of the couch and I'm touching the ceiling with one hand, touching the wall with my other, and shrieking my head off. It's the middle of the night, too. And my friend, what's he doing? He's laughing. He's just laughing. And this confused spider is now milling around on the couch. And I gave him a command. He goes, what would you do if it touched you, is what he asks me. I looked at him directly into the eyes with the eyes of a madman and said, I would kill you. And his face just dropped that grin because I had that wild-eyed terror, like, I will claw your lips right off of your face. Like, I will commit murder with fingers. Safaria Nubrian says this is going to give me nightmares. Yeah. This is my living. Weird things happen to me. I don't understand it. I will never, ever fail to weather strip again. And I said, you have to kill it now. I said, are you my friend or not? If you do not kill this, I will never talk to you again. Because I knew what he was thinking. He was going to cup it in his hands and he was going to put it on me. He has a reputation of doing stuff like that. He's a jolly prankster. No, Joe Johnson says nowhere to run. Yeah, I looked around. There's no way to leap off the couch safely. My friend is now off the couch. He's milling around looking for something. He goes, well, what could I kill it with? And I go, magazine. So he goes, okay. So he picks up a magazine. I wish it was a National Geographic or something substantial. No, he gets like a weak ass little flyer or something and he rolls it up and he goes, bonk. You know what the spider did? It looked at him, got pissed off, and raised its front legs like, what did you just do? What did you just do? Wow. It's like leaning back on its hind legs, and now it's got two front legs. Like, what are you? You want to go crane style on me? I will kick your ass with my mantis. My mantis is superior to your tiger. Like, it took a fighting stance, and now at least it's looking at him. But I'm now shrieking again. I said, you gotta hit it harder. He goes, I did. He's a big guy. It just bounced off the spider. And now it's angry. And so I said, okay, I don't care if it's dead or not. Just get it outside. Usher it outside. Shoo it outside or something. So he starts shooing it. It gets off the couch. It's on the floor again. But it goes into the middle of the floor with a fighting stance again. Like, it doesn't want to retreat. He approaches it and it goes, So I said, get something more substantial than that. There's a newspaper in the kitchen. So he goes and gets the Oregonian. Back when the Oregonian was somewhat thick, comes back. He gives that thing a massive double-handed blow. And once again, it ricochets off the spider. It's now really pissed, but is not injured in the slightest. It runs at him. He goes, ah! Like it runs at his feet. It's the craziest thing ever. I said, I don't know what to. He goes, I don't know what to do. I said, I don't care. Get a jar. I don't know. He looks around, and near the fireplace, we kept one of those old-fashioned telephone books. Gets the telephone book. And that's finally the end. It made the most horrific crunching sound. But it took a telephone book. And he was like, "Oh my God, your carpet is messed up now." I'm like, I don't care. I rent, you know. If these people didn't want their carpet bespattered, they should have weather stripped. Like there were bugs everywhere in that house. There was a locust in the house one time. I swear to God, it was a cricket the size of a locust. It landed on my head. That was a fun day too. And all those little black and red stink bugs. Like, oh God, it was called the House of Bugs. Me and my friends just. I mean, I eventually moved. I couldn't take that. Oh, so we're now 3 hours. Okay, that's termination of spider story. Ah, now I looked at the corpus. Like it wasn't even flattened. It was just dead. Like it had cracked its carapace or whatever that is. And it was all curled up with its legs. And I don't like killing things like this, but like I said, these are invasive species. And they were thought to be potentially hazardous to humans. So he goes, I don't think you can mail this one. Like, yeah, I don't think that's a usable carcass. Because apparently you can legally mail dead spiders if you declare that. But I haven't checked up with the United States Postal Service. If you mail the body parts of any animal other than leather products, you have to declare that, like taxidermy, wild game, whatever. But I find it hilarious that OSU or whatever caused a massive, I think hundreds of people captured these spiders or what they thought were the spiders and just put them in envelopes, like bubble envelopes. And when they went through the machines and x-rays, people opened them thinking they were Halloween decorations and they were live spiders and got out and terrorized the post office. Joe Johnson says, I'm a greenie, but there's a time to be green and a time to grab the chemicals. Yeah, Joe Johnson says, I built a house in Queensland and two bird spiders moved in. Oh, dear God. This is why I can't handle Australia. I am not man enough for Australia. And built a house and two bird spiders moved in. The female stood with her legs outside the dinner plate she was standing over, like full size. And they lay upside down in the nest and then they grab a bird. Oh, God. Now, this is why I will never do the rainforest either. I went to the rainforest of the Yucatan and saw some Mayan ruins that were awesome. And then I thought it would be cool to walk a little bit in the forest on a trail. About 4.5 minutes later, after seeing bugs of gargantuan size and all kinds of bright colors, which means poison, I turned around and went, that's okay. The rainforest can just be in movies for me. That's okay. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Just no. Just no. So I found out the best way to deal with these insects is you put like bug begone barrier spray on the thresholds of your door and outside. Get rid of all spider webs because spiders consume their webs to like sustain themselves when they don't get a bug. So if spiders come into your house and there's already some webs or like the porch, they're like, oh, this is a great place to live. Some other spiders had found success here. I can eat these webs. This is great. It's like de-web the place. If you put barrier spray down on the thresholds of the doors, then a lot of insects will sense it and they'll just turn back the way they came. And that's how you keep ants away. Don't poison ants. Just poison everything down the food chain that eats them like birds. That doesn't really work. Just put down the barrier spray a couple times a year. So that's what I do now religiously. And last week, I moved around the heavy furniture of the living room because I first spray for ants and now I'm going to, and the spiders, they'll try to come in for winter now. And then that means now I can move my desks up against the wall and have a better streaming setup. So it's the barrier spray is the kindest thing. At least insects have a chance to detect it and just turn around. If they cross it, they die. And so ants never go home and say, hey, I found food or anything. But they can come back the way they came. And a lot of this is natural based. It's like a synthetic version of the chrysanthemum plant, which has anti-bug properties. Not the crazy DDT toxic stuff as of yesteryear. But just take it a health advice from me. They don't make bug spray smell bad anymore. They really should. They did that. They put a horrible odor in it before because just like rotten eggs, it's a danger smell. You're supposed to hate it so much that you vacate until it dries. You're supposed to spray it and leave for several hours with your windows open or whatever. You're not supposed to smell it. It's only dangerous when it's wet still and you're inhaling the fumes. So I think it's criminal that they sometimes even make it smell good, like that, like mothballs that are lavender scented. I don't get that. That's evil. So if you do this, spray and get the hell out of the room. My aunt's neighbor saw me spraying for bugs, and I ran out of it, like on my aunt's porch. She comes over with a Costco-sized version of it and said, "Hey, you want to borrow some of mine?" I said, "Yeah, man, thanks." And she said, "Pull your stove out and spray behind your stove, and you won't really get ants in the kitchen, right?" And I told her, "Oh, we can't do that right now because we can't leave the house. We got to work in the house." And she goes, "You can stay in the house." I said, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, I do it all the time. I just spray my whole house down, it smells not bad like it used to be." And I said, "You stay in your house after treating every room of your house?" She goes, "Yeah." I said, "Holy crap, it causes cancer, man. Like, you can't do that. And you got to wear gloves. Like, if it's on your skin, wash it the heck off real quick. Like, you mask up, you glove up, you spray quickly, you vacate, you come back hours later and make sure it's dry." And she goes, "Oh, nonsense. In fact, if I just see a spider, I just pss, 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 pss." And I said, "You stay in the same room?" "Yeah." Well, guess what? She got cancer. She got cancer. It's like skin cancer around the hands and in the arms where it like splashed her. I don't know that she could prove it, but that happened. So that's the big safety recommendation I have for you. It's harmless once it dries. You put it where you don't walk on it, not the center of the room. Baseboards, places you don't touch. But the people that don't know that you can't be in the same room as mothballs and bug spray. Oh, I even went on Amazon. The lavender scented mothballs had all these positive reviews, and this lady said, "Oh yeah, I haven't had bugs in a long time, and I keep them in candy dishes around the house." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Because they smell so good." I'm like, "Oh God." Mothballs are partly made of naphthalene. That puts the nay in napalm. Do people just not read labels anymore? I showed her the label, and it's tiny. She goes, my aunt's neighbor. She goes, "Why isn't that prominent?" And I'm like, "I know. I don't know." But lavender scented mothballs, dear. Okay. So, yeah, Smitty, you're gonna call it a night? Good. Yeah, it's midnight. Let's continue the roundup. It's a good test of my voice. It's a little bit sore. I just want to let you guys know what you needed to know, and that is we've got red flag and conditions in Southwest Oregon now for tomorrow. So these fires are not really near human habitation. Anvil and the flat. They've been working on protecting Agnes and Gold Beach and stuff for a long time now. So I would have confidence that I don't expect the flat to really do anything. The Anvil might get bigger though. That's quite a big concern. So we have, I think, thunderstorms possibly coming in, and they don't know how that'll affect southwestern Oregon, but anywhere from Tahoe to Crescent City could be having thunderstorms tomorrow. In fact, Sacramento north to K Falls, what I would generally say. So that's coming for the weekend. Now, we can just hope that fires don't spread too much tomorrow. I'll look back at the Tahoe situation, and I was happy to see that a lot of people have been able to return to their homes. See, Tahoe Ridge Complex. I'm not sure everybody's been able to. Let's check on it. So 310, the Tahoe daily update. That was on the 12th. That's our last update. And it says featured. Okay. Oh, here's the one for the 13th. In Spanish. There we go, English. 55% containment. Cause was lightning. They've got 1,100 people on this thing now. 8 helicopters, 2. Now there's just level 1 evacuations. Sweet. Because that's right. Douglas County had the super awesome evacuation map. Didn't it? Like a hand-drawn one. Yeah, we just gotta wait for it to load. This one has so many layers and shows other counties too. I wish all of Oregon had one map, but hey. So, looks like they have a couple level 2s, but that's technically, no, it's not really where the lighthouse is. Wait. Yeah, okay, so dark mode is off. Colors shouldn't be too weird. So, actually it's just level 1. Maybe it's the fire footprint changes the color because there's green over the top, but the fire is in there. So it makes it look like a level 2 orange. So if it's all just level 1 now, even Hubbard Creek Road doesn't even have an evacuation anymore. That is awesome. They did an awesome job with that. But when I used the little gold man on Google Maps, it looked like they had a lot to work with because the forest was cut back and they had so many fields in front of the homes in most places. They had a good defensibility. If the forest had gone right up to homes, we may have lost homes the first night. So that's an impressive job. So let's see about the others. For several days, mop-up has been the focus on the Tahoe Ridge complex, which is that's right, I had trouble with it earlier. It was called the Rattlesnake Ridge / Cougar Ridge / Lighthouse 1, 2, 3, and 4 / Lighthouse Complex / oh no, what was the one I'm forgetting? / oh, it's off the map now. It was called the Deep something, right? It was up over there. They changed its name so many times. But yeah, generally the Tahoe, same area. So they said it's mostly the Tahoe part, not the lighthouse part, is in mop-up. We are in day 1 of 3-day test of our control lines, said the incident meteorologist James White. Today we'll see a shift in the wind, along with a slight increase in wind speed. Well, yeah, I mean, that's earlier today. Temperatures will warm. Oh, guys, welcome to the 14th. It's after midnight. Temperatures will warm, and we will see lower humidity. Right. Hard work from firefighters the last few days has progressed to mop up across the fires in the complex, increasing containment to 55%. Some portions of it are in patrol status, as firefighters are removing equipment and fire hose from the line to be prepped for the next one. Handheld and drone infrared cameras continue to be used during the night to identify areas of heat near control lines. They need to be mopped up. Guys, I've also been toying with the idea of getting like a FLIR camera cheap ones attached to your phone, thermal vision. But some nice ones are like independent cameras. If I could fundraise for that, that might be really cool. I could show you everything from how to identify air leaks in your home so you could close them, which keeps wildfire smoke out, to maybe even being in the field one day and just taking infrared images of either structure fires or wildfires I come across. So that's on the wish list, but after I get basics like monitors and stuff. So they'll use handheld and drone infrared cameras to be used during night ops to identify areas of heat. Smoke and flames will be visible as vegetation within the interior burns. And that always happens. They're not trying to put these fires out. They get too big. It's just like, say you have an out of control campfire. Your priority would be like, oh, the bush is on fire over there and the grass is on fire over there. When you put that out and you now have like a normal wind day and a campfire is within the little ring of rocks, you can just sit there and watch it now, ready to put out any spots with water. But there's no reason to put it out if it's still within the campfire ring. You just let it burn out. You just let it exhaust the fuel. And the reason they do that is it's too dangerous to just go in there. It's safe to be around the outskirts, but you can't let fires surround you. So even if there's islands or patches of green trees, little areas that did not burn in the center, it's not safe to go in there and do anything about it. They could be trapped. So once they've got the ring around the fire and they sit there and watch it, we have to let go whatever continues to burn inside. There's just no way to put it out. It'd be nice if we could, like, say, have so many aerial tankers that we could do that. But in reality, it's the tankers and the helicopters can put out small fires. They can only help contain a big one. They just put retardant there to help rope the fire. They're not going to try to save anything on the interior. There's not enough money for that. There'd be too many flights, and it'd be the equivalent of trying to put out something with a spray bottle, because the water turns into a mist. If fire's just big, it ignores it. A lot of it will evaporate before it hits it. So you could scoop the equivalent of Olympic-sized swimming pools again and again and again from the nearest reservoir, and you would deplete the water source, and you would still not put out the fire. It's just like using spray bottles. So, and you would have so many dangerous flights and so much expense. And what would you gain? You would just gain a couple of trees still being alive in the center, maybe, but you may not even be able to save them. So it's sad, but that's what they mean about burning in the interior. You just gotta let it go, and pray for rain. So Hubbard Creek Road, while it's no longer an evacuation watch, it's open to local residents and fire vehicles only. So that makes a lot of sense. You want people. Not everybody has come back yet. I bet a lot of people still stay with relatives and whatever. You just don't want looky-loos and riff-raff. You can't, potential looters to go poking around in them. Oh, look at that. That's a pumpkin, isn't it? I think it's a little bit different. It doesn't look like an inflatable, but maybe it's a well. That's some crazy flying, actually, if that's a well. The snorkel is not that long. It's only like 15 feet long, and that's a helicopter just dipping his snorkel into a well? If it's a pumpkin is like a doughboy swimming pool, like an inflatable swimming pool, but they use it for fighting fires. Especially if they want to save your house, they'll put a couple of pumpkins in the driveway or something, so that even if your well failed or something, they would pull up to it with a fire truck and have ready water source. And they don't have to wait for water trucks. Just blast your house and get it wet, But that is some trick flying. When I see these helicopter pilots dip out of swimming pools and stuff, it's just like, ugh, that is skill level grand mastery. So I'm very happy that the Tahoe is at that level. Let's make sure the lighthouse fires were not ignored here. I can't remember if they had their own Facebook page or if it's just part of the complex or if the Umpqua National Forest has that. Whoa. Hey, look, guys, a culvert. This is why culverts are good fire shelters. So I talk about them all the time. This is a 9 to 10 foot tall culvert. Now, one of the grimmest jobs I ever had was going to Paradise, and I made myself do it to go to where people perished and see if they had a shelter nearby that they possibly could have used to save themselves for a teaching thing. And underneath the main roads of Paradise were culverts almost this size. They could have accommodated 50, 100, 200 people. Some of the big ones, or collectively. And you'll be fine in something like this. You'll be okay. I would love to know where the heck this is exactly, so I could go there and film this and show. That if you want to know, you do have to have an escape plan for wherever you're at. But if you know about places like this, you will know to stop your car above such a thing. Like this is probably under a road. And if you don't know that it's safe to go forward or back, you can stop right here. And if the fire reaches you, just get out and get underneath this. And direct other people to get under there too. It's a perfectly safe shelter. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Joe. I hate my voice, but people say that they like it, and I like the fact that they like it. So I'm warming up to my own voice, but it's that thing where people hate the way they. I don't sound the way I do in my head. I sound great in my head, and then I hear a recording of myself. I'm like, do I sound like a 12-year-old boy? Oh man, that poor Forrest. But this looks like a very old burn. This almost looks like salvage logging. Maybe this was from a previous fire, and they're trying to. Oh my God, they're using a crosscut saw. Oh my God, what is this from? Is this because it's a wilderness or something? Oh no, this was a mountain trail. Okay, so this is a teaching thing. But my God. This has to be salvage logged, or else. See how the grass is starting to grow back? Once you get a couple of years of growth, of brush, then that means all the dead trees in the landscape will be on fire. It'll be worse fire than the first one. Remember, the trunks don't burn in the first one, but that's the biggest fuel source. So fire number 2 and 3 are going to be worse. That's a weird bumpy log. That tree had warts. But this is alarming. None of this should be on the landscape. This just means there's going to be a second disaster. And we don't have time for this. Crosscut saws and 1899 technology. You have to get this off the landscape as fast as you possibly can. And save the wood while it's still good so that it pays for a little bit of itself. And then that's the only time you should replant. Why bother replanting if in 3 years the baby trees are going to be burned up in the next fire because of all this stuff? They won't survive with all this stuff on fire. It's just sad. Notice there's no other trees growing back. The fire was so intense that all the pine cones turned to ash. There's just sterile earth right there. When it gets to that color, when earth changes to a light color, like a light ash, white or a very light pinky peach, it got scoured. This is a mega fire type thing. This is not the beneficial restoring one. This is the kind that just incinerates everything. Man. But I guess it's classroom experience. I mean, but why? It's too slow to use hand tools. Like, go maintain a trail like that, sure, but if you want to save this forest, get this crap off the landscape immediately. Everyone should be alarmed. Like, if you walked into your living room and you smelled gasoline and you realized gasoline was poured over every inch of your carpet in your entire house, you know what's going to happen if there's a spark. This is like gasoline all over the landscape. This is an emergency, not some positive thing. Okay. Okay. But I'll bookmark that. Chilkoot and Ridge fire update 16 hours ago. The Chilkoot is 45%. That's another one of the lightning strikes that happened in late August, the 25th, I believe, on our crazy marathon stream. Oregon Ridge fire, 95% contained. Sweet. So this is the other stuff going on in the Umpqua. Wow. Poor old growth tree got it. This is what kills old growth is the trees that are, see all the trees behind it? The smaller ones that burned? Well, their heat will kill the old growth tree. Like the bark is pretty fireproof, but you can't put an old growth tree in an oven and have it survive. So you have to clear away the dead and the smaller trees away from it to protect it. Unfortunately, this one was killed. It's now a hazard tree, but look how big it is. That is seriously sad. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Okay, campground closure schedule in the Umpqua. I'd better go camping here. That looks amazing. Aw, they love this stuff. This really makes a difference when you put little cards and stuff. It says thank you, firefighters. Make sure your fire is dead out. That's a good poster. Yeah, feel it with the back of your hand, but not with your bare hand. Oh my God. Um, after my sister's accident, I don't know. It is a good example of these trees would be okay if just a little bit of pine needles are burning on the ground. That would be the kind of restorative fire. But you see all this dead stuff in a pile. Look how tall the flame is reaching, and it's these trees are too dense together. See all the dead limbs? The limbs die because they don't get enough light because there's too many other trees blocking the light. So if you have dead limbs climbing up to the tree and only the living ones at the top, then that means that a fire's flame will reach them and it'll climb to the top and kill the rest of the tree. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to save the old growth, you can't have it too thick. And you can't have these instead of seeing something positive like, oh, baby trees are growing at the base of the old growth. No, those are assassins. Smaller trees growing by their parents are their killers. They should only grow once the parent is dead. You don't want brush growing at the base of old growth at all. Sad. And you know what? It's a good example too. There, you can't do a safe control burn if you have dead trees on landscape. You can't safely burn off the pine needles, like down here with a creeping fire, to fertilize the land. You can't do that if you have dead trees because the bark sloughs off. See, the bark is missing, so there's no more fireproofing on the tree. So all of these are ready to ignite and go crazy. So it minimizes your good options. Fire is healthy on a landscape, but only if it's controlled and in the right situation. And the best thing we can do is slowly reintroduce it and do it seasonally like the Indians did. You can't do that if you have dead trees everywhere. You can't control it. It'll climb one of these. And the only way to put it out is to cut it down while it's burning. And it's extremely dangerous. Look how rotted these are. Anybody trying to cut these trees while they're on fire, it's like suicide. So you got to cut them down before they get rotted, and you got to do that as fast as you can after the first fire. They're rotten in at least 3 years, ready to shatter. If you think a falling tree trunk on your torso is bad, pinning you to the ground, maybe you're okay because it's across. Maybe you fell right here, like next to the one on the ground. Maybe it pins you to the ground, but you're not crushed. That's okay if the tree's not on fire, but if it's on fire, you're gonna die. Just we have to recognize how dangerous this job is, and we have to be proactive. You fell the hazard trees before the fire comes. These are very good photographs. I'd love the perspective of the pros looking at these too. That's just sad and bad. I see this as almost all exclusive. I mean, there's a couple of spruce in here, but a lot of this is fir. Fir promotes fires, and I think we should replant a lot of cedars and fire-resistant trees. Ugh. Moonscape. Yeah, dead stuff. They call it dead and down stuff that's just on the forest floor. It kills the trees above. But this is amazing photography. You learn a lot from this. I mean, I can talk about it all day long, but when you see it, it clicks, right? Okay, I'm sorry. And hey, Bugs, good night. Sorry, I meant to say good night to you. Joe Johnson says praying mantis. That would be big, scary bastards land on my head and freak me out. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hoodoo. Some good thermal cameras are nuts. But I could start out with the cell phone attachment ones, you know. Hey Tracy, good to see you. Good morning, beautiful Catherine. Good morning, beautiful Tracy. Much love in the UK. How is it in the UK? How are things? Tracy says your voice is calming. Oh, your voice has solved what is cool. Oh, thanks, you. Joe Johnson says Jane Blackbird got it right. Late night FM voice from the 1980s. Do you guys know the first controversy I ever had? The first one, Bugs would remember. I'm sorry, Bugs just went to bed 10 minutes ago. Okay, Carney, are you still here? And I'm sorry, I didn't properly say hi to you either. So I had an audience of 16 people on average. I'm going to timestamp this. I'll tell the story. So 3 hours and 32 minutes. End of photo slideshow about the culvert shelter and the kids logging with saws. Salvage lessons. Okay, I'll tell the story now. You won't believe this stuff. So I didn't have a webcam. I start from the very beginning. So 333, auspicious number. Yeah, it's a good story time, right? Let's just click through photos and it's story time. The very first fire stream I did was in Paradise, during Paradise. So the fire began November 8th, 2018. So I had been in video production classes, video editing. I'd been on some movie sets. When I was poor as a church mouse, I wanted to return to college to complete a degree in multimedia fine arts. And I wanted to transfer to an art school to complete that degree. So I was getting the basics done in Portland. I was involved in a 48-hour film project, which is a yearly contest. You have 48 hours for your crew to make a 6-minute long film, like a serious one. And so you can't cheat. You draw the genre out of a hat and a couple of key things that need to be in your plot, and a couple of other things that make it so you can't cheat and write the script ahead of time. So I was doing okay with some of those projects and really realized I liked video production. I was going to do my ghost towns, start out small, film ghost towns with a cell phone, beg for some money for a camera, maybe do some gaming because I was terribly shy. I wanted to be behind the camera, write scripts. I wanted to hire voice actors, maybe some old Wild West cowboy guys if I eventually could, because voice actors are always looking for a good hire. I'd love to work with, some of my heroes, But I did not want to walk around filming myself like a vlogger, video blogger, whatever that word is. I didn't want to walk around talking to the audience with a camera. I was just petrified. I'm a writer, not a public speaker. Here's a cool cruise. So I had these classes, and my computer in no way, shape, or form could really handle, like, say, 4K video editing. I could do 1080, but I had a wish list and I had no money. So after a time, I realized I met a Hollywood director. I met several, actually, because weird things happened to me just walking around. Like I handed my camera to a guy that I flagged down at a beach and said, "Would you take my picture at the beach? I'm alone." And his friend goes, "You have no idea who's taking your picture, lady." And it was a director of photography who was involved in cinema in the 70s. And so I asked, I met another Hollywood director at a bar. He was wearing like a Hawaiian t-shirt. And I joked and said, "You must be a director." And he goes, "I am." And he's like, "What's that book you have open?" And my book that I was reading, because I was studying my homework, and the bar had free Wi-Fi. I don't drink, so I just had a Pepsi and stuff. I showed him the book I was reading. It was called The Screenwriter's Bible. And he goes, "You want to direct and write?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah." And so he told me to quit school immediately. I said, "Wait, what?" He goes, "Drop out. Best advice I can ever give you." And it was something I had to hear. It was a hard thing to hear. Oh, Hoodoo says, "How to find culverts on a map?" And Tracy says, "I'd still love to see your ghost town videos." Yes, I got several. I've got some good stuff. So hopefully when fire season calms down a little bit, I can actually launch the channel for ghost towns. I'll keep it separate from fires because a lot of people just want to know about the fires. They don't give a damn about my other interests, right? So with your help, I'm sure we can make that a success. So back to story real quick, and then I'll show you how to find culverts. Unless you have to go to bed right now, Hoodoo, I'll stop the story if you want to know. In fact, I will. Let's just do that real quick. I want to make people sit through a story. So wherever you go, let's say I live in Yoncalla. I mean, they had Elkton Drain. They had a wildfire up there. So let's say I live in Yoncalla, and what I do, I use CalTopo and Google Maps, a combination. Flip Google Maps into terrain mode, and you can now see drainages. So let's see my address. I guess Yoncalla is not big enough to be a good example. Okay, I'm just gonna say I live right here on Whipple Tree Drive. That's a sweet name. So once you've flipped over, oh God, what's the phone bleeping about right now? Please, no fires. Let's see. Scanner radio alert. Not for a fire, an officer involved shooting. I don't care. Somewhere in Kansas. Okay, I wish I could narrow that down to alerts from just fires, but whatever. Okay, so I live on Whipple Tree Drive, right? So you look for your shelters as you make your evacuation plan. And your evacuation plan is simple. 3 different main roads paved, 3 different directions. So in this case, on Whipple Tree Drive, there's one way out, there's one road, and you can go north or east. So that makes me feel a lot more vulnerable. I should feel even more vulnerable because I'm at an elevation, and it might take me a while to get down to the main road. So I'll always consider myself one level of evacuation higher than anybody else because of those two danger factors. There's only one way out, which could be completely blocked by one single car accident or one tree across the road. Right? So entrapment, for living in a place like this, entrapment potential is high. Being on a slope, if the fire's below me, it can race up towards me, and you can't race a fire that's going uphill. So you can't, even if I ran uphill, I mean, that's way too steep, you can't outrun it. So what you look for is your shelter in place options. You click on satellite and verify that where it showed those ponds in the other view, verify that's actually water. So that's a little bog. Who knows how deep that is next to this house, whatever this is. If I lived there, I'd know just how deep it is, right? Or if it was my neighbor's. And I'd verify it still exists. And can I access it? Or does my neighbor have like the world's tallest iron fence around it, right? I would also talk to them and say, do you mind in a fire situation if I jumped in your pond or parked here? Because this would be a great place to park. If the grass was trimmed, this would actually be a good shelter. You could just park right here. There's no grass, or if it's green. And if you had to, you could jump out of your car and get in the pond as a last resort. But mostly that would probably be a good shelter, depending on if that tree's big enough to fall in the car, right? So I'd see where the other body of water is. Over there, verify. See, that's below the tree line. Don't know if that's accessible, if it still exists, if it's drained. At this building, it looks like an old Grange or something, an abandoned outbuilding. Who knows if it's still standing? You have to verify this stuff. So as you mark the map, like if you have Google Maps on your phone, or you could just take a paper map, which I prefer, and you just take some pencil and do some question marks. Now you should do a test drive of your evacuation route. And so find a culvert by doing this. Find where any body of water goes underneath the road. It's one of two things. It's a bridge or it's a culvert. Culvert is just a pipe. So you mark, you would like long press, right? See how I've made like a little dot, a little waypoint. So if you're logged in and logged into Google Maps and you log in on your phone, you can name your waypoint and like share it. Like, you know, there's other mapping software out there too. So I would drive down Hayhurst, and then some time of the day where it's safe to do so. Make sure there's a shoulder and whatever. You might have to park there, get your car off the road. I would take a peek. Is this culvert accessible? And this might be a definite no. Look at the blackberries. So I would put next to my question mark, I would rate them as 1 is like number 1, awesome shelter. 2 is like not that great, and 3 is okay, but really pretty poor. I would rate this as a no, just a big X. Can't access if these damn vines are still there. There's no time to hack through these and get a safe shelter. So I would be like, okay, that is not the place to stop. Now, driveways can have little culverts in them, but they're usually too small. But I have heard survival tales. The fire my friend died in, his neighbors saved themselves by getting in the culvert underneath their damn driveway, barely wide enough for a man's shoulders to even fit. The entire family got under there. Firefighters could scarcely believe it, but they lived, I would also take note, this is the worst fire load of weeds I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen worse, but this is Scotch broom. Extremely oily weeds. So these would burn with a black smoke and a huge intensity. I would rate these as really trash. All this is trash. You can see a dead tree down here. So this is likely where the culvert is. This is where the water kind of drowned the tree. But the creek might be so small. I don't think it's a shelter with all this vegetation on fire. My God, they should clean up this creek, man. This is just, they shouldn't allow trees like that on the side of the road next to utility, but whatever. The heat would still kill you even if you're face down in a stream. So this is bad. So what you do is you mark possibles, and wherever water goes under the road, you're going to have a bridge or a culvert. But you have to make sure there's no beaver barriers on it. In Oregon, there's a lot of beavers, and so beavers love to make an easy pond by clogging up a culvert with sticks and mud. So they might have bars, and you may not be able to get through them. But this brush here, say it was like this when I arrived. This is a crap tier shelter potential, like probably not even worthy at all. There's a tire there. Oh, you know what? I got to show you guys a video. This reminds me. A lot of times culverts are bricked up with mud too. Let me just show you something really cute. It was a YouTube short. How to clear a culvert with a tire. This might be what those are for. Look. This is amazing. A tractor is sucking a tire on a chain through the culvert. They're like, okay, give it some more gas. And it's gonna flip in there.
Work with it, time work with it.
Ew.
They don't have stuff. I was like, watch the water. Thanks to the rebar, chain, and Tahoe.
Ever since I saw that video, maybe that's what that stuff is for, when people have tires next to their culvert. But you don't know how old this imagery is. So who knows? It may be a dumping site, but you don't know how clogged the culverts are. So you just get your flashlight and you rate these. And in most situations, you can also keep your eye out for just normal shelter-in-place options. Like if this field was plowed or something, that is safe out there. So as long as the grass is either short, green, or burned off already. So smart people would turn off, assuming the gates open, everything. If there was fire in front and behind you and you couldn't tell whether it was, because you're not going to be able to see. You're not going to be able to see anything. It's going to be like thick fog, right? So you have to know where these places are on your map, because you can't look out the window and recognize them anymore. So you may see only 5 feet in front of your bumper. It would be like dense fog. You might be going 10 miles an hour at the most. So if you already know this is here, this field is a great shelter. So say the wind is at your back. We're facing, this is facing west, actually. So say the wind is at your back. It's coming from the east. How would you make this field safe? I mean, like if the fire's right behind you and embers are landing everywhere, you could make your own safe spot to park your car by lighting this grass on fire yourself. And it'll be pushed by the wind that way. Just wait a minute or two and drive out onto the black, and you should be all right. It shouldn't, it'll cool. The ground will cool pretty quick, and it shouldn't like ignite your tires. You can just wait a little bit. Now that's doing that, lighting a backfire basically, or whatever it is I just described. I don't know what the proper word is a last resort. Do this only if you're going to die. Like if there's no other way to save yourself, because you don't really want to spread the fire. That sucks. However, if you've got no options, that's what broke fishing explained. But in other situations, this is a pretty poorly maintained and very probably like a really lazy creek. It doesn't look very big. You just go looking every little place that has water underneath the road, identify it. Sometimes it's actually a pipe, like a true pipe, and there is no culvert to be found. So that could be a nasty surprise, but it's rare. Usually, like pipe is metal or it's, you know, uh, clay or something, like a ceramic, like terracotta. I mean to say, it's metal, terracotta, or PVC, and there's a limit to how big those can get before they're extremely expensive and ready to collapse. Like the road has to, has to support heavy logging trucks and cattle trucks and stuff. So culverts are going to be what they usually reach for in road construction to support weight. Also, if you don't have a big enough tube to transport the water in like a flash flood or snow runoff, then the road's going to wash out if it can't handle it. So they usually are culverts that are big enough to admit a human. However, if the body of water is just not very big, you could have a nasty surprise and have it just be a pipe. So you don't want to figure this out while the fire is raging. You want to figure this out. This is a pretty beautiful country. Yeah. This is ideal, man. Wow. Okay, this is a savanna. The Indians used to maintain these savannas with fire. The oak trees with an umbrella spread like that means that they didn't grow stunted like in the woods. The forest would love to take this over, but the Indians kept it at bay by constantly burning off the brush. And this makes a grassy savanna habitat which supports a lot more life than a forest. This is where all the deer and elk come to graze at night. The forest is where they hide and relax and find shade, but there's really no food in a forest for deer and elk. They pass through the forest to get to places like this. So I bet you as soon as the pioneers arrived here, they just maintained the same ground, but the Indians are responsible for creating this landscape and maintaining it probably for thousands of years. Wow. This probably looks a lot like it did when white men first arrived. Kind of rare. The Tualatin Plains were like this, but they're disappearing. The city of Hillsborough and other Beaverton and other bad municipalities are expanding onto it, and they're just treating it like, oh, we can destroy this unique habitat. Like, no, you can't. Grassland is a habit, and plains need to be preserved just like a forest. Other creatures that depend on them don't exist anymore. This is gorgeous. Okay, so remember, there's culverts under driveways, but just like the tire demonstrated, they could be full of mud. But I hope this gives you a good idea. In the mountains, usually culverts are bigger because you have snow runoff. So say we evacuated to the north, and I went this way for some reason. You might find some pretty robust big ones, places like this, like Billy Creek here. Yeah, so this one's a full-size bridge. Now, if you park your car on the bridge and get down under there, this looks like it's not seasonal. It's perpetually wet. Underneath the bridge is a great option too. So there's also little cheats. When you're driving in the mountains, especially by Tahoe, and there's snow, a lot of times you can't tell when you're at a bridge or not because snow might be on top of these guardrails, right? So in Tahoe, for example, and other mountain places, you've got these somewhat taller things denoting please don't pull off the edge of the road here. Sometimes they're just reflective marker sticks that are just, you may have seen them and not really known what they do. They're trying to indicate to you there's no shoulder. Do not pull off the side of the road. Like there's no shoulder, you'll just tumble off, even if the snow looks like there is one. So in this case, we've got some zebra striped yellow markers. but you may just be driving down a mountainside road and see reflective ones, and that might tell you where a culvert is. Like if you're fleeing in a panic, if you've never been here before, but you're like, oh my God, there's so much fire everywhere. All I wanted to do was go camping. Oh my God. All I was doing was visiting my friend. Oh my God. Then you may see one of those marker sticks, and that'll help you understand that the reason there may not be a shoulder is like a creek or whatever. So when I see them again, I'll inform you about them. But that's how you find. Joe says talking to your neighbor in America isn't that dangerous? No, no, not really. The thing about moving somewhere, first of all, almost everybody in the country is pretty goddamn friendly. Remember, America is the size of many European countries in one, so anytime some really weird event happens where some mentally ill person shoots somebody who came to the door, that's like hearing about all the news of Europe. And yeah, they'll have mentally ill people stabbing people who come to the door, everybody from the mailman to whatever. Just there's better healthcare, mental health care in Europe. But no, almost everybody in the country is extremely friendly, but they're also suspicious of like, why are you out here in the country? You have to put them at ease and explain what the hell you're doing there, like what you're doing on near their property or what you want. So when I was first ghost towning, I did everything wrong. I wanted to quickly take pictures of old buildings, old barns, and get the hell out of there before anybody could talk to me. And I was freaking out the locals. I was afraid of them, but they were way more afraid of me. And finally, somebody flags me down and goes, "What are you doing here? Taking pictures?" Then photographer. I was already flinching, like, oh no, I had to talk to somebody. I had crippling shyness. My story is going to be about how I overcame that in a minute. Let me write down how to find culverts. How to find culverts. But the way I was freaking them out is somebody finally spilled it out while I was getting hostile glances and stuff. It was like during the foreclosure crisis, especially, a lot of people, the housing crisis, had adjustable rate mortgages and got sucked into that scam. And the mortgage rate, interest rate went too high for them to make the payments. And instead of refinancing people who qualified, most of the banks actually just tried their best to foreclose and seize the land. And that was a big scandal in the United States. So what happens when you stop making payments or you're having trouble? Obama supposedly did anti-foreclosure measures, but it was half-assed and really inadequate. It was pathetic, honestly, just more like a dog and pony show. These banks were foreclosing automatically and had actual robot signatures on the foreclosure because a human being didn't even look at foreclosure. And then that scandal broke, and they had to outlaw robo-signing. So you could try to talk to somebody. You could call and say, hey, I could make a payment if it was a little bit lower the next 6 months, but then after the harvest, I can make a higher payment. Or I'm fattening up some cattle. I could make, in the wintertime, I'll have more income. Or I'm a crab fisherman seasonally, I'll have more money in the winter. But you couldn't even reach a living person. And what they would experience next is mysterious photographers would come out and start taking pictures of their properties. And that was the banks hiring photographers to figure out the condition of the property, because if the property was in really good shape, they wanted to foreclose on it even harder. So people in the countryside were trying to disguise their properties, like camouflage them away, like put some hedges up, put some camo, whatever, in the fence so that these photographers couldn't take pictures of their properties because they felt they would lose their homes. So I was being confused with a bank hired photographer, and I had no idea that there was that level of, well, it was scandal. It was just corruption, right? Um, banks got bailed out, but they still foreclosed on people. So it was like a giant transfer of wealth and power from people to the banks. And it's just one of the saddest things in history. I know way too many people got foreclosed on for no good reason. Had great credit, but the banks just refused to do an adjustment of the rate. House payments went from like $400 to like $1,400 in 1 month. And people were supposed to do this during the I'm going to call it the depression. People are like, oh, it's just a recession, whatever. So I found out that not only that, but a lot of times drugs are grown out in, well, the countryside. And so they take pictures too, like drug cartels and stuff. People and bad people like cartels will sometimes rob somebody who may have a pot growing operation or whatever. Even after legality, they're not really protected by the law. So, like, for example, if you have a pot farm business, you cannot put any of that money in a bank. Banks refuse because it's federally illegal. So there's all kinds of, like, normally just hippies growing medicinal marijuana or whatever, and Oregon legalized that really quickly. But they had to keep cash in a freezer on their property in a barn because the banks wouldn't allow it. So they had to do stuff like bury it, because bandits come in and rob these places all the time, rob their crop and their money. And Humboldt County used to be a hippie refuge for this sort of stuff, and it's got a reputation for being a sanctuary away from capitalism and all this stuff, and you can live off the grid. And it's totally different now. Like, plenty of places in Oregon were like that, and now it's more like the drug cartels took over. Law enforcement is too afraid to even go down certain roads in the Humboldt County. It's too mountainous. So there's Wild West, lawless areas of Humboldt County, like this area, Northwest California. And it's all banditry. Like, the hippies are being forced out for the cartels and the lawless outlaws who camp out in the woods and rob people like the stagecoach. So once you make yourself known, like, the best thing to do is, like, if you want to photograph a barn, is take a bunch of pictures, and as soon as somebody comes out, you wave at them with a big grin on your face. Say, "Hi there, I love your barn," and then you start babbling about yourself, about how you love to take photographs of barns, what your name is, where you're from, and such beautiful property you have, and all that. It's so cool. I would love to own property like this, but I never got around to it. Just you start talking about yourself, put them at ease, so they know what you are doing, and then ask them permission. Like, I do a history website. Can I feature this? If you don't want me to put the address, that's totally fine. I'll just say a barn in Umpqua County. And if they say, I'm not comfortable with you taking any pictures here, then you say, oh, I'm sorry, man. Hit the delete. Say, I'll be on my way. Just don't mess with them. I've gotten stranded in the middle of nowhere and rescued all the time. My people they're the kind of people that pull over the side of the road and help you, and you don't get that in the city. The incidences where people are, like, on people's porches and stuff, what they don't tell you is a lot of those people who got their asses shot is they were drunk as skunks and maybe high as a kite, and so high and so drunk that they try to force their way into these homes with the wrong address. And they don't announce themselves. They don't ring the doorbell. They go up onto somebody's front porch and they assume it's where the party's at, or their friend's pranking them, and they try to jiggle the door handle and try to barge in. And what the hell does that look like? Somebody who's 88 years old and hasn't had a visitor in weeks, but all of a sudden there's somebody on the porch trying to break in. Like, you can't just shoot first and not ask questions. I'm not justifying this. Some of us straight up murder, but usually it's because they are mentally ill. There's always more to the damn story, but the way that European news is anti-gun, they just want to make everything look as hostile and as violent in America as they possibly freaking can. I'm very aware that I'm white, so I'm a lot less threatening. Say a big burly black guy, and I think it was straight up murder when they chased down that jogger. A black guy had, I think it was Georgia or something, and the black guy had just gone jogging, but he fit the description of a serial break-in house robber. So the locals tried to do a citizen's arrest, said, hey, stop right there. Who are you and what are you doing in this neighborhood? And what he did was run. Now, can you shoot anybody for running away? Hell no. Police can't do that either. Running away is not threatening you. But they decided to go and shoot him. That is why it's called murder. But no, I'm not afraid of like people in the countryside. I was never afraid of anybody in Portland either. It was a big hippie town. I am now. It's a unfortunate consequence where they decriminalized hard drugs, but that means that if you carry a small amount, you can't go to prison or jail or anything or even be arrested. So as soon as they did that, Oregon changed, and all these gangsters came in from all these other states, and they wanted a lot of drug dealers because none of their drug dealers could be arrested as long as they were carrying under small amounts. So they needed dozens and dozens and dozens of drug dealers when they would usually just hire one. So now Portland is dangerous with drug dealers everywhere. Where it used to be a kind of town you could walk up and just strike up a conversation with anyone. Say, hey, you know a good restaurant? Somebody at the bus stop goes, yeah. Leho Fuchs is over there, you know. Hung Farlow. It's different now. There's just people passing out with needles in their arms on every street corner. And excrement everywhere, from the sidewalk now being the bathroom. And crazy lunatics everywhere who are malignant, you know. The kind of people who just walk around randomly grabbing stuff. Anthony Ant One says, I remember that story. He did charge the guy with a gun and tried to grab it. What, the black jogger? Or, I didn't hear that part. I thought he was gunned down while running from them. What do you mean the old guy? The one in the house? Or I'm a little confused now. So no, what if you move to a neighborhood, you get to know your neighbors, and then they usually warn you about, you know, the nut case on the street, right? And so you know which neighbor to not talk to. I was nice to this one lady when we moved, when I was renting. You know, it was actually at the bug house, the house with the bugs. There's a lady across the street, and she was a shut-in. She did not have blockout curtains. People don't know the difference between a blockout curtain and a blackout curtain. Blockout curtain is like World War II stuff. They issued something called a blockout order. So World War II blockout order. And the reason I know about this is it accidentally caused the biggest fatality of any nightclub ever in a fire. It was a Coconut Grove nightclub fire in Boston. Don't Google that unless you want to have nightmares the rest of your life. I think the death toll was like 600. People died in a nightclub fire because blockout curtains were on the windows. No, blackouts, excuse me. Okay, I even misspoke and said it backwards. It is 1 a.m. So the difference between a blockout curtain is, oh, I can't sleep, so I want to block out the light of my bedroom. So you're buying blockout curtains. You are blocking out the light. Now, a blackout order is for war. That means make it so no light can shine outside of your house at night. So nobody can tell you're home. Turn off your porch light. And they issued these orders. It's called a blackout order. Municipalities, especially the East Coast, and sometimes on California and the Oregon coast too, because of Japanese later. Because everything from submariners to enemy aircraft that wanted to spy or drop bombs, or whatever, they navigate by seeing city lights. I mean, today there's GPS and whatever, but you would be surprised at how often pilots still look out the window to figure out where they are. So a blackout order means the entire city has to be dark, like all of Boston has to be dark. So your business, whatever, everybody had to get special headlight bulbs or wire their headlights to be dimmer than normal. But in general, you weren't allowed to drive after night unless it was really important, because that would show where the highways are, and so an enemy bomber or spy plane or whatever could follow that. And if submarines or warships were off the coast, they could bomb cities by finding them that way. So it was crazy, but like entire cities like New York and Boston were completely pitch dark at night. And so the Coconut Grove nightclub was ordered to comply with the blackout. So what you do is you take felt or some dark curtain and you're covering up the windows from the inside. So it looks like a completely dark building from the outside. And so when the fire broke out in the Coconut Grove nightclub and spread really quickly, everybody ran for the doors because they didn't even realize they were right next to windows. And so everybody log jammed the doors with too many people trying to get out at once. They didn't have very wide doors, so everybody was stuck in them. And they died right next to windows. They could have just broken them with a chair. Almost everybody could have gotten out. We got 600 something plus people in a death toll just because of the blackout orders. So when people say, I'm ordering blackout curtains, no, you're not. Why? Do you need to protect yourself from the Germans? You're getting blackout curtains, man. Blackout's a war thing. So it's probably some propaganda posters I could show you. Yeah, like here's one from New Zealand from World War II, and I think governments handed some of these out, but anyway. What? Mark, I don't know what you're saying. I'm not sure if this is like a distraught person or troll in the chat. I'm sorry if you're distraught, but we have to keep this family friendly too. I'm sorry for your loss if that's real here. I'm hiding the other message. It's family friendly time. Okay, Anthony says the story when they arrested the shooter, his father, another guy that was recording. Is that? I don't know which one that is. All violence is tragic. I don't care what kind it is. That's unnecessary and brutal. But I don't want to go into a debate like that. But America is nearly not as dangerous as people think. Like California is the size of Italy. So when you're hearing about violence in America or something, wow, that's like hearing about all of the violence of Europe, you know. Okay. I'm just thinking this is trollery. The other hidden message was pretty sexually explicit too. So I've dealt with a lot of distraught people, but it's not normal for them to get sexually explicit. That's the attention-seeking BS. So yeah, please pay no attention. So but back to, let's see, where was my original point? I'm so sorry, guys. I already hid that message, Nick. We don't need to talk about it. You know, the idea of a troll is they want attention, so we don't serve that up, right? Hoodoo says we had those trainings for blackouts in the 70s in the USSR when I grew up. Wow, where did you grow up, Hoodoo? I didn't realize that went into the 70s. But I found old newspaper clippings of crazy stuff that happened on the West Coast. The Civil Air Patrol and others were recruiting children, like, you know, fifth graders, and handing them binoculars and little handbooks about how to identify airplanes of the USSR. And we're asking them just to sit, you know, wherever they are on hilltops with a radio and to call in to the Civil Air Patrol any mysterious unidentified airplane, thinking it might be spies from the Soviet Union. Like, this is 1950 stuff, man. Past was wild. But yeah, unfortunately, there's been so many structure fires where people died because the windows are hidden. And structure fires still have a high fatality count, even though other types of accidental death are going down. Structure fire deaths are going up and up and up, just on the list of accidental death, because we're not improving any of our safety when we've been trying to since the 40s. Things like the Fire Sprinkler Act will never get passed. The tax break for adding sprinklers to your building, because Democrats and Republicans can't decide. I'll just read it. Fire Sprinkler Act. Fire Sprinkler Incentive Act. It's the name of a piece of legislation. It's been introduced into the House and Senate since 2003. The legislation would amend the 1986 code by classifying fire sprinkler retrofits as either a Section 179 deduction on taxes or a 15-year property for the purpose of depredation, blah, blah, tax code. So it would allow for the more rapid recovery of the cost for installing fire sprinklers, would reduce the annual economic and human losses in the United States. We would save many, many, many lives. And also save us money, the national economy, the environment, quality of life. So passage of this act would be consistent with past practice at the federal level, where Congress has historically provided incentives and left decisions regarding the adoption of the fire protection requirement up to the state. Oh boy, we could have used this in Lahaina. You know, some of those buildings could have been saved, because if they had fire sprinklers, they'd have hoses up to the rooftop too. But so same thing with the station nightclub fire. Which is here. It says after the station nightclub fire killed 100 in Rhode Island in February 2003, many lawmakers took note of this and the need to update the building codes. Because it was an older building, but because it was older, it was exempt from needing fire sprinklers, which is a loophole that sucks a lot. Now, we do need to give people a tax break to do the right thing. Duh. And so a large coalition, including firefighter associations and labor groups, blah, 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 lobbied Congress to pass it. And that woke up the country to the fact that 100 people can still die in a nightclub because we don't have sprinklers in these places. The Beverly Hills Supper Club was another big building that had no sprinklers. We have to learn this damn lesson. So here's the problem. Everybody wants to pass it, but nobody will, because despite the benefits and the support from like everybody and widespread support from members of Congress, it's yet to become law, even though it's introduced every congressional session and has been since 2003, since the station nightclub fire. There are two main obstacles. First is the loss of revenue for the Treasury from the tax breaks, which would increase the deficit. There's a certain party that doesn't like to do that, right? And then the other taxes would need to be raised to offset that deficit. This doesn't mean the Democrats are good and Republicans are bad, because Republicans don't like to raise taxes. This is a very practical concern. The problem is they can't agree on what to do. Like, how are we going to make up for the deficit? You know what my advice would be? Tax people who don't have sprinklers in their buildings. Tax the people who won't do the right thing, and benefit the people who will. Sounds legit to me, but whatever. I like the carrot better than the stick, but maybe both. I just don't see how we have $30 billion to give away for wars in Europe, and we don't have $30 billion to retrofit our fire codes and save our own citizens. You know, I don't get it. But it's squabbling. Even if they could agree on that part. The second big hurdle is this: the fact that the bill would amend the tax code. That is the kicker right there. It amends the tax code, and that will open up a wider debate about restructuring of the tax code as a whole. So if you do this for fire code stuff, then they're worried that they're going to do this for other stuff too. And it will create what's called a precedent. So a precedent means, well, this has been done before, so why not do it again? So a lot of people just don't want to change the tax code, and that's why we have mass death events still. And this means our government is broken. Everybody wants to pass this, and nobody will. So we will have another giant nightclub fire again, and this will be brought up again. People will cry. Politicians will cry and hug the families at the press conferences and forget everything again. This is a part of America's problem. It's this very third world, you know. So that's the way it is. Anthony Ant one says, is that the nightclub fire where they had pyrotechnics show and the ceiling caught fire? Yeah, that's Great White. My mom is a Great White fan, and she went to one of their concerts. I wasn't that into the 80s metal. I like 90s metal. But 80s big hair stuff just kind of gave me the creeps. I like Living Color, but the whole leotard thing and big hair, and neon colors, no, that's not my thing. I was more into Nirvana and stuff, you know. But hey, some of their tunes are cool. So I mean, it could have been my mom killing one of these concerts. So, yeah, Joe, I do not believe that person was legit. By the way, I mean, you guys, I'm proud of you guys for being kind and sensitive. But I've been doing this for years now, and when somebody wants to say sexually explicit things, which is a message I never allowed you to see, it came up and I said, hide the message, do not display it. A lot of times they'll make you pause by saying something tragic happened to them just so you hesitate to block them. And then they say something extremely offensive. And that's the goal. So I'm sorry, I don't care how distraught somebody is. If you're saying sexually explicit stuff, get the hell out of here. Check yourself into a mental hospital if that's what you need. So, yeah, I have another thing about that. I want to explain the station nightclub fire, but it's horrific. That's one of the most horrible videos I've ever seen, and the one that's currently on the internet is cut. There are some horrific human screams that you'll never forget. Like, I saw the raw stuff when it first happened. I had a friend in Rhode Island who liked Great White, and I couldn't even call him that night. He wasn't answering the phone. Thought he might have died. He decided not to go to the concert that night. What caught fire was polyurethane foam sound insulation, and I really think it needs to be banned in construction and just banned mostly in general. Polyurethane foam You're probably sitting on some right now if you're sitting on a chair. It's what's inside of furniture. But after a few tragic firefighting accidents called the Sofa King, I think Charleston lost 12 firefighters in that one structure fire. A sofa warehouse. Open, big room, big windows. You'd think a firefighter could get right out, but the room flashed over. That's also another tragedy. See, the reason I know so much about this crap is I'm going to go back around and circle this back around to where I was going to tell you how Firestream started and my first controversy, which was going to be a funny story. But circling back around to what I was first talking about was I wanted to make fire safety videos. While I was in school, on the wall was volunteers needed for recording things like for the local fire departments, safety messages, filming their public good stuff they do, like children can have a birthday party and you can request the fire department to come and attend, and they oftentimes will, and they'll pass out little hats for kids and let them honk the horn and climb all over the fire truck and pet the fire dog if they have one, and they call it public good. There's a budget for that. And so to publicize this stuff, they wanted film students or video production students like I was. I thought that would be great because I hate fire. I freaking hate it. And this was even before Paradise happened, 2018. So I was really shy. I figured, I want to do a good job if it's this kind of thing. And I want to do more than birthday parties. I want to make serious mini documentaries that have the right mix of shocking, get your attention, stuff like Coconut Grove nightclub fire, but not like, oh, this is horrible, so I'd love to tell you about something horrible. But no, this is the lessons we got to learn. This is what happened. This is how you can survive it. This is how these people survived it. And we can prevent this from happening as long as we demand this, this, and this. Oh, that's okay, Johnson. If you're behind in chat, sometimes there's a delay in feed. Mouse over or touch, depending on if you're on a phone, and make sure the live button is got a red dot. It'll be down by the volume or whatever. So if it's not live and you're behind in the stream a couple minutes, and then I see that sometimes people are talking about things I said like 5 minutes ago, and that can happen from buffering or touching the phone on accident, picking it up. Hey, good night, Christopher. You're not going to hear Christopher, you're not going to hear a controversy. I want to get that I want to tell you that right before you go to sleep, okay? Anyway, when I was talking to that director, I told him that I wanted to make fire safety videos way beyond kids' parties, and he goes, you still need to drop out of school because you're going to get in too much debt to afford any of your gear. And you can learn in the field. Everybody always wants volunteers on the movie sets, the student projects, the indie films. Learn from the experts in the field, and that's free. Drop out of school immediately. He goes, how much debt you already have? And I said, a lot. Student loan stuff. He goes, don't pile it on. Drop out. So I did. And I had incomplete education, but I began learning in the field, just like you said, and I think he was totally right. Nobody is going to be impressed by my certification for film production. They're going to be impressed by my films. So, yeah, Christopher, here, I'll tell you the story real quick. I was shy. I have a crappy webcam, as you guys can see. This is not the best thing on earth, right? Let's go back and look at a fire or something. Death Ball Mountain, that's the lookout. Yeah, we were going to investigate what's going on in California. This red mountain. Look at that. Let's do a 1 hour. I don't think this threatens anything, but we'll keep an eye on it. I think this one is by the Hoopa Reservation or Indian land, I mean. but we've been seeing a lot of active fire on it for weeks. It's not really near habitations as far as I know. Okay, so here's the story, the funny story, guys. During Paradise, I hit the live button and was too shy to even speak in the microphone. I didn't connect the webcam. I still wanted to be the writer and the director. I did not want to be in front of the camera. So Anthony says, by the way, you just did that when you mentioned the places and how to survive a fire. I hope. But you know what, Anthony? I should have done this already. What if people in Maui had seen my videos on how to survive Paradise? I never made them yet. What if I had taken a moment to do that? You know, I have to stop being a perfectionist. It's a bad personality trait. It's not a good one. Don't ever say that in a job interview, because if somebody knows what perfectionism is, they won't hire you because it means you don't finish anything because it's not perfect yet. So I've been sitting on video projects for 8 years, and I look at them, I'm like, oh my God, I was so damn young. You know what I mean? And they could have helped somebody, but I wanted them to be perfect. I wanted to just burst on the scene looking professional. I didn't want to have that, your first 500 live streams are going to be your worst, like, oh God, I just wanted to complete my education, get some pro gear, and have a good sounding microphone. And I needed psychologically to get over my fear of, talking to strangers and stuff. I was terrified. So many bad experiences happen to women online. And I need to grow a set. I need to get some balls, frankly, right? So I have them. I have them now. Don't worry. I mean, you can see that. But what I did was I imagined everything would be terrible. So it terrified me. I didn't start right. So Paradise happens and snaps me out of this. I showed wildfire tracking. I knew how to track wildfires because I knew about tracking ghost towns. I used CalTopo for all kinds of map layers, history layers. I would import layers on CalTopo. I knew what all the buttons did. I still don't know every single one, but and I figured out what the satellite heat things did and was learning that sort of thing. And so I was studying structure fires and understood fire behavior inside structures pretty well. The basics. I still don't know how to fight fire. I mean, I watch videos, but I could tell you what's going to happen to a structure if you have a back door open in a hallway to the front door, and there's a strong wind in the back door, and you open up the front door. You're going to have that fire race to the front door. It's just kind of common sense kind of stuff. And I wanted to make those historical documentaries and talk to people who still survived, interview them, just say, how did you live? And you'd be surprised. People from World War I survived in the Coconut Grove fire because they knew to take their glass of water, and they took their napkin, their paper or cloth napkin, and they wet it down, put it over their nose. They hit the deck. They crawled out on the floor. And because they're veterans with PTSD especially always know where the exit is. And they don't know, most people run for the exit that they entered. So everybody ran for the front door and clogged it immediately. But veterans with PTSD know how to escape back doors. It's just a combat thing. And so they calmly breathed and didn't have too much soot and stuff through their wet napkin. And they were on the cool part of the floor, and everybody was panicking and trampling one way, and they just calmly went out the back doors of the kitchen and stuff and lived. And it does make a difference. If you put water in a napkin, buys you that 10, 15 seconds to get out. So I wanted to still interview people like that before they died, Show us which one, Joe. So, yeah, Nancy says people need education, repeats, it's prevention. You mean the one for like how to survive paradise? I can show you a little bit, but I never, I spoke about it, but I should have just clipped like all throughout 2021, like the Dixie Fire and stuff, in 2020. I explained how to survive paradise, and if I had taken a note of what timestamp it was, I could have just clipped it out of my video, put it on the internet, and people would have learned things. But I wanted to do it perfect. I wanted to make bullet points on scenario 1, fire is you look outside your window and you see fire, what do you do, right? And then scenario 2, you're driving in your car and you turn the corner and there's a wildfire in front of you. What do? You know, scenario 3, your phone doesn't work, but you know a fire is coming from the east. What do? Smoke is now coming your way. What do you do? I want it to be comprehensive. How to make your evacuation plan, a series of videos, but I wanted them to be so tight, edited, that they were not long, so people wouldn't tune out. You know, like nobody wants to sit down for 45 minutes and learn how to survive. But if you do little clips and make it a playlist, little digestible pieces, it's a lot to absorb, right? 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. Watch 5 of these videos eventually, and you know the basics. Well, then weeks would go by, and I would forget which video did I explain that, and I would just take a note, like I should explain it again, and I didn't get around to it. So, Hoodoo says it would be great to make this series of fire evacuation prep, Catherine style. Thanks. I'd definitely be interested in this kind of content if it's part of regular streams. Yeah, it absolutely is. I gotta kind of rewind again and try to tell you how this started. Now, what I wanted to do is beyond that. I wanted to create a printable booklet, free. You know, distribute it to as many people on the planet as you can, and even put it in Spanish and a couple other languages. And the booklet is like a pamphlet you keep in your glove box or your bug out bag, and it will be fill in the blanks, like my nearest culvert is here, you know, my 3 evacuation roads are here. What to do, because when you're got the adrenaline running, you can't think, you can't remember. It's even hard to remember stuff like your phone number and stop, drop, and roll. But people print out the pages for like preparation. It would be a little guide. You know, best clothing to wear is this. What should be in your bug out bag, etc. Let 5 pounds of pressure out of your tires so they don't explode on a hot road. You know, and that's not when you want to pop your tires, right? So, what to take, what to leave behind, blah 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 blah. And I wanted a website too, so that all these pamphlets would say, go back to my website, and then the website would link to my YouTube channel. But a lot of people don't want to watch YouTube. They like a lot of old timers. They hate what I'm doing right now. They okay, some of them like it. I once had a lady say, I'm 103 and I love your show. That was cool. I think she lived in Greenville. That delighted me to hear that. I mean, a lot of the old timers love to listen to radio, right? I'm like a disc jockey almost. So, but mostly, if somebody needs information now, they want it in a tight package. And youth, you have to understand something about youth. Youth are not impatient. They are not. They do not have a low attention span. It's a misunderstanding. And don't just take it from me. That's what all of my teachers said. If you blame your audience for failing to captivate them, you'll never be a good writer or a good video producer. You have to understand that youth, and more and more these days, people have no damn time. It's not like TV where there's only one murder show on. Like, it's YouTube, and if you want an answer to the question, and you have to look through 15 different videos to get that question answered, and every single video somebody introduces themselves slowly, says, today I'm going to show you how to sharpen a pencil, and it's not the right video you need. So you go to the next video, it says, today I'm going to show you how to sharpen a pencil. They just get pissed off. It's like, yeah, skip saying that because that's what it says in your title. Okay? You have to listen to 15 different people saying, today, my name is blah, 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 and I'm going to tell you how to sharpen a pencil. You just overheat. Like, I just need to know how it's done with this specific type of pencil. Because YouTube is going to serve you up a whole bunch of wrong videos before you get to your right one. So the only thing people hate anymore is wasting their time. There's ways to do this. You introduce yourself at the end. And you say, hey, if you don't have any more time, go to this website later and browse. And so on the website, I would have the guides like Wildland, how to survive a fire in the mountains, how to survive one place like Oakland for firestorm, nightclub, how you survive a structure fire. Like it will be little areas. Print out the ones relevant to you, keep them in the glove box, and then laminate it, and you have your own little survival guide tailored to you and where you live. That sort of thing. It's because I wanted to do all of this, I did nothing. And so now I don't know if I ever could have made a difference with Lahaina. A bigger death toll than possibly Paradise. I mean, I'm not convinced that only 85 people died there. I think maybe a few hundred did. But I was still there during body recovery. I went there in early December. It happened on the 8th, but it burned for a long time. You know, the fire general burned for a long time. They halted body recovery because monsoonal mudslide rains, you know, the mudslides kind of washed the rest of everybody else away. So it's a big question mark, but let's just assume more people in Lahaina died, and I don't know if I could have helped them. You know, the biggest lessons are don't, for God's sake, forget about your elderly neighbors and your disabled people. Go to the shelter-in-place option. Recognize when vehicle evacuation is too late. That's a window of opportunity that closes. What else are you going to do? A lot of people in Lahaina drove right past the safe shelter, which is a big parking lot, double-decker parking lot. They should have just gone to the nursing homes, grabbed people, pushed them in their wheelchairs into that parking lot too. But we'll never know how many people could have been saved if people just recognized that parking lot was completely safe, right? People survived in parking lots in Paradise, Ace Hardware and Safeway, and I could show you a little bit of video of that if you want. I took my drone there, but the wind was too high to film much. But God, I lied. Christopher, I was going to tell you the story. Remember, I was trying to do this, tell you about the funny part, the first scandal I ever had. But thank you for the encouragement, guys. And you're telling me I'm doing fine. I love the little pats on the heads. You guys are wonderful. You know this? This is just as important as donations. I will stop the day I don't think I'm helping anybody. I've almost stopped a couple of times. I don't like this subject. I want to do my ghost towns and history and interview old timers and do anything but this. But as long as I'm helping, I will feel like I made a permanent difference in the world, and that's why I do it. And so Hoodoo says it would be great to make a series on fire evacuation preparedness. Yeah. So I realize now I should have just started. And something would have been better than nothing. And I can always delete the crap and say, oh, that didn't meet my standards. Here's my updated version. But I've learned that lesson now, and it's now come into sharp focus. And instead of dwelling on this and being, this actually did affect me emotionally. The moment that we saw that live and somebody said, hey, Maui has got problems, and the moment that I tuned into that and saw the 65-mile-an-hour winds and the slope aligning with winds and I went on Google Maps. I mean, you can rewind to my archive. Remember that night, guys? I realized this has got to be a mass fatality event. Nobody knows this yet, but that's got to be happening right now. That was, I had a hard time. There's a lot of factors, Anthony, on why that got that bad. But mostly the fire was invisible, and that's the same thing that people experienced in Paradise. The fire was invisible. Smoke swept over, but unless you won't be able to see a wildfire until it's 1 block away or at the end of your driveway. It's invisible. Unless you have thermal. You put up your thermal image and you're going to pee your pants, right? Because you can see through the smoke. But you cannot see the flames until it's less than a block away from you. So there's these videos, like I showed some of them, where a guy goes out in flip-flops and walks around his neighborhood to see what's up because all the phone lines are down. Same thing with Paradise. So a lot of people just sat there until the fire was 1 block away. Now, this is why I don't crucify the police. I'm defending them, which is an unpopular opinion right now, but I've got to do what's right. I do not believe the police caused anybody's death. If they tried to prevent people from going over down power lines, that would have absolutely destroyed the first car, electrified it. The people in there would have had a terrible fate, and nobody else would have been able to save them, and nobody else would have been able to pass. So they put up a roadblock, but they could not see that the fire at the other end of town, like 7 blocks away, was incinerating buildings. It was invisible to them. Their radios and stuff didn't work. Communications were down. Cell phones were down. And the guy who went walking around his neighborhood in flip-flops with his cell phone walked right up to the fire. Wind changed, and he saw flames, and it was literally 1 block away. And that was the first indication he had it was danger. He was just filming himself like, oh, it's a windy day in Lahaina, and a couple structures are on fire. He had no idea that the town was being eaten. It's a very slow realization until he sees it. And then he escapes by walking over down power lines that, thank God, were de-energized, or he would have been a meat pops. We would have never seen that video. It would have fried his phone too. That was reckless. Thermal drone, yeah. Nick, you remember you were there. Like I'll have to go back and watch it one day. But thank goodness JB called and said, "What are your questions?" And I said, "What's going on in Hawaii?" I said, "Is that a mass death event happening right now?" And he goes, "Probably." I just wanted him to say no. I wanted to be wrong. But I knew. I mean, there's too many things. There's a disaster waiting to happen. Too many things to just say this or that caused that disaster. Simple answers are for simple people, right? But mostly the power company is to blame. They knew after Paradise, the world woke up to the fact that power lines are pretty much the only way a fire gets going in a high wind event. There's very few other ways to actually keep a fire going in high winds. High winds will blow out open flame. There's only a couple things that will keep it going, and that's power lines down. It makes molten metal, and the fire crews can't put any water on it because they'll electrocute themselves. They have to wait for the power company to turn it off. So if you see all the videos, or why didn't the firefighters do anything? Well, one of the reasons is they didn't have any water access because the canals were shut off. The hydrants were pathetic. Hydrants located underneath roof eaves are useless hydrants. You can't hook up to those. As soon as the roof is on fire and collapses on the hydrant, it burns through your hose, and you have a giant fountain. But it was an 1800s era town with most of those in the Wild West burned down because they shared walls with each other. There's no separation, shared attic space. So the way the buildings were is they were a ticking time bomb. In order to save the town the way it was, they'd have to have a massive renovation project where sprinklers were not only inside the buildings but on the rooftops. I'm going to have to keep any embers from going up underneath roof eaves. And then I looked at Google Maps, and some of these buildings didn't even have doors. They were open, completely open in the air. Like you could walk through the front door area where a door's supposed to be and walk out the end. So you can never prevent any embers from getting inside. So it was, that town was doomed to burn down one day unless they took measures to stop it. Those measures were not taken. Now, very few towns in the West, I mean, almost all Wild West towns look like that. Some of the worst had wooden sidewalks. Let's just Google one, like an actual, I mean, even the reproduction ones, okay? None, you see these in movies, but very few ever made it more than 30 years before they burned to the ground because there's not enough space between the buildings. You got your wooden sidewalks, which is even worse. No sprinklers and stuff. The first fire on that block is the last fire because it'll take down everything. A lot of them didn't have adequate hydrants, if any at all. So a high wind day and a fire breaks out for any reason. Most of the gold rush towns burned down in because they were mostly made in 1849, 1850, 1852 in California, for example. Oregon's gold rush was a bit later. But Lahaina was a lot like this. It just didn't have the big square tops anymore. These are normal buildings. They just have a square front because that was where the signs go, right? I mean, if you look at them from the rear, they've got a normal peaked roof, right? So mostly in California, these all burned down. I don't know of any really that didn't. Even Old Sacramento was mostly a reproduction. But there's just a couple out there anymore. Oh, you know what? There's one by San Andreas. John Stoker took me out there. He lives in El Dorado County. But there's not that many because they burned down within 20 years, sometimes even 10. And they got smart and they rebuilt with better fire codes. Even for the mid 1800s, they said brick walls in between the structures, so firewalls. They could still have wooden roofs and stuff, which kind of sucked. They said no more plank sidewalks. Before you rebuild, you have to have pipes and hydrants. And common sense. And so most of the gold rush towns today, like Placerville and stuff, are the rebuilt brick type thing. If you go to like Placerville, I'm just going to pull Placerville. Whoops, this is the new keyboard I have. I still haven't fixed the old one. I haven't put the caps back on. So Placerville almost burned down, the Caldor fire, and it's one of my favorite places ever. This is their fire bell in the town center. They saved it. Firefighters saved it. It got dicey though. But notice how brick it is. You know, even though some of these are these are the original buildings. That's because the original Placerville, I don't believe, made it. So you can see this is like stage 2 of the life of a gold rush town, right? Brick, brick, brick. Some of those are still wood, have brick walls in between the structures. And I mean, they knew about sprinklers and stuff even in the 1800s. So almost all of the gold rush towns look like that. Lahaina, I was surprised it still looked like, you know, the saloon doors swinging type town, the wooden one. And unfortunately, I was like, oh, great, I'd love to film that. And nothing is remaining. So, yeah, it would be great to have a thermal drone. That's on my wish list, man. Joe Johnson says, as a supervisor of a much-loved crew member hung himself after I chastised him for missing too many work days. I can sympathize with their guilt. Oh, no. Yeah. You're not responsible, though. It is everybody's responsibility to get help on their own. And if they were all, that's not the reason, you know. It's a pretty god awful thing. We got to support each other, but that's not your fault. But the best thing to do is just figure out what can we do about it from here on. The only way to honor the dead is learn and talk about it. And I'm sure you have regrets, like maybe you should have sat down with him and said, why are you late to work a lot? You know, you got home trouble. Just opening dialogue instead of assuming is great. However, you can't have known if somebody hides it, you know. So Anthony says, can a car be electrified rolling on tires on top of power lines? Yeah. Instead of abandoning their cars out of despair. Yeah, the car could be electrified. There's something called arcing. This is why you can't step over power lines. In fact, they say for a reason, don't get within 30 to 40 feet of a power line. I need to get a good example video of arcing. I do tell the story a lot of how I got cocky. I did an anti-safety rule, and I'm like a safety nut, right? However, I thought I could do this. I built a project computer, and I took the safety box off of the power supply, the big, you know, arcing like that, the power lines, power leaping through the air in an arc, like a curve. It's when power leaps, something else, and it acts like lightning. Try Calgary, Washington. It was a real mining town. Okay. So unless you have slow motion, it's hard to get a. Yeah, okay, I don't want gruesome stuff. It's very hard to capture arcing. It just goes like a thing. Maybe this is a good one.
There went the power. Woo!
Whoa.
Damn!
That's not the best example of arcing, actually. That's just the power line touched something else and just caught fire and disintegrated. But arcing is jumping, or power jumps like that. So I don't know how many feet that is away. It's hard to judge distance, but isn't that like 20 feet? That it's the power is, there's something wrong with the line, but the power is jumping away from the source. This is why you can't have trees up against power lines or anywhere near them, but PG&E does it all the time. And I saw in Lahaina in the videos where the guy's walking around and stuff, there's power lines going in between tree branches. So you get high winds and a tree branch starts to tug on a line and damages it this way. People wonder how the fire gets started. You just cannot have trees next to power lines. I'm sorry, bury them. Best thing they could have done for Lahaina was bury the damn lines, because it's also really ridiculously stupid, in my opinion, to have above ground power lines in places where hurricanes frequent. Let's put them up. Oh, they got knocked down. Let's put them up. Oh, they got knocked down. Let's put them up. How about you just stop banging your head against the wall and learn? And you should not put up what's destined to come back down. And your customers have to pay the bill every time. As soon as there's massive damage from, say, a big storm or hurricane, you have to call in help from other municipalities. And in Hawaii, that's going to be from the mainland. And these linesmen don't work for free. That's extremely dangerous jobs. So it's extremely well paying. And you have to pay them overtime, and you have to pay their expenses to get to where you're at. Why don't you just bury this stupid ass line? Like, come on. All of us have to pay these expenses, and then those days it's a pure profit loss because you're not billing your customers for what you can't deliver. It's a giant money pit. People say, oh, the cost of burying lines is so expensive. No, it's not. You get massive savings over time. Like, I just don't know why this is 1800s technology. And firefighters should have a button that they could turn off any power line they want. But instead, they have to pick up the phone and say, "Hi, we are at X, Y, and Z intersection. We see a power line on top of a car. There's victims trapped inside. Would you please mind turning the power off?" Because they can't put water on it. Because if they do, they get electrocuted. The water goes up the hose. So they have to sit there and wait. And one of the saddest things I've ever heard on the stream was the Riverside fire by Estacada in Oregon. There was a power line down on top of a house, like on an old house, where the power lines go underneath the roof. And so I saw a lot of that in Hawaii too. That needs to be banned. You need to just redo the house so the power lines go underneath the ground. Because the high winds are just going to start ripping at the line, and it rips it away from the house. It's still energized, lights the roof on fire. So these firefighters show up during the Riverside fire of 2020 near Estacada. And on the radio, they say, "Okay, we've arrived, but there's a power line energized. It's rolling all over the front lawn." So they asked the power company to come and turn it off. And you'd think there'd be enough technology these days, and they could do that from headquarters and go, "Sure, it's off, go ahead." No, it's ancient technology. They have to send somebody out in a goddamn truck to drive there. And so as I listened over the course of 2 hours, they checked back in and said, "Yo, power company, are you guys still coming?" And they said, "Well, we lost contact with our crew. They're out of cell phone range and they may have gotten lost." And I'm like, "What?" Fire crews go, "Well, we need them to be here really fast. You send another crew that won't get lost?" And they're like, "Well, all of our crews are out trying to shut off as much power as they can right now. Current wait time is about 3 hours for any of these things happening." This is the middle of the Labor Day storm of 2020 with the massive 75-mile-an-hour winds and stuff. And so the damn house burned down. As soon as the power company actually showed up, they said, "It's too late. Firefighters just watched the house burn because they can't get electrocuted, put in water." So much is preventable. But the one thing I know for sure is after Paradise, when we had the highest fatalities of pretty much any wildfire most of the 20th century, like say 1950 onward, I think that's the deadliest. As power companies could be held liable, and they needed to do an emergency shutoff in high winds. Don't keep the lines energized because there's not enough trucks in the world to run around cutting off power where it's needed. Just do it ahead of time. But what did we get? Pacific Corp fails to do that in 2020 in the Beachy Creek fire. It's way worse. Now, I had to evacuate my mom from that one. I'm not happy about it. Then we have the McKenzie fire, Northern California. I believe the same thing happened. Last stream? In Northern California, I think people died in that one too. So, Bobcat fire nearly killed a bunch of people in 2020. SoCal Edison. And so, what does Hawaii Electric do? They know about this stuff, but they let it happen. So I'm not going to forgive them for that. That was pretty much all of the verified ignition sources I could see was from power lines. In high winds, it's actually hard to get a fire going. Like I said, if you hold a match in front of a fan, the match goes out. So it takes long-term this happening. It takes that frying vegetation, frying and electrocuting a tree like it did for the Dixie fire to start what happened in Hawaii. So I just want to maybe power lines starting fire in Maui. Let's just see. Yeah, this guy's video.
Oh, this is live right across the street from my house. Freaking power line just went down. I hear a pop coming from across the street. As soon as I hear the pop, all I heard is like electrical, like bzzz, going on the ground there. Look, there's the power line right there. See them right there. That's the power line that started from up the road there. And
So when a power line is just sitting there electrocuting the grass, people don't understand that the higher electrical current you have, the higher the heat. So if a person gets shocked or touches a power line, you don't just have shock, like stopping your heart. That's not your worst problem. Your blood can boil off, and then you ignite. If you're holding a high, if you can't get a power line off of you, you ignite. Vegetation ignites. It's extremely hot. So while a person can survive a zap, and you have to get CPR to probably restart their heart, they might have actual third-degree burns and stuff like interior on their arteries, like inside of their body. That makes electrical burns extremely hard to deal with. They're like internal. So people want to talk about space lasers, but it can all happen from just this crap. And so we've got witnesses. It's on film, and it goes down the hill. It starts from upwind, uphill, and rolls down. So this, I don't know exactly where this was, but the fire crews come by later in the video, and it's got more images of how it just spread. And in short grass, it wasn't that big of a deal, but the high winds, and of course, power lines went down everywhere else. And then what you do is, if you do not de-energize the lines, you create death traps. I think that code needs to be changed. So you can't bury all lines overnight, but you should take the main arteries out of a town and get the power lines the hell off of those main arteries so that people can escape. This is the biggest problem of Paradise. One power pole going over, or some lines dropping, and nobody can use that avenue of escape. So that created a strange zigzag pattern that people had to get out of town through back alleys and neighborhoods: up, up, down, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, left, left, up, right, east, east, south, south, west, west, north, 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 east. And that's how you get out of town. And how the hell are you supposed to know that? When everybody starts heading down an alley and then boom, there's power lines in front. How do you even tell the drivers, like 20 cars behind, turn around? They probably can't. There's 20 more cars behind them. And people in the back, all they feel is the heat and the smoke overwhelming them, and that's when they decide, I'm going to pass everybody. I don't know why we're stopped. I'm going to go into the opposite lane and pass everybody. And so, person in the front turning around, nearly head-on collides with the person trying to pass. But guess what? Monkey see, monkey do with drivers. Somebody else sees the first person who says, I'm going to pass everybody else, follows that other dude. So here you are, the first car trying to turn around, and you're trapped because now you're facing head on 20 others, and both lanes are clogged. So the thing that enraged me about Paradise is I go during later cleanup, and they had put the damn power lines back up, even though the entire neighborhoods are still gone. Like, who the beep are you delivering power to? The dead? Like, almost everybody in this neighborhood died. Nobody's rebuilding. The cleanup happened, the dump trucks came, and they're empty lots, and you put power lines back up. Just screw you, PG&E. You have perfect opportunity. Nobody lives on the street. Nobody drives on it because, well, you killed them all. But at least you can do is don't put the damn poles back up. That is wasting everybody's money. You have this pledge to bury them from now on in a death trap town like Paradise. It only has 3 ways out. Just what the hell are you doing? Right? So a lot of this we can fix. We're not just here to be angry and pissed off. I've shown you what's real and what we can fix. But you have to be angry enough to demand change, right? Anthony says, I'd rather take a chance running on a flat power line than to run out from a wildfire because the road is jammed. Well, that's when you need to, that's a bad idea. You'd be dead, that decision. Sorry. Like, if I was your dungeon master, or we were playing Dungeons and Dragons, and you said, I would like to take a chance running over that power line, I'd give you 50-50 on my D20 die. Do you want to, let's roll it. Let's see if you survive, okay? Because it's like a 50-50 chance if the line is energized or not, right? Let's do it. Roll a d20 die. They got like, no, I did not mean a d20 dice because that's bad grammar. Dice is 2. Okay? Die is singular. Am I wrong about that? Die is singular, right? Dice is pair of dice. I know that because Paradise's first name during the gold rush was Pair O' Dice, and it was too gambler oriented, so all the churchy women had the town name changed. It was called Pair of Dice. It was a gambling, rough and tumble town. Okay, but let's roll the d20. Wait a second, not 2. Roll a d20. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Odds and evens? Evens you live, and odd number you die? Let's roll. Okay. Which one? Pick, Anthony. Do you live if it's even or odds? Or do you want to do higher than 10 you live and lower than 10 you live? Your choice. Your choice. How you want to play this deadly game? Because I'm going to tell you how to survive without the gambling, okay? But this is a good exercise. Like, if you didn't know how to survive or how to shelter in place in a town, you can. There's always a place in a city where you can shelter and live. You just gotta know about what your options are before the disaster, right? So we'll make this entertaining. Okay. Let me use the bathroom, and then we're gonna roll for your fate. Be right back. Okay, I'm almost back, guys. By the way, speaking of dice and rolling stuff, I want to do a raffle to fundraise. I have 3 Pixel 7 phones. I'm still around the corner. I don't know if there's signal blockage here, if you can hear me well. But I have 3 brand new in the box Pixel 7 phones in snowy white. Now, the people have donated and such. I want to give back. Like, I could just put these on eBay or something. But I'd rather have an episode where I say, guys, let's do a raffle. $2 equals 1 ticket or whatever it is. And then raffle for the phone. If I could get enough attention, maybe I could fund myself, especially during the off season when there's not a lot of fires and there's not a lot going on, right? So I'd have to figure out the rules. There's state laws regarding gambling and raffles, and then there's YouTube rules. I've got to be careful about this. I can't break any rules, but I would like it that people have a chance to win something. And if people don't need a phone and don't want it, then they could say, keep the donation money, but roll again, to see who wins, right? So I don't know if I should get a fishbowl and really do the thing where I put people's names in the fishbowl and do this with my hand and pick out something, or if it should be virtual. But I want to do that. Remember, she's a white witch. No, I'm your fate right now. So, but okay. So which one did you choose? Oh, you didn't choose. Joe Johnson says, you're too quick. I believe if left isolated but not de-energized correctly, it can act as a capacitor and hold energy, which searches for an earth. I don't know. I don't understand electricity. To me, it's like, a power of Zeus or something. I couldn't really take any electrical classes because I couldn't do the math. I have a math learning disability. I understand all the concepts, but numbers are it's like numbers dyslexia. So I failed all my math classes because I would get a certain, say, algebra problem. I'd do it methodically and check all my work, and everything would work, and I'd fail the test. And teacher after teacher just thought I was an idiot. Like, how could she understand the concept and then fail almost every single written test? And I didn't know either. I just thought I was an idiot. I was like, damn. And then one of my teachers got my test out of the trash, and all of my I just threw it in the trash, and I was like, I'm an idiot. I'll never go anywhere in life because all the math prerequisites for the advanced courses just were not open to me. And here I am in advanced science classes like oceanography and stuff, college level courses as a 7th grader, and I couldn't pass basic algebra. Let's see. Okay, I wrote down a timestamp again. So one of my teachers, though, got my scratch paper and my test out of the trash as I ran from the school crying. They were gonna hold me back. Hey, you have to choose. I'm waiting for you to choose, Anthony. Okay, is it work that if you survive, if you get 11 or higher, or let's say 10 is injury, right? But you live, and 11 is surviving. Or is it going to be like this: odds you live and evens you die, or something like that? You have to choose. That's why I'm waiting to roll the dice here. We'll see if you get to live, because you made a decision in our Dungeons and Dragons game to run barefoot over power lines or hop over them, whatever you're doing, right? Okay. So, yeah, I'm wearing my lucky necklace, man. So, I feel bad keeping donation money. It's just weird. It's just because the victims need it more. You know what I mean? I am stopping my life and I'm not working at anything else, any other kind of job, just so I can be here at a moment's notice and for marathon lengths at a time, like months at a time. I have to live with money, but nothing takes away feeling like crap when people have lost their entire home. But instead of just feeling like crap, I'm looking at other streamers like Ryan Hall, who I found out does for tornadoes what I do for fires. I'd never heard of him before. I just hit the live button when I started everything, and I'll get back to that story in a second. I had no idea that any streams like this ever existed. Apparently he did it for tornadoes. I just never saw it. And he started his own charity. So I've got to talk with attorneys, though, because I'd love to raise money for the victims personally. And personally give it to him, because I don't approve of what some of the big agencies do. I'm not calling them evil, but Red Cross will not give all the money collected for one fire to those fire victims. It says right in their fine print, we'll keep it for other disasters too around the world. Our discretion. So, I mean, remember how many millions were raised for 9/11 victims? Every single family member should be a millionaire, but they're not, because Red Cross kept most of that money for, or maybe a lot of it, for other disasters. So that's the way that works. And so I'd rather do something like make a charity. Okay, so he says, I can't roll the dice. You do it and I'll drive. Okay, fine. We'll do it this way. 1 through 10, you're dead. Because you just made the choice to risk it and drive over a power line or hop over it, whatever, right? 11 means you were severely injured, but you lived. And anything 12 and up means you got away lucky because it was de-energized. Ready? Roll. You're dead. Congratulations. You died. It was energized. Anthony says, it's part of the plan, guys. Let's run. Follow me. But if I catch fire, don't follow me. Yeah, well, you just saved many lives with your by being the hero that proved that the power line was energized. Thanks for playing. I hope your next incarnation is a lot luckier. I'm sure you never even knew what hit you, though. That's a pretty instantaneous, whoa, why am I at the pearly gates? I'm sure you got into heaven, though, because that was self-sacrificial. But, like I said, God, Joe, you're funny. I could tell you how to just survive. In Lahaina, is shelter in place. So you got options for, like the people in Paradise did, big box store parking lots don't burn. So you can just drive out there and sit in your car. Baseball diamonds, green grassy fields. But the best place in Lahaina was the underground and covered parking area. Most people who headed for the front street where they got trapped as the buildings next to the, they had to go over into the water. They drove right past the parking garage that was a perfect shelter place. They should have just recognized it, gone there, hung out. There's nothing to burn in a multi-story concrete parking lot, or even when it's out in the open. So some towns have sewer systems, and you can get in the sewer system, like in some neighborhoods. That'll help you in a tornado event, if you've got a crowbar and if, you're a strong man. But, I think pretty much any able-bodied man could open up a sewer, especially one under the adrenaline rush. Nancy says I would still run the car on power lines, just looking where I drive carefully. It can arc. First of all, the intense heat of the power line will probably explode your tire. So the next thing is, as you try to, sometimes power lines are flipping over like a snake, like back and forth. Sometimes they look dead, but they're not. You can't tell energized or not by looking. So a lot of times power lines will wrap around the wheel of the car and the axle. So your hair will be standing up in the car. The only thing that's keeping you from grounding is your rubber tires, and one of them just exploded in the heat, and then pretty soon you'd smell burning, and the rest of your tires are on fire. I mean, at least the one is. And can you jump out? Nope. Because arcing can happen 20 feet away, 30 even. So the moment, say you did a miraculous kangaroo jump somehow away from your vehicle, that power line can zap you in midair. That's what arcing does. It's like lightning. And it reaches out and grabs stuff. So that's why you got to stay 30 feet away from a power line. I wish there was a better way to tell. Maybe you guys can give me some tips. Like, is there a way to throw something near a power line that's metal to test it somehow? Like, would it react? Would it spark? Would it reach for it? I have no idea. They just tell people to stay away from those things, and that's my advice. But if you realize that the whole town is being overwhelmed, you need to realize that vehicle escape is a window of opportunity already closed. You won't be able to see more than like 5 feet off your bumper, so you don't know if that's smoke passing in front of you or the fire follows it. like if you're running perpendicular to it, if you're crossing the T of the fire's path, you could be driving into harmless smoke as long as you went zip through it, or you could hope to make it out of that smoke, and then you see the tail lights of a car in front of you, and you stop in it. Car behind you nearly rear ends you, and then you look to your left, and the fire's sweeping over your car. It wasn't harmless smoke; it was fire right there. So the blindness is something that you'll have to be prepared for. So when you already see this happening, where there's smoke that way, and you can't identify even where the fire is, and you just know there's traffic jams, and if you can't drive more than 5 miles an hour, you've just got to figure out, okay, what can I do shelter in place? Swimming pools, ponds, parking lots, big box store parking lots. Sometimes it's grab everybody and just walk. And you have your wool blanket over your head and your cell phone and your little ball of water or your, carry thing of water. Let's look back at some of these cams again. And you live because you calmly went to the city swimming pool, or you got into the parking lot. Go into the neighborhoods without any power lines in them. Most of those survived. The newer homes too have better soffit vents and stuff. People had walked a little bit to the northwest. The Miracle neighborhood that survived could have just broken into a house and just ridden it out. Chilled literally by somebody's backyard pool. But the double decker parking lot was the best option that I saw, period. But I'm sure there were schools and stuff. So just using your head, and what you need to do is whenever you go and you're visiting a town, think about fire shelters. It's a weird thing to think about, but play the game. Like when I sit down at restaurants, I try to close my eyes. Okay, if the restaurant was on fire right now and the lights went out, do I know where the exits are? Like at the Coconut Grove nightclub fire? I know everybody will be running for the door, which I came in that way. But did I take note of where the back door is and where the exits are? Because when I open my eyes, yeah, I'm going to know. But what if the smoke is already at the ceiling and you couldn't see the lit exit signs? Like, do I know? And that's like a good habit. I haven't fully established that, but every once in a while I think about it. Anytime that water glasses are put down on the table, I now think of the people who survived the Coconut Grove by pouring water in the napkin, hitting the deck, and crawling out. So when you go camping, it's difficult, but you probably need an evacuation plan for getting out of that campground, like what the Lookout Fire did and what the others did. And a shelter-in-place option where the creeks, rivers, most people survive in a substantially deep creek or river by just face down, rolling around getting wet. And you'll have to be next to bears. You'll be next to a bear, cougar, maybe occasional wolf or mountain lion. But don't worry about it. Get under the bridge with them and just don't make eye contact, because animals have a truce during a fire. They just stand next to each other in shock. You say, hey bear, how you doing? And just don't look at him. Just make yourself, what do you call that? Beneath notice. Don't draw a lot of attention to yourself. There's a lot of old photographs in the 30s, like Tillamook burn and stuff, where nobody died in the Tillamook burn at all, even though it took out 16 towns, burned almost from Portland to all the way to the coast. Burned through telephone lines. A lot of people had no warning, but almost one firefighter died from burning tree falling on him, but everybody else survived because they just went face down in creeks and got underneath the bridges. For the Trask River, the Tillamook, the Halem, Salmonberry rivers. Salmonberry is waist deep, but people lived. So a lot of most of the people of Paradise survived in the parking lots. Most of them. The town took a total of 8 hours to evacuate. those who could get out and those who realized too late. They just, in fact, I was going to show you a video too of that. Before that, I was going to tell you about the scandal. You guys want to finally hear about my first scandal online? Yeah, then I'll show you Paradise. I just found my drone video folder. Okay, because my drone analyzed, places where people survive. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Let's re-roll for your life. I'm gonna give you a second chance at life because I'm feeling generous today. Did I close that? Oh yeah, this is my research on the hoax Jeep melting video. I think I just should go ahead and call that a hoax. Okay, the second chance at life. Are you ready? 12 or above, and you get to live. Oh, you rolled a 2. Oh, you had a gruesome death. The closer to 1, the worse it is. Oh dear. Okay, well, thanks for playing again. Okay, I'm gonna keep this around, but making it slightly fun. I mean, we have to do this so we don't go insane, right? Can't be tears all the time. What was I about to do? Oh, I was going to tell you the story of A, how I started Firestream, and B, my first scandal. So, yeah, here's Del Norte too. But I'll give you something to look at. Something. Okay, so now you realize I've just taken the advice back to my story of how all this happened, right? And the scandal story is funny, I assure you. Cognito was there. Carney Schill and Bugs Bunny were some of the first people who ever tuned into the stream and stuck around. Because when the Paradise Fire broke out, I didn't want to know about it. That was my first reaction. It was my brother lived there, and I'd lost our family friend in a Cascade fire, which PG&E also started with their freaking power lines. PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, started more than 3 fires in the same night, and it burned down the big sections of 3 different towns at the same time. They did not de-energize the lines in Northern California. So when the Santa Ana winds happened in October of 2017, the 2 towns of Bangor and Loma Rica, which are near each other, north of Marysville, where my dad used to live, those 2 towns are erased because power lines went down, and the fire just swept over the towns before reverse 911 could even be done. And the same night, it was happening in Santa Rosa, and I think that was fatal as well. So I was scared, but I didn't realize it was power lines. The national news didn't explain that, and I'll never forget them because they've still not explained that to the public, that most of the deadly and big fires are caused by power companies. They say human caused. BS. Don't believe that lie propaganda BS. Corporations are not humans. They don't have a breast exam. They can't get cancer. They don't have children. Corporations are an entity. They're an organization. They're not a person. And their behavior is governed by laws. And if you let them get away with murder, they do it. They have a for-profit mindset. And they're not out there to kill people, but they have detrimental optimism. Hey, what if nothing happens and we cut off the power for no reason? Well, we lost a day, a huge amount of money. We can't charge anybody for the power that day that we didn't deliver. So let's just hope everything's okay. And if our lines do start a fire, we'll just respond the old-fashioned way by driving out there and trying to cut the power. But here's the kicker. In the past, power lines usually didn't go down and when high winds, not the high tension ones, not the cross-country ones, because they were maintained better. But in the last 40 years, they've been not maintaining them for profit. They calculated the beans. I'm not making this up. It's part of Butte County's investigation into PG&E for, I think it started out as negligent homicide of 85 people, and then it became manslaughter when they pled guilty. I think it was a plea bargain. So they uncovered internal memos where they said, you know what, letting power lines just decay and fall and replacing them when they fall down instead of just maintaining them, that's more, that's, that saves us money. It's more profitable, right? So the media wasn't saying all this. This comes out, a year later after people died. So when Paradise first happened, I had Scanner Radio app on my phone. And I got an alert. It said 12,000 people were listening to Butte County. And I was like, oh dear, must be a shooting. And I went back playing a video game. I just did not want to accept. Could be a repeat of what happened last year with 3 towns burning down and deadly fires. So I go into this video game that I was playing because I wanted to be a gamer streamer to start out with. I thought I'll get over my shyness this way. I will play games that I like. I said happy thoughts. Jeez. Hey, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. No, Anthony, a lot of people sheltered in the parking lot. So I'll get to that in a minute. So I just thought maybe that was a fluke. What happened that last year? Maybe the winds were especially high, or some explanation. And I just sort of buried my head in the sand. I did not want to think about another potential tragedy happening, and it didn't say on Scanner Radio what was happening. I go into the game, and I'm like, I'm about ready to start streaming. I just need a couple things like better microphones, and I'm going to stream this game. And I think because it's just a lighthearted thing, it's a game, I'll learn to talk to people online and, make online friends, and I'll shut it down if it gets too overwhelming. If I get harassed, because a lot of the female streamers are like, this is difficult. You got to realize. One of my female streamer friends said, her name is Stacy, said she was just doing happy games on Twitch, and a guy stalked her and started threatening her children to kill her children. And sometimes it's like not like a fake threat meant to scare you or rile you, right? And one day she opens up her computer, like turns it on one morning over coffee, and the guy had hacked her computer and put on her desktop, like her wallpaper, was a family photo from her own computer that she had not put on the internet, and then crosshairs over the foreheads of her children and blood as if they had been shot, streaming down their faces like cartoon blood, like animated blood. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Other modern countries do this. We're still partying like it's 1899. We need to bury the lines and quit whining about it. At this point, when people talk about the expense of burying power lines, I just say, my friend died. Can you bring him back? You want your friends to die? Like, this will keep happening. As long as the law allows power companies to kill at will. This is why it keeps happening. Paradise, the PG&E got away with murder, basically. They got slapped on the wrist. They didn't even go bankrupt. They got bailed out of their bankruptcy by the California's governor. He gave them permission to raise rates on the victims, to pay the victims. And he capped, the legislation he signed capped their liability. They caused $1 billion disaster, or $1 trillion maybe, that you and I got to pay for. And they still get to keep their private jets and their corporate yachts and everything. And none of the corporate execs who made these terrible decisions and got people killed have ever seen jail time. But we can change laws. we know corporations are after money, and they're always going to want to save money, and they're not out there to kill us and get us. They're out there to try to save money. And so detrimental optimism is like, oh, just like in their emails, PG&E said, well, most storms that push over power lines are wet. And so we feel like fire risk is minimal, but that's completely ignoring the Santa Ana winds. They're almost always dry. They're the hot, dry desert winds from California. They happen every October through January. So detrimental optimism, right? So there's no argument about, oh, well, we could save so much money by just keeping the old 1800 style power lines up and then rebuilding them all the time. And it's okay to have much of California burn down every once in a while. Like the Dixie was California's biggest fire ever. It went across 5 different counties. No, it was not okay to lose 50% of Plumas National Forest. That was not okay. It was not okay for you to burn down Bangor, Loma Rica, Santa Rosa, Greenville, Caribou, Seneca, Lucky Ass Mining Town, parts of Chester. No, it was not okay. Not in any way. And that's just getting tip of the iceberg. I'm not even sure how many towns they've destroyed. Parts of Ego and Ono and Western Shasta County. I'm sorry, I'm getting dark again. But no, it's not okay. But I didn't want to believe that this problem was this bad. In fact, the mainstream media wasn't talking about it. I think the fires were still under investigation, which is what I think is bull crap. If you want to find out the true reason for a fire in California, like I cannot say, hey, a power company caused this, even if we have video evidence, because I'll get my ass sued off. I can only say that once the investigation is concluded, and that's their finding. I can say suspected, blah, blah, blah. And a year later, I don't think they still had released anything to the public saying what caused those fires. Conspiracy talk was rampant because it was so weird. Why were all these fires starting upwind of towns? Like if you wanted to commit arson and kill people, that's the best place to do it. I just realized they start because power lines everywhere have been neglected for 30 to 40 years. So they're ready to fall down everywhere. And they do frequently where there's no towns. But they don't make the news because they don't kill anybody, right? So you don't hear about them. But later, New York Times and stuff did investigations that PG&E had started more than 1,600 wildfires in 3 years, letting their lines fail. So, yeah, money, dollar bills, and God we trust. Yeah. So, like I said, I went playing my game. I just decided whatever happened was hopefully a fluke, or they'll catch that arsonist. I don't know why so many people died and so many towns burned down last year. I get on the online game, and my plan is get good at this game, to get on Twitch and start streaming. But my friend Stacy's experience, where the hacker scared her, and I don't think he was truly violent, but she immediately quit streaming when he hacked her and put crosshairs and fake blood on the foreheads of her children. And I think it said, "You're next," or something on the desktop wallpaper. So I was really intimidated by that. I was like, holy crap. Is this what women can look forward to streaming? I mean, guys get harassed too, but you have no idea what it's like for women. It's getting safer and better. But just gaming in the past, if I ever said anything in a microphone and that let people know I was female, the amount of nasty and disgusting sexual things that guys would tell me to do, and it was bad, just extremely bad. So I wasn't really looking forward to that experience. I was thinking I'll get some friends to help me moderate, but it was quite intimidating. But I said, I got to do this. I got to get ready. I got to talk to people online. I got to break this shyness thing and this kind of fear interacting with the public like that. So I got on that game, getting ready to start my Twitch career is when I thought. I've never been on Twitch, so in case you're wondering. And that's when my friends who are already playing says, "Holy crap, do you have a brother that lives in paradise?" I said, "Yeah." "Do you understand what's happening right now?" "No." They said, "You need to turn on the TV." I said, why? They said, "Okay, if you don't know why, turn it on immediately." And I said, "I don't have a TV." So I found out that way. I turned on the scanner radio, and I still have some of it's heartbreaking. I don't know if I'll ever publish it. Dispatch live as the event was unfolding. I immediately called my mom. I was like, "Where's my brother? Did he check in?" And she's like, "We don't know where he is." She's not answering his home phone. We didn't realize his house was already ashes. My dad, I think, called neighbors. They were already dead. His neighbors died. He left about 2 minutes ahead of his neighbor, and 2 to 6 minutes before they did. Their hesitation cost them their lives. He drove through flames, eventually checked in on his phone, but lost everything. Kids screaming and crying in the back. Not his kids, but his wife's. But it was crazy just waiting for my brother to check in, and awful. And what I heard on the scanner radio was just god awful. So I went, okay. How can I help here? I went on Caltopo and used my skills for, mapping skills like I use for tracking ghost towns, and hit things like the wind button and, the satellite button, and I saw the entire freaking county almost. Butte County was like this with all these satellite things in space, And so then I turned on scanner radio, which is Broadcastify on online, and I started hearing the chaos. And they were saying stuff like streets I could identify. We're here at this and this intersection. We're here at the O'Reilly Auto Parts store, for example, or we're at the Safeway. There's victims sheltering in place here, and the firefighters are trying to get to the other neighborhoods, some of which they never could get to because the power lines started falling over the residential streets. So entire neighborhoods were ringed by down power lines, and nobody could escape. No one. Every single street blocked. And the way Paradise is, if you just look at it on a map, it was already kind of designed as a death trap. We need to figure out how to better design cities. In fact, it's better on Google Maps. There's too many little creeks because it's a windswept plateau. The Ice Age melt of the glaciers stuff in the Sierras. You can see the massive, carving that the massive floodwaters once did, 10,000 years ago. And so it's a plateau, and you can't go east or west because these canyons are too deep. They're gigantic. So there's only one road out to the north to Magalia, which that town burned down too, and 3 main roads out to the south. I mean, you could count a fourth one, but Neil is kind of narrow. Pence became a death road because the fire swept over from the east first. So if you look at the neighborhoods, see how many dead ends there are? That's because of all these creeks. It would have been very expensive to make a little bridge or culvert thing to make a proper grid. So you have dead ends. So almost everybody has to go here on Ninley. I think that's how you pronounce that. The east and west arteries. You have to go, like if you live in the south, you have to drive north to get, say, Pearson, which is a main artery. But look at all these dead ends. These people were This is a mass death place right here because you can't go left or right. It's down a hill. You have to go north on Edgewood, go all the way up to Pearson before you can go right to get down to escape the town at Pence Road, or left to go keep going down Pearson to get to Clark. And then from Clark, you can go down south. But you see how there's no bridge here over Clear Creek? So the people here could be trapped on Anchor Way and look over, and they're so close to escaping the town, but it's too steep to walk, it'd take too long, and there's no bridge. So this is what I'm talking about death traps. So I would hear them saying we're at the corner of this and that place, but we can't get into this or that neighborhood because power lines are down. So like this entire Edgewood Lane, everybody got trapped once a power line went down over a car right here. And there were about 6 cars behind it. So this is a mass death street right here. And remember how I talked about the culverts, surviving in culverts? I went here and I was like, huh, that looks like a body of water and stuff. But when you put on terrain here, it's not really a good example because for some reason the creeks aren't showing up. But this is a drainage right here. And so because of snow melt and other factors off the mountains, sometimes there are torrential rains. They have huge culverts under the street. So these people didn't realize that they could walk out of their car and get under a culvert. And they were huge, really big. Like 50 people could have been under there, but they just saw the car, power lines dropped on top of the car, the entire pole did, like the entire pole. And the people behind there, fire came over from the east, it swept over the line of cars. So there's, the Google car did come this way. Completely screwed. Because notice how there's not even a ditch or anything to get in. And see, they put the power lines back up, you a-holes. That's one of the spots where a car burned. You could see the weird impression on the road. But the fire came from the east and swept over them to the west. And if they had known about some of these shelters, they could have just run to the west and gotten up under the culverts, because that's the only way to safely cross Pearson. Because at the end of Edgewood right here, this power line, well, it's a new pole, fell all the way across, trapping everybody on Edgewood. But they could have gone this way and then gotten to a culvert across the street just to the west. They were very close to saving their own lives. They just didn't know what to do. So it's really grim. But I saw pictures of the skeletons in the cars. I showed up later. I showed up in early December, and the fire was still burning in the mountains. I may have been there in late November, actually. I don't really remember if I was there for Thanksgiving, and then I came back for December as well. Don't have a strong recollection, but it's everything's gone here. The only thing that survived was somebody living in a caboose. So the caboose didn't burn. It was like a steel building. I think it's on Edgewood. I drove by, and there's that damn caboose. It was like in the street view from years ago. And the cleanup still goes on. This is August 2019. So it's not that far, but it still looks like this mostly. This was a trailer park. So I went down this street and found out that all they had to do was back up their cars, turn here. And I heard running water right by this tree. Oh, and by the way, these trees lived. They survived. Look how they're sprouting back. These are sequoias. Like they were burnt charcoal sticks, but I've got some pictures of me walking around here. Past this truck, which is in the way, I heard running water because there's a creek back there. So you see where that line is? There's the creek back here. And if you just hop down in there, the entire street right here is hollow. Like 50 people could have fit in there. And it was wet down there. And you look up and there's like a skylight. I'm like, oh my God, almost everybody who died in Paradise was within walking distance of a shelter if they just knew about it. I have got to teach people. So even though this was one of the most horrifying, sad things I've ever done, I got a map of where fatalities occurred and went to where they occurred. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I had the courage to freaking do that because now I can explain how to live, how to survive this. And people can now identify, their own vulnerability. Like if you're that's why I say if you're on a dead end street and it takes you a while to get to your main road to your evacuation, leave way before you're told because they can't tailor the evacuation notice to every particular street. They can only say, oh, this whole general area is level 2 or something. But if it's level 2 and you're on a street like this, consider yourself level 3. And this is not the time to pack. This is not the time to formulate plans. This is not the time to chit chat and pick up the phone and say, hey, Margot, can I stay the weekend with you? Okay, you just get in the car, you go, and you call them on the way there. But you get the hell out of your dead end neighborhood that has absolutely no sewer system. You can't pull up a manhole and get shelter. You got even no ditch, not even a curb. There is nothing to protect you here except that is your nearest creek and running body of water. They drove this way because they thought, hey, vehicle is the only way out, and that's not true. It's just one of the ways you can escape fire. Oh my God, we went back in time. Look how it was before the fire. Google car didn't go to the end of the street in 2019. This is 2012. Yeah. In fact, I think I took horse riding lessons on this street. I'm not sure if it was this street, but there was a ranch down here. I may have known some of the people who died on the street from distant childhood. I don't even want to think about it. I'm not sure where my horse riding lessons were, but oh God, I think it was on this street. Maybe not. I don't want to think about it. Wow. Wow. They had all kinds of museum antique stuff here. We drove by it once, and a lot of people had a lot of gold rush artifacts and stuff in their yard. Like here's a buggy. Just display, here's an old classic car. It was a pretty pleasant place, but still, these above ground power lines, you know. Now, I'm torn between saying this field might have been a safe shelter. It's possible. It's probably, if you're at the very end of the street, it's probably the best bet. This is when you take your car and you ram down the fence and you park right there. If it's green and it's clipped like that, and you don't know where the fire's coming from, you just know it's that way and the smoke is drifted over, yeah, ram down that fence, park right in there. But don't drive down a street where you're not sure if the fire's in front of you or if you can really get out. This happened really fast. So, oh, I'm so sorry, Joe. Yes, I will check my emails. I promise. I'll check my emails tomorrow. I promise. In fact, today it is now 3 in the morning. How in the hell is it 3 in the morning? Okay, I need to get back to my story and the more positive parts. There it is. That's the people living in a caboose. Oh, that would be an oven. You can't just stay in that thing. But I went through the devastation because this is all like a desert now. It looks like the rest of the street. In fact, I drove here. I could show you that video. I'm not sure I could get it up real fast though. And a lady was these bulbs grew back because they were underground, and she replanted her yard. This is an ancient antique street lamp thing from San Francisco or whatever. And she was out there watering her yard. So if you live in a caboose, that's a somewhat fireproof dwelling. You know, that survived it somehow. I was astonished. But I still had a lot of my shyness. And yeah, the stupid story was about how I overcame that. Even when I was in paradise, I felt like too much of a jerk to ask people anything. So I hesitated. I bit my fingernails. Like, should I go and ask her how she lived? But I was very aware that at least 6 people, 6 different families probably died on the street that she likely knew. And I didn't have good camera. Like, it would be a cell phone I interviewed her with, and it would have shitty sound, excuse my language. And I wanted to, one of the things you don't do in documentary filmmaking is make people cry and then ask them to do that again when I come back with a real camera. Like, it's not good. Just say, would you like to talk about it? Sit there, roll the good camera, and just whatever they're comfortable with. So one day I'll come back, and if that's the same person living there, I'll do it now that I have the good camera. But this is all devastated. But I've gotten over the shyness, and this is how. I was terrified after what happened to Stacy to do streaming at all. But when I heard from my gaming friends that there was a massive fire, I couldn't even wrap my head around it. It was I'd heard about the Oakland firestorm. I knew what Santa Ana winds were capable of. But that had been in the 90s, like the early 90s, almost the 80s. I just thought, stupidly, because time had passed, that we must have learned from our mistakes, and a fire like that would never happen again, right? Like, I don't know. That's just a taster of how bad it can get. The whole fact that the entire state of California experiences high winds with Santa Anas mean we should never have pretty much any above ground power lines in the whole state. It's just kind of stupid. Let's go into the past. So this is 2012, same spots. Hey, stay in the past. It was pretty nice. Now over here, there's not that many pines, and these trees, deciduous, ones that have leaves, are much more fire resistant than normal. But the crazy winds, the hot, dry desert winds of the Santa Anas, made everything incendiary, and power lines fell all over the town. So it wasn't like the fire just came from the east. I mean, it kind of did, but new fires were happening all over a town at once because power lines were going down everywhere. So, like I said, this particular pole, oh my God. You see this? This is just ridiculous. You remember my arcing video? This is typical. This is like crime scene stuff. Vegetation touching power lines, half dead trees touching them. So any little tug on them from like a branch further downstream can start pulling the insulation off, and that arcing can start happening. Did I save the arcing video? That's the tree on fire video. I don't think I did. That's the ember storm. And this is why you can't see your house with a garden hose, right? So this is what would be falling around your car, even if you can't see the fire yet. It's like a red blizzard of flakes. So I guess I did not save that arcing video, but you guys remember just a minute ago. Let's go back to the maps. But this is criminal. And what I want to teach people is how to recognize this, and we should have a way to demand that power companies fix crap like this. Like, this is not acceptable. That stupid pole killed people. And it's just bad. So all the people on the Pearson that did make it to Pearson, I think my brother escaped on Pearson, he was further west here, kept driving past safe shelters because you don't know where the culverts are, right? That's why you got to figure it out with maps ahead of time. And even though you can't see anything, you just know where they are. Wow. Oh, I remember this property, the one with the nice pond. Yeah. Wow. Oh, okay, weird flashbacks. So that's it. That's one of the marker sticks. Means there's no shoulder here. You could survive in a culvert underneath this driveway, especially if it's wet, if it's big enough. But the big culverts, the huge ones, they went over Pearson like this, north and south. So I think before the stop sign is one, but it's hard to figure out. See, that one's too small. See that tiny one? It's too small. But if it's too difficult to connect all of the roads in a proper grid, they need to make fire shelters for people. You could just yeah, because that's afterward. So that to have a sign, even if they are normal culverts, fire shelter here with a little sign, and that would save a lot of lives. Like I said, you'd have, since it's so hard to see from the road, you got to figure out where these are ahead of time. So let's see, Pearson. This one was a huge one. What's this creek called? I can't remember. Clear Creek had one, but Pearson and whatever that is a really awesome one. This one was huge. So you can see how a creek kind of goes down, but you wouldn't know there's a culvert there. See the little sticks though? No shoulder. This gives you an idea that you may be driving over a culvert. It means don't. Like, is there snow or something? Occasionally there's snow up here. You see the creek? The culvert down there is huge. 50, 100 people could shelter underneath this road. It was like 9 feet tall. That is a rampaging creek during the snow melt. So a lot of people, though, drove right past. Now, you come up on the Ace Hardware, I believe, where it got saved. That's the Ace Hardware right there. And they sheltered in this intersection and these parking lots. See that? I don't know that there was a building there, but if it was like that, that's safe. People did shelter here and around here. The firefighters saved the Ace Hardware because of the roof style it had. It was not a bow truss roof, so bow truss roofs collapse. But they had endless water supply from the creek back there, the same one with the big culvert. So they said, this is safe, we can defend this. And a lot of people sheltered in place in all these parking lots right here. And they did try to respond. They saved buildings like that bank. They saved ironically, the gas stations made it. I mean, mostly the store part burned down, but the gas pumps made it because they had that old style halon. It's like a chemical fire suppressor. So they automatically suppress the fire, but halon is extremely environmentally unfriendly. So, but the gas stations were old enough to have it. So you'd see the entire gas station store burn down, and the pumps were fine, and that's because of halon. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists who said only the laser targeted the store, but not the gas pumps. And I'm going, oh my freaking God. Why is the bank okay and nothing else is? That's because the firefighters saved it because they were protecting everyone in this parking lot, dude. They saved a lot of the buildings going up this Clark, too. Clark is a main artery. It's wide enough to be a fire break. But they couldn't save everything. Yeah, like here's the mobile station where the pumps are okay, not the building. God, what is that? Oh, sandbags. Keep the runoff from going in the creeks and killing all the fish, ending up in a Sacramento River. Okay, so God, I think that's where a museum used to be. Okay, I can't get lost in memory lane here, but like I said, I'm glad that I got over the shyness. Don't be light, be heavy. Okay. Oh, Joe Johnson says you might want to update your community board. Oh, I thought that those were like one-time messages. Oopsie. Anthony says people disobeyed the order to stay in place and said, "Hell no." Yeah, that's a thing for structure fires. Don't shelter in place in a structure fire. Get the hell out. There's a hotel fire in Hawaii, I think in the main island, and everybody's told to shelter in place. Same thing with the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas. Uh, um, if you have a way to escape, get the hell out of the building. Because even if the fire doesn't reach you, you'll suffocate in the smoke. The MGM Grand killed tons of hotel guests because the smoke went in through the ventilation system and nobody could turn that off. You can't turn that off in your own hotel room. That's something has to be done somewhere else. And guess what? The front desk had already evacuated. So the ventilation system sucked in smoke and killed like dozens of people in the MGM Grand fire disaster, even though it was a small fire. So that used to be the advice, and 911 will still go by the old stupid advice, which is they tell people wet down some towels, put them underneath the door, block the smoke out, and wait to be rescued. Yeah, no. Now you have a terrible choice to make. Take the wet towels, put them over your head, and crawl out. And mostly the maps out of the building detach, like the one on the back of your hotel door. Rip it off. Carry it with you. Now, if there's not much smoke in the hallway and you can get to a staircase fast, and there's no like open flame that you can see, crawl. I know that sounds weird, but crawl, hands and knees, crawl. The worst smoke is at the ceiling, usually, and get to the stairway and get the hell out. But if smoke is in the stairwell, then you can't. You might want to go back where you came from and actually do a shelter in place. But you can't be in a smoky stairwell. You will not make it down. It'll rise. It'll suffocate you on the way up. But don't just sit there. It used to be assumed that because hotels had sprinklers and the fire code said that you had to have like little fire hoses inside the hallways of hotels, that firefighters would always be able to get up to where the people are and escort them out safely with oxygen and blah, blah, blah. And that was proven wrong a whole bunch of times. And so, unfortunately, a bunch of people died in Hawaii when they still had time to get out of the building. It spread too fast. There's one thing that's terrible about building renovations and new ones these days is we're building plastic buildings. And so we have towering infernos like the Grenfell Tower. Don't Google that unless you want to have nightmares the rest of your life. And a couple under construction in China and a few in Dubai. I usually don't try to show fire traumatic videos, but I think the one in Dubai did not have any deaths. So let's see the Dubai towering inferno. Now the older buildings were like brick and stuff. But what's happening now is there's plastic decorations on the exteriors that update the look. And plastic means oil. Okay, you think about an oil drum fire, everything plastic is like, just think about it being liquid oil, but it's in a solid. So the fire races to the top on the outside of these buildings. Killed a lot of people in London. It was a pretty fire safe building. But what's sprinklers going to do when the fire's going to come in through your windows? Nothing. You can't stop that. When it breaks all the way, the windows all the way and races to the top. And this is the most, you can't make this up. The building is called The Torch. I cannot make this up, guys. It had all kinds of fire safety because it's brand new. Dubai is making good stuff, but it's the cladding, it's the exterior. And they need to ban this, but even after having the disaster in London, they're still putting it on buildings. And worse than just being plastic, like glued to the walls. Remember, the thing we need to ban is plastic building materials, okay, the kind that burn, especially in the outsides of buildings. You don't want this to happen because firefighters can't do anything about that. They can't rescue you and they can't put that out. They just go, damn. Remember, ladders only go so high? Like, you're going to enter that building to try to put that out? You're just going to say, yeah. let's tear it down. Let's just let that thing burn and tear it down and start over. I think that's what they basically did. Now, polyurethane foam, just like the station nightclub fire, all that sound insulation foam and expanding foam, that's what it is. It's what your tush is sitting on right now. It's probably part of what your bed mattress is and your couch. Polyurethane foam, a couch filled with it, is like having a 40 to 60 gallon oil drum in your living room. That's the stuff that kills people in structure fires, causes room flashover in a minute or two. Whereas traditional old more fireproof furniture, like the old cotton stuffed couches with wool or cotton on them, like the kind of couch that has like a wood back. That stuff takes like half an hour to get it going and get it burning. But polyurethane foam is so damn dangerous. It makes black smoke. That one breath of that kills you. It makes you pass out on the floor. And then the black smoke goes to the ceiling. And then the black smoke is so dense it'll actually ignite. It's dense enough to ignite. So we need to ban that. The really bad compromise, and they figured out it was so flammable in the 60s, was to just put chemicals on the upholstery. Fireproofing chemicals, which are extremely toxic, and explains why the boomers have so much cancer, partially. It's sad, but they say, oh, well, at least if a fire starts on this upholstery, this buys people a few minutes to get out. And so within a few minutes, though, the fire retardant is eaten through, and then boom, that couch is a bomb in your living room. And I don't want to show the example videos again, but polyurethane foam, I watched a bunch of shorts where people were putting soundproofing inside of a home, and I was horrified. I said, this is a fire death trap now. I should keep this in my examples thing. So polyurethane foam wall is insulation, and some people use it as the insulation in the wall. There's fireproof wall insulation. It's called rock wool, mineral wool. It's cheap. It's easy to install, but since these people are lazy ass, cheap bastards, or completely ignorant, this is going to be an inferno. Oh yeah, it's pretty soundproof and whatever, but this shortcut you're taking in construction means you built a funeral pyre for your family. That is like the equivalent of, I don't know, 6 oil drums in your building already, but it's in your walls. I'd immediately condemn all buildings like this. Just tear out the walls. This is pretty evil. What do I think about FOSS-check? I haven't actually had any time to play with it. It's been heavily. I need to get something for my throat, guys. Let me get a new beverage. I want to check it out. I think it's pretty similar to what they drop out of airplanes. I think it's pretty non-toxic. But what retardant is supposed to do is it's a speed bump, right? What I've unfortunately seen, like on the Blanco Lirio channel, and I love that channel to death. Dude's cool. Hope to meet him one day. He credited like his own property being saved or something by FOSS-check, Nevada County, and it really wasn't that. It was the fact that firefighters showed up on his property for one thing and helped protect it, and they liked the fact that he did FOSS-check on his garden. But that's not the way homes burn down. It's not really the garden that lights your home on fire. It's the embers that get into the attic from the vents not being really good, not being secure. Like so if you take a staple gun and a fine mesh filter, you're doing better than FOSS-check with your yard. These homes are burning from the inside out in wildfires. The embers go into the attic underneath in the vents. So that's why I tell people a staple gun is is your best defense against wildfire, actually. And I think in his video, he accidentally gave people a really false sense of security, that all they had to do was attach faucet check to their garden hose, spray their yard, and they could evacuate, and everything will be just dandy. Or everything's fine now. And no, it's a great way to keep your plants from burning down. But if the firefighters weren't there, and if the wind was blowing a different direction towards his house would have been toast. Like, he would have come back and then seen his flowers intact, just like I did. My brother says, go to my house and tell me if there's anything left to come back to, like anything to retrieve out of the rubble, because he didn't want to see it. So one of my awkward trips to Paradise was go check on my brother's house, and I found there had been a lot of heavy rain. This was a spring later. It was see, what time of the year was it? It wasn't December. It was spring, actually. I went there several times, and by God, his roses had survived. They were closer to the road, not next to the house, but he had a green lawn that grew back because of the rain. He had no house. It was a pile of rubble. The only thing that survived was dishes, like the ceramic dishes. And the odd thing about them is they fell into the rubble as the house burned, like they had been in a cabinet. And I could tell because they were still lined up where they had been stacked. And so as the cabinet burned, it just sort of dropped the dishes into the rubble gently enough that the plates did not break. Now, I could be wrong. You know what? Actually, it could have been in the dishwasher. That would explain it better if the dishwasher had been loaded. And so, since it was already on the ground floor, just everything melted around it. And it would have been protected from the heat inside the dishwasher until the dishwasher burned. And that makes a lot more sense, actually, than it being in the cupboard. But they were stacked vertical and just sort of fell over a little bit like dominoes. I went, what the hell? But if you think about it, ceramics are fired in high heat temperatures, so they resist it. I mean, they go into a kiln. And if you think about everything we know about Sumeria and the Assyrian Empire, pre-Bronze Age civilization, or a Bronze Age civilization thing right before the Bronze Age collapse, they wrote their notes on clay tablets, and so when their libraries burned down, it just fired the clay, and they survived for thousands of years. So, but everything else was just messed up. I mean, you could see stainless steel forks and stuff in the rubble too, but nobody eats off of them. It's not you can't really eat off these plates. It would be a grim memorial. So I just said, nothing survived, man. Don't come back. It was just eerie and weird. He goes, what about my boat? I'm like, unfortunately, no. He had an aluminum boat in it was kind of a small lot on a hill, and it had a giant shark bite out of it. And I was puzzled at first. And I kind of wondered, this is probably why people believe in lasers, because it looked like a giant round hole in an aluminum boat, like a laser had cut it or something. Like a size, and then it occurred to me what particular size it was and what it reminded me of. But I sat there with my aunt looking at it. I said, what the hell happened to the boat? Like, it's just a giant shark bite missing chunk out of it in almost a perfect semicircular round hole. And then I just looked around and realized, what doomed the house was a tree on fire fell on it. There were some trees on his property behind it, and that's why the firefighters did not save his property. they would not have been able to with trees on fire looming above it. They saved the neighbor's house across the street. So he did not have to drive through fire at all. He almost died driving through flames. Yeah, he just had to go across the street to the neighbor's house where there's a pool and 2 ponds in the back and the creek back there. Could have gotten in the huge culvert in that creek. Well, what happened, the firefighters came around, gathered up everybody they could into that neighbor's house that they could save. They put their hose in the pool and the pond, wetted down the entire house, and let the fire pass over them. No need to drive like a bat out of hell. His neighbor, like I said, his neighbors behind him didn't make it out. They drove into the fire, into the traffic jam. All of them could have just chilled out. So that's why I do what I do, right? So back to the original part of the story. I swear to God, I'll get to the funny part. My storytelling like this drives people insane because it's 5 hours later, and I think I've been trying to tell one for about 3 hours. But I don't want to talk at people. I would have to ignore chat to just do a story, and then I'd have to look back at chat. I want to be interactive, answer your damn questions, like tell people what they need to know. Somebody says, hey, let me look at the rattlesnake fire real quick. I just stop and I switch, So like you asked me about FOSS-check, I just answer the question. I don't know what would be best for streaming. I'll just do whatever right now. I'll just wing it. Let's just wing it, guys. I'll just talk. I prefer to interact with you on the fly. I'm going to have a Catherine Stories videos where I just make the videos and just make a playlist. One of them's going to be the weird things happen to me one. The other stories are like how my brother survived paradise, blah, 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 blah. So don't worry. One day all the stories will be uploaded. Right now I'm doing interaction mode. So I stopped playing that game when my friends alerted me. In fact, I'm trying to remember what the hell I was playing. What was popular in November 2028? That took my plans of being a gaming streamer right out the damn window. And I realized there's a lot more important things in life than that. Life and death things. So, maybe I'll do games one day, but we'll see. Can't really do both. So, okay, I'm making my new coffee. New decaf. So, that was the day I just logged into my normal YouTube account. I was going to, being the perfectionist, I was going to make a new YouTube account with a specific, like Catherine Gamer 24, something like that, right? And I would make it professional. I would have all kinds of contact information. I'd have cool graphics. I'd have a neat intro video. I'd have sound effects. I'd have a soundboard. I'd have a nice microphone. I'd have an intro video, blah, blah, blah. Oh, whatever. I was like, there's no time for that. I just hit the live button as I was looking at the map of Paradise and had the heat detections, and I labeled my stream something. I don't know that I have much of any of these videos anymore. I don't even know what account I used to make them. I don't think it was this one. So maybe like an email address I no longer have access to. I really am not sure. I hope they're still out there. But I didn't put the webcam on because I was shy. And I didn't feel I had the right to tell anybody any advice about wildfires. And I didn't know too much about their behavior. I knew about structure fires, like I said. I knew basic crap. I found out that I knew a lot more than most people because I lived in the California foothills. And my dad was smart about it. As soon as he bought property in California foothills, he invited the volunteer firefighters of the district to a giant barbecue, and we treated them to steak and hot dogs, and said, "Rate our property. What do we need to do to be fire safe? Have we done a good job?" I'll never forget the funny fire captain or whatever. He wiped ketchup away from his mouth for a second and smiled, kind of chewing, before he answered. We thought, oh yeah, it's approval. We did a great job here, huh? So we had, we cut the grass short, had a green lawn, even though we had a drought, It's back in the day. And he dabbed at his chin where his ketchup in his beard, and he goes, "Well, I think you're gonna die." I went, what? We thought I was joking, but he gave us an education and said, "You live at the top of a hill, a dead-end road, and it's a very long gravel road to get to the one way out, which is a main paved road. So you only have one way out. It takes you more than half an hour to even, almost a half an hour to get to that main road, and that main road pretty much only has one good way to go. Not uphill but downhill." So he goes, "You need a shelter-in-place option, and you need to put fire breaks all the way around your property, like true fire roads. So get a tractor, put a fire road here, put a gate on it so you don't have trespassers, and hand us the keys. Give us a key copy. Dig 2 ponds, please. One near the house for your enjoyment or whatever. That's how we could save the house, but if the house is burning, you need to put a second pond further down the hill away from the house so that you could shelter in it without burning your face off." And we just stared at him like, oh. And he's the one who told us about, recognize when it's too late to evacuate by car. And I said, "Really? We would survive being in a pond?" "Yep. Just don't let any vegetation grow around it, blah, blah, blah." So we did all those steps. And Dad went further and got a big water tank on the side of the shop garage thing. And he goes, "Sweet, now we could save your shop garage too." And so he handed them the keys to the new gates and the new fire break road thing. And he goes, "Excellent job. You guys now have a chance at living." That guy was funny. I wish I knew his name. I don't know if he's still with us, if he's still around. But they have a funny, dark humor. "I think you guys are going to die." Like he just said that in front of me. I'm like 8, going, what? Sorry, what did he just say, Daddy? Anyway, okay, come back. Oh, I'm going to need a Tylenol, that's for sure. Still got the sinus pressures. So, you guys are elite, You're with me at 3:30 in the morning. Totally elite for my night shift. We're on you're on the team owl, So right now you guys start off as novices. So you're currently barn owls or screech owls, something small like that. You get to graduate to barn owl, and then later I'll promote you to like snowy owl, or pinnacle is like great horned owl. Oh crap! I left this stupid short playing. Whoops. So I'd rather be an alien the way they judge. Yeah. So hoodoo, yeah, I want to try Fos check, but I think it's mostly okay for saving your yard. I mean, if you had a flammable roof and you had to put Fos check on it, that would help. But why have a flammable roof in the first place? You know what I mean? If you have like a pump house with that's critical to save. I would slather a pump house with Cross check. Okay. Yeah, Keo123. Hey, welcome, by the way. Says gaming is fun, but staring into space when you think about it. If you imagine the TV off, it's the graphics that pull you in. Well, you know what? Real life is a game too, but I don't like it as much. I mean, for one, hardcore mode is always on, and so is permanent death. And the graphics are fantastic, but the gameplay really sucks. Like it's a grind for gold every day. Screw that. I'd rather play the game. Good morning, November 6th. Golf Mike Lehman. It's 11:23 a.m. in the UK. Well, don't tell me that you're cheating. I can't promote you as an owl if you're cheating. Okay, so back to the story. I realized when I went live, I just hit the button. I titled it something like Butte County. This story does get funny in a second. Butte County live firefighter chatter. I think live firefighter radio. And I expected to have thousands of people come in and listen. It was the most incredible. I mean, there was a lot of crying that I did hearing them try to rescue people and not being able to get to certain neighborhoods. Oh my God, there were some bright spots where they would find people alive against the odds. A 90-year-old man the next morning, like I listened to the whole night. The town took more than 3 or 4 days to burn. It's a somewhat large area, and it just kept going and kept going. The initial high wind event was pretty bad, but it affected more towns than Paradise too. There's Pence and Concow and Irishtown, and Magalia, and other little smaller village type places. And so as the wind shifted back and forth, they were playing whack-a-mole for days. And the fire crews never escaped, like they never left. They stayed in the damn town, and so did a lot of the residents. They were in the parking lots and whatever, and some of them tried to help. Some of them did help, people with tractors or whatever, and some people just helped people evacuate. My uncle was supposed to be in Paradise that morning. He had an eye surgery scheduled, cataracts or something. And he forgot his California medical ID card thingy for his insurance. Turned around and went back to Orville, and that's how he did not get caught up in the mess. So I checked on my uncle, and he's like, yeah, I didn't go in. I'm like, holy crap. But search and rescue began for animals as well as people. Loose horses and stuff were running everywhere. There's a horse that survived 2 wildfires by hanging out in a swimming pool. So the horse had more sense than a lot of people. Everybody in the neighborhood panicked and ran, and the horse calmly walked into the swimming pool and was found in there. There was also a 93-year-old man the next morning found alive in one of the cisterns near the little dam with the lake up there. And he just walked out of his neighborhood because he didn't have a vehicle anymore, couldn't drive. And he goes, well, I'm just going to go sit in the water. And they found him hypothermic the next day, but they said, we got a live one. A 95-year-old man is alive, but hypothermic. So that's why I say, guys, you want a wool blanket. It'll insulate you even when you're wet. It's going to suck sitting in cold water for a night. That's going to suck a lot. So I hope YouTube saved some of these videos, but I bet they did not. I don't even know which account they were in. I just found a couple of snippets and archives, but I was too poor back then with my starving college student stuff to afford any big hard drives to just constantly record. I have a couple of replays. So what I did is I set up the stream. So it was Butte County Amazing Scanner Radio Firefighters Trying to Rescue People, or some sort of a title that was not clickbait, it was real. And nobody came in. there was amazing stuff happening. And I'd have like one viewer and then somebody would leave, and then like two viewers and somebody would leave. And I went, what the hell? But that's the way it is when you start out on YouTube with any account, is you're at the bottom rung. So even if you have a title and correct tags of everything that you are showing is real, that's when I found out that YouTube doesn't promote what people need to see or what they're looking for. They promote what's already popular. They promote what's already trending and make that more popular. So unfortunately, even though I was showing the truth and I could answer questions about paradise and show people how to wildfire track, nobody was coming in. And I was so angry because there was a bunch of people who were taking advantage of disasters like the Orville spillway collapse, the Orville Dam spillway collapse. And they had headlines like Orville Dam about to collapse. Remember that disaster? Yeah, Butte County is kind of cursed. So the Orville spillway collapse. Yeah, it was also Butte County like a year or two before. That was 2017. So it washed away most of the mountainside, and then the secondary spillway over here was found to not be down to bedrock. So the water was eroding it, and so many millions of people might have been at risk of dying, especially maybe many thousands. They tried to evacuate everybody downstream. Like almost all my relatives I have, all my extended family got stuck in a traffic jam. So they knew about the dangers of telling everybody to leave at once. Butte County knew, and what a stupid idea that is. But that's because the spillway was not built to bedrock. It was supposed to be, so that if what happened was a tiny chunk of concrete got lifted up by the water, and then the water began to erode the ground underneath it, and then the spillway collapsed into a waterfall, which mass eroded little by little all the way to the top of the dam. But there was too much snow melt in February, and the dam was at full capacity. So the secondary spillway, the relief spillway, is basically just a wall of concrete. And see how it's lower down? Oops. Lower down than that spillway. That's so that if you have to shut all the gates here for like an emergency repair, then the water will safely flow. It'll erode that hill to hell, but it'll safely put relief on the dam, which is not in this picture. The dam is gigantic. It's the world's largest earthen dam. How do I unzoom? There we go. The dam is to the right. Now, I was competing with these other channels who were scaring people and clickbaiting people. This one guy, I should have started streaming in 2017 when this happened, because he showed the spillway collapse, and yes, it was just a spillway collapse. The dam was never at risk because the dam is higher in elevation to the right of the screen than the spillway is. So if you fill up a bathtub and you cut a notch out of the bathtub side, the water is going to go out the notch. It's not going to overflow out of the bathtub. I mean, that's a huge, long concrete wall. Like the whole thing would start draining the Orville Dam. But this guy got thousands of people to tune in by saying they're keeping a secret from you so you don't panic, but thousands of people are about to die because the whole dam's about to collapse. And that mother beeping beep hole was getting tons of money and clicks and likes and subs for this bull beep. And I tried to report him to YouTube that he's a charlatan. He's evil. And YouTube never did crap about it, I don't think, even though it's against their own rules. So channels like his that leapt ahead of the likes and sub count, even if somebody was looking for Paradise Fire information and scanner radio, I'm on like page 25 of the search results. He'd be at page 1 because he had thousands of subscribers. So the a-holes came out of the woodwork, and the false information, the guys claiming space lasers and bull beep, were at the top of the YouTube search results. I was at the bottom, getting the occasional 1, 2, and 3 people looking at it. So it was a big wake-up call as to how YouTube actually works, right? So, but some good things eventually happened. I was persistent, and oh, thanks, John. Thanks, Joe, for being here, and thanks for calling me your hero. I'm just a hero helper. I'm glad I'm your hero for the day. That's cute. Thank you. But I prefer double H, hero helper. That's our good role that we fulfill. We myth bust the crap. We tell people how it really is, and eventually we'll be the ones with credibility at the end of the day. I still have hope for YouTube improving eventually, where they just kick out the charlatans and the fake. Or maybe the next streaming platform that replaces YouTube if they don't change, because I'm getting sick of the crap, really. Anyway, I was going to shut it down, even though the world's most important scanner radio was going, and it was talking about the animal rescue that was dramatic and human rescue that was dramatic over the course of the next several days. And people came in and eventually said in chat, what is this stream? I was too shy, like I said, for the webcam. I was too shy for a microphone. And so I typed into chat, I'm tracking the wildfire. And they go, really? Tracking it? And what does that mean? And so I showed people Caltopo, you can do it too. And I was typing the whole time. And a lot of people would ask a question, but because I took some time to type, they weren't here to read chat. They wanted somebody to talk. And they were like, could you just get a microphone, please? So I got my headset and went, hello. Like no confidence, like hello. And I was like, oh, everybody hates my voice. They're going to tell me I sound like a 12-year-old boy. And people go, oh, you sound nice. I went, oh, okay. Thank you for lying to me sweetly. And they're like, no, you sound nice. We like that there's somebody soothing right now. I went, oh, okay. I still had no balls to turn on the webcam. So I taught people for the first time how to track a wildfire. And they were very grateful. They're like, we can't get any real damn information out of this. And I said, well, listen to the scanner radio and use Caltopo and a couple other things. You'll know what's happening there. You can't really rely on the media because, well, they have other news to report and they're not in there. They're reporting from the outside. It was only firefighters in and out, really. And getting people to safety over several days. There were loose horses running around, dogs and cats half burned up, and insanity in general. They had to evacuate a hospital while people were in the middle of surgery. Like surgeons just sewed them up, and even though it was going to hurt like hell, they were like, "Wake up, wake up!" And these patients woke up, going, "Huh? What the hell's going on?" They're like, "Well, the hospital's on fire." So the hospital didn't burn down, but had to be evacuated, and some patients that didn't drive themselves to the hospital that had patient transport, like buses, all the buses left without them. So civilians had to go to the hospital and transport people like in the back of their Suburbans and pickups who had just experienced surgery and who were like, oh my God, I'm in pain. But they got them out. Firefighters were going down the street and people who were wandering around ready to collapse in the smoke. They would pick them up, give them oxygen, transfer them to somebody else, and then everybody came together to save a lot of people and animals. And then once that was done, the firefighters could focus on extinguishing the fire, and there was just different sections of the city on fire at different times. So this went on for days, and people came in and said, I live here, Deadwood, Magalia, Big Bend, Paradise, Concow, wherever. The Paradise Fire leapt over Oroville and came towards Cherokee, which is a ghost town. So I was sweating bullets that Cherokee would get it. Then it crept closer to Oroville, and I'm like, Uncle, look out, this is coming. And so even though the fire swept past Cherokee, the volunteer firefighters saved the ghost town. So, not too much left of it anyway, but it's important. So all this was dramatic and exciting. I still had an average of 8 viewers. And I realized that now I'm speaking, people just stay there. And I'm like, yeah. Well, they lived. I mean, some animals got injured, but they lived. I'm sorry, Joe. I know what you're saying, but it's it was heartening to hear firefighters stop for kittens, but they did. You know, once most of the people had been rescued and they saved animals. The thing about animal fur and stuff is it just singes rather than like burnt. You know what I mean? That's what I mean is they're singed. Not like, I don't mean like gruesome. I'm sorry I was unclear about that. Like, you know, when you see a cat that came out of a house fire and it got soot all over it and singes. But they give it the oxygen, it comes back to life. There's a lot of that happening, even horses and mules. Don't ask me how you give a horse or a mule oxygen, but they found a way. Yeah, one of my relatives was with the Butte County Posse, Yuba County Posse, which is literally a sheriff's search and rescue organization with horses. They find missing hikers and stuff. So they went in there as soon as it was safe, and they rescued a whole bunch of animals, you know, that were, some of them were left behind, but some of them broke free. Like, it'll be very difficult to round up your animals. They want to run somewhere. So some of them were just running up and down the, you know, Pence Road and stuff. And they said, yeah, we safely got the mules. You know, we have them in our truck now. We're taking them down to the fairgrounds, and that's where they put all the animals. People collected them there. And there was a lot less animal death than I would have expected. They did smart things like hang out in swimming pools. The horse in the swimming pool, I think his name was Nick. Nick the horse. Maybe there's still an article about him. Nick the horse survived paradise in a pool. So this is how I got over my shyness. I realized what people were going through, and they said, just please talk to us. Yeah. Horse found shivering in a backyard pool. I don't know that one was Nick. There's several of them that live that way. So one of them on the radio, that could have been that one. They said, oh, we found a dead horse. And I was like, oh. And somebody goes, it's alive. Posse, come get this one. It's alive. Because he was like, huh? What's up? I was sleeping, you know? So they said 1,400 animals, alpacas, turkeys, reptiles, ducks, rabbits, and more. The North Valley Animal Disaster Group took care of 1,400 animals, mostly at the Butte County Fairgrounds. There was a bunch of good things. So I, even though there's not much to say, they're like just tell stories, and we were listening a lot to the scanner radio. But like I said, I had almost no viewers because, what that. Like I said, it was a channel with starting out 0 views. But once I kept the stream going, and I didn't realize you have to stop it at 12 hours or it doesn't save. I kept it going kind of 24 hours. When I went to sleep, the scanner radio was still on. Then I realized I could use flight radar. Once the smoke cleared and the high winds died down, then it was time for the aircraft to come, because a lot of people don't realize that fire was gigantic. Well, for the time, PG&E would outdo itself later. It climbed in the mountains, took out Magalia, and went up towards Lovelock and Sterling City. And so a lot of this area to the right of Sterling City was burned up, and it went up higher into the mountains. It was threatening to go up where the Dixie Fire leader did over here. So the aircraft show up, and they were doing some marvelous work, and so we were listening to the aircraft pilots. So I turned on Flight Radar 24, and I showed people the aircraft that were working in the situation. And people would come in and say, "What the hell is this?" So I'd have it in pilot view. And you guys have seen my pilot view every so often. Here's Flight Radar 24. Click on any aircraft, and the aircraft are going down, and you could tell where they were making water drops on ridge tops because they would descend and then pull up again. And I said, watch the altitude. But why am I in Wichita? I pressed the wrong button. Watch the altitude, and you could tell where they're fighting the fire exactly. And so I put it in 3D view like this and left on scanner radio, but a lot of people came in and said, "What the hell is going on?" And I said, "These are the firefighting aircraft." And we listened to the pilot. Then eventually, the next thing that happened was people came in and said, "Hey, can I give you my address?" And I said, "What for? Are you evacuated? I hope you left." Yeah, we left. Oh, we left. I want to know if my house is still standing. Oh, we must be due for the weather report. Right now? I wouldn't assume it would change too much before 6 in the morning. It's 3:45. So anyway, I had it like this, and I said, just watch the planes. You'll see where they're making their drops, and people appreciated that once I explained it, because I still didn't want to talk very much, and they're like, "Please, we want you to talk." I said, "What do you want me to say?" They said, "Anything." So I started reading bedtime stories and stuff to fire victims, even though I had like 8 people listening, because I realized something. I've helped 8 people right now, and that felt great. I felt like an idiot the whole time, but they told me I helped them. And so this one guy says, can I give you my address?" And it's very true, Anthony. Dogs and animals will tell you when something isn't right, but you can't trust them. They are more foolish than we are. Occasionally you get that smart horse like Nick the horse that survived 2 wildfires being in a swimming pool, but they respond to their instincts mostly. And so a lot of horses run back into a burning barn because when they panic, they have a homing instinct and feel like home is safe. We are that stupid too. If we listen to just our instincts, we perish just like stupid animals. I don't mean stupid like, I mean, how they used to say dumb animals because you pity them. Like they don't have our intellectual thought process, right? Not like, oh, they're dumb and I want to disrespect them. I mean, like we pity them. They're helpless. They're reliant on us. We have to be the brain that guides them. If they respond to their own instincts, oftentimes that's wrong and they perish. And if we respond to our own similar instincts, like home feels safe, so I'm going to try to defend my home with a garden hose, we will perish too. You have to not do what your instinct says, even in the chaos, and say, I need to fall back on my training. Whatever my heart is telling me to do right now, shut up. You're a dumb organ. Head is smart. So follow your head and just do what you're trained to do. Do what you know is right, not what feels right. But I mean, animals are still good to warn you about an earthquake a few seconds before it happens, or just that strangers in the backyard or that fire's coming. But remember, we have to be their smart guide. So this is just a random airplane. I'm just explaining how I was covering Paradise when I first started out. So this guy says, can I give you my address? And I said, what for? Do you want me to help you make an evacuation plan? And he goes, no, I want to know if my house is still standing. I went, Joe Johnson says, if I ask for the weather report again, will we hear your angry voice? No. Donate and maybe you'll get a chance to hear that. Okay. Oh my God, you cracked me up. So, yeah, animals, I respect animals. Like, I always like having animals around. So the map wasn't out yet of structures. They usually generate one, at least in California. I think the Paradise one probably still exists. Paradise Campfire Structure Damage Map. Yeah, it looks like this. So I wanted to do a general search, not just image. So you would, as soon as it was safe, they made the map with addresses. Yeah, I agree to terms and conditions. And there's a key here. If a structure was destroyed by more than half, it's gone. Like you tear it down. There's nothing to do. So red buildings are the ones that didn't make it. And the orange are not really going to make it either. That's a quarter to half damaged. Now, the black are totally fine. And the green and yellow are like singed, right? So people have conspiracy mode thinking caps on, tinfoil hats on, and say, why were some homes completely fine when the rest burned down? Well, the fire happened over many days. There were probably some fire tornadoes that got spawned in here. In fact, I think a few might have been confirmed. So sometimes it's just like a path of a real tornado where one street is obliterated and across the street it wasn't. Also, the firefighters try to save everything that they could, but they are in triage mode. The homes near water sources and have ponds and defensible space survived a lot better than that didn't have a water source. The ones near the main roads, the firefighters could respond to quicker and noticed. If you lived really on an outskirt of town in a cul-de-sac and nobody calls 911 to say your house is on fire, how do firefighters even know that? So there's a pattern to that. Also, the ones with the metal roofs and better construction and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I forgot to tell you about what happened to my brother's boat. I didn't mean to leave you in suspense, but it looked like a conspiracy thing. And I think somebody actually posted a picture of my brother's boat online and tried to say laser proof, because my brother's aluminum boat had like a round chunk missing out of it that was perfectly round, like a big shark bite. And it was in the driveway away from the house, and it didn't have anything to burn around it, right? So that's another thing the space laser people say. Where's my Paradise photos? So, spoiler alert, myself and my aunt looked around, and even I was puzzled. Like, that is weird. Like, why does the aluminum fishing boat have a shark bite sized chunky hole? Missing out of it. And then I realized, oh my God. In fact, I think I may have the video. Let me check it off screen. Yeah, that's from the GoPro. Yeah.
Or probably what?
Okay, here it is. So let me drag it. Anyway, let me finish this part with the map. People eventually asked me to check the map for them, to tell them if their house was still there. Now, before the map existed, I used CalTopo to say where the heat detections were. And I was happy to report to one guy, there's no heat detection on your side of the street. But it's nearby, but the wind's blowing the opposite direction, so there's a chance your house might be saved, but I'm not there. It's the only thing I can see from a satellite view. So don't take this for gospel. Like, it could burn down with a wind shift in 5 minutes from now. But if firefighters are there right now, they may be saving it. The heat detection is across the way. I said, really, I can't tell you whether or not it's still standing, but right now it's got a good chance. And he goes, thank you. And I said, don't you want to just know how to track things for yourself? I can teach you. He goes, no, I can't look. I cannot look. I'm too scared to look. I just need you to tell me if there's been heat there already. Hey, morning, Katie. There's heat and east winds again. Yeah, I need to get to sleep. Ah, I got too excited talking to you guys. So that's when I realized I was helping people. I was not doing what the media was doing, which was showing homes burning down. Because that's a lot of the people afflicted by the fire just couldn't turn on TV because it was showing fire traumatic things. So let me skip. I don't want to reveal too much of the location. But when I went to my brother's house, this is the driveway up the ramp. So it says this property's household hazardous waste removal has been designated complete by the EPA. But there's a hazard advisory where I put plastic bags on my shoes and stuff. Walking around in Paradise, they had the nastiest dioxin chemicals from all the burned up plastic and vinyl and stuff. They had to scrape 3 feet of soil away from every home in Paradise because that's how deep it was, like a Love Canal pollution, you know. And I think they're still not done with it. But the basic hazards had been cleaned, so they put this thing as a notice, and it says in the fine print, don't walk through the rubble or on ash, but you can now roam the property to try to find any valuables or anything. Since there had been some rains, I found out some of the plants were alive in my brother's driveway. It's like, wow. So if you go up the driveway, this is the house across the street that was untouched because that's what the firefighters saved. The creek is back there, and they had a pool and a pond or two. So you go up this driveway, there's my aunt, and devastation over here and here, but firefighters went by and saved what they could. There was a firehouse not too far away. So this was a street lamp thing knocked over. Could have been by heavy machinery. I'm wearing a GoPro on my head or something. I don't remember. Maybe I'm just holding it. But there's his boat, right? The house was here. And a couple of just odd stuff. Now, it was recycling day in most of Paradise, so most of the recycling bins were at the road already. And they survived out there in the road. Because people don't realize this ABS plastic melts but does not burn, and it melts at only an extremely high temperature. And so if they're down there in the road, even all the embers in the world can fall on the recycle bin and it's not going to ignite. You know? Let me look back at the chat. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to the heat wave this weekend, but it's what it is. So, look at what's on the ground. This is all pine needle stuff. Now, Trump came by and said, this happened because you didn't rake. He's blaming the victims. It was like, what? And he didn't say rake the forest exactly. He meant that people had pine needles in their gutters. But what he doesn't realize is when Santa Ana wind gusts of 75 miles an hour hit, it rips new branch tree limbs off the damn trees and all the pine needles. It'll dump a couple thousand pounds of them back on your property. Like, Paradise actually just had raking day. It's a big community effort to ironically try to make them more fire safe. But, 75-mile-an-hour wind storms don't happen every day. So, This recycle bin was not at the street. It was near the house, and the wind eventually pushed it where it came to a stop at the curb. So I figured out that where he had it at the side of the garage to the left, the heat from the house burning down warped the recycle bin, and it's so weird that, you see this? It looks like a plastic bag, like a grocery store bag. It bubbled in the heat, and it was as thin as a grocery store bag. I touched it and was like, whoa, it kind of was still, you tap it though with your fingernail, it was still firm. It was not flexible like a plastic bag, but that's what heat does to the recycle bins if there's next to a burning structure. And the whole thing would have melted into a weird pile, but the wind pushed it away from the house. It was bizarre, but lawn furniture is made out of the same stuff. So, you know, people are like, why didn't it burn? It was in the street. It's not a weird conspiracy. If I go and look at his boat, and yeah, it was aluminum, and this shark bite thing was there, like this round hole. And I was kind of perplexed. Like, that's odd. You know, like I didn't. You have to crouch down to see the more of the roundness of this hole, but it looked like a, like a shark bite, like a round hole. I went, what the hell? And there was gasoline inside of the boat, so that fueled the fire. And with the buildings and trees and stuff burning down next to it, and a whole bunch of pine needles falling into the boat, yeah, there was stuff to burn. And all the seats are polyurethane foam, and that burns. So you have the wiring, copper wiring and stuff, kind of strewn about for the boat and the engine back there. But I was perplexed too. I'm like, I can see why some people believe weird conspiracy stuff, because sometimes you're scratching your head like, how the hell did that happen? Like, why was it structurally damaged on one side? So he had a workout gym in his garage. This was the garage, and they escaped by vehicle, so there's no vehicle in there, and in the back was the gym, and so there's barbells, and unfortunately, even in metal containers, nothing survived. I mean, they tried to delicately clean up the hazardous waste on the property, like, everything from chemicals to propane tanks that were sketchy and all that. But I looked at the boat and I was like, why is it bent and why is there a hole in it? And my aunt figured it out sooner than I did. And she goes, well, look. And me taking pictures of stuff. I told him, yeah, you don't want to come back and see this. So, like I said, the only thing I could really see in there is the dishes. I think the dishes were in the dishwasher, but it's uncanny that they survived in a weird stacked up kind of a thing. So my aunt pointed out what the mystery was about, and that was what happened to the boat and why they couldn't save the house. You see that there's a clue back there, the stump, but nearby was other stumps. The trees were on fire and fell on the house. So they had removed the big trees, but some of the branches, are still in the rubble. I was laying on top, and they're charred, And so they had removed the big part of it. The cleanup's not done. But what trashed the boat was a tree fell on it. And so as the tree trunk and stuff around it burned, it melted a almost perfect circular hole of aluminum in the boat. and then that warped. It's like, oh, a tree was on it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, not space lasers and all that kind of crap. A pretty big one too. But this was an indefensible property, and a bunch of people in Paradise screwed up. The firefighters, and they could have saved more, but a lot of people did the stupid thing where they put sprinklers on their roof, and so the firefighters hooked up the hydrant and had no pressure. So Kia 123 said, I saw heat lightning for the first time the other day in the UK. It was crazy. All the sky was lighting up with no sound. Yeah, stuff like that happens in Texas. Anthony says, I bet dishes survive the inferno. Yeah, well, they're ceramic. Like I said, the Great Library of Ashurbanipal and ancient Assyria. The clay tablets just got fired by the library burning down. So it's not a mystery that ceramic plates survive. They've been in a kiln before. They're fireproof. So backyard furniture, twisted metal. That may have been one of the tree stumps for the big trees. I'm using a GoPro, so it's distorted everything. There's this backyard barbecue. They're sitting back there on the porch when smoke began coming. We're looking east right now, and that's where the fire came from. And a cop or sheriff came down the road just on the megaphone saying, everybody run for your lives, basically. So they dropped their dishes like where they were, just got in the car and left. And neighbors who hesitated didn't make it. Like I said, they went screaming down the road, and they didn't have to. Big creek back there, big culvert under the road. And this neighbor had a defensible space. He didn't have any big trees looming over it to fall on the property. So even if the firefighters came here, they would say, yep, brother's house, not defensible, big pine trees can fall on the house. No water source. But over there, 2 ponds, swimming pool, I believe, and a big creek. So defensible. And when you're buying property, your choices really matter. Little choices. It was a pretty nice house. So little seeds and stuff run back. Later, some of the roses found totally intact. Like, yeah, there's like a little flower. Now, what? Other than the tree falling on the house, a lot of these homes were taken down by the embers. The ember storm. His house probably caught fire initially by the embers just going up in the attic underneath the soffit vents. Yeah, that's what they found out happens. It also could have caught fire because the looming pine trees were close enough to dump, those long pine needles onto the roof and gutter, and then the embers would have lit the roof and gutter on fire. But look, there's green grass, like it grew back after the spring rains. It's just unreal. And there's a reason there's a bag here with these garden tools. They're all contaminated now. Rubber boots are what you should use when you look at fire burned up neighborhoods, and you should dispose of them. Don't try to clean them, just destroy your shoes. No matter how good you try to scrub them, the cancer-causing chemicals on them are still trace amounts there. You don't want to track them into your house. You don't want to touch them. You don't want anything to do with them. So it's safer to just buy new rubber boots. And so all the equipment that they use to sift through the rubble and the yard work and stuff is still there in a bag ready for the county to pick up as hazardous waste. But so many people put their sprinklers on, and I can't tell you enough, you will come back to your house burned down, you'll have a green lawn. You're not there to save your lawn. If you're on city water, don't do the sprinklers. Let the firefighters have their pressure. It doesn't really matter. It only helps your lawn. Other precautions like gutter guards and good vent screens are a way better option. Okay, so I have different photos of the boat, I hope. But I do believe somebody on Facebook or something said aluminum boat in paradise melted by laser. Lasers can't melt plastic, just aluminum, and all these weird claims. I'm going, oh my God, there was a tree on it, guys. There's a tree on it. But it's pretty gnarly. Now, it didn't get hot enough to melt steel, so why would a laser just melt aluminum? That would be a pretty crappy laser. Pretty low intensity thing, right? But if you picture the tree smashing it right here, then it's like, oh, right, okay. I got it. There's nothing in a boat to burn. There's seats with polyurethane. There's all the tree branches on it now. Even the boat cover was probably something that could burn eventually. And, you know, the gasoline in there. Just saying. But it was quite disheartening. But you could see how they tenderly tried to open things to see if there's anything to save for people. Those who are allowed to go in and inspect, you know, the properties. They opened up these, they're like ammo boxes, I guess, where you can store stuff in it. My brother's not a gun owner or anything, so he would have been just keepsakes and knickknacks. But the fire is too intense. If you get one of those fireproof safes, they probably work, but you can't open them until they're absolutely cold. Even if you had a regular safe, that's probably going to be okay. But you cannot open a safe while it's hot, because the only thing keeping everything inside from igniting is there's no air. Open it up and introduce the air, it's going to flash over and ignite. So you have to wait for them to cool. And I learned that learning about San Francisco's quake. The guy who started Bank of America, he named it Bank of Italy. He was like an Italian. He, with his small-time bank, all the other banks in San Francisco, as the big fire took off after the quake, they put all of their money and valuables and gold coins and whatever in their big vaults, and they shut them and they left. And so even though the fire had gone by, it took weeks for the vaults to cool down to be safe enough to open. Get it? Safe enough to open. So nobody could withdraw anything. But the guy who owned Bank of Italy decided he would smuggle out all of his money. He just took a wad full of cash, and there was a guy with an apple cart or something, or hay wagon. He says, I want to buy your hay wagon right now. Name your price. The guy was probably like, okay, you idiot. So he hides all the money and smuggles it out of town in a hay wagon or apple cart. So he was the only guy in San Francisco who had cash to lend people. And he let the rich people with good credit open up accounts. He handed out the cash at crazy interest rates, and that's how he got wealthy. And they renamed it Bank of America. What a racket. That's smart. Yeah, fire is a part of life, unfortunately. When I was a kid, I said, we should ban fire, Mom. Dad, they just laughed their asses off at me. I mean, I was a little kid. I said, we now have electricity for lights. We don't need open flame. We have electricity for heat. We should ban fire. And they got a tickle out of that. Joe Johnson says, as a kid playing the switches, I burned down the caravan. Oh, God, like an RV, you mean? We lost everything. 2 years later, did the same thing with matches. What? Yeah, 5 years later, my older sister forgot the chips and burned down the house. What? Do you mean potatoes? Like on the stove? Wait a second. Are you pulling my leg? yeah, Katie, this is yeah, clay and porcelain survives. It's been in a kiln. It's fireproof material. Um, but it's eerie that it didn't get chipped. I thought that it's kind of car sickness unless I correct for fish eye and stabilize this video. I'm sorry, but I was like, what the hell? I assumed that the dishes were in the cupboard, and I was like, how did the cupboard burn and then the dishes just fall gently to the ground without cracking? But now that I think about it, I think they were in a dishwasher. That makes more sense. But I wasn't about to reach in there and try to grab one. It would be a sad reminder, not a happy one. And the rest of the shattered ones are over here. But obviously a tree fell in the house. They removed the big log thing. And here is the rest of the branches that just sort of were laying everywhere. So it's another lesson learned. Don't live under pine trees or Douglas firs or anything like that. Anything that makes a needle. It seems like a good shade option, but they're really fragile trees that promote fire. If they dump needles all over your house, they tend to burn up. They're not the fireproof type ones like a redwood, a cedar. They have kind of bark that's designed to be fireproof, right? Resistance. But you know, everybody knows fireproof doesn't mean 100% fireproof. Just bear with me. What you have by your house matters. And with the widowmakers, high winds, the needle dropping type trees, giant branches rip off, and they can just they kill loggers all the time. They drop down like a spear because they're like feather shaped, and they could punch a hole through your roof and impale somebody to the bed. Like, and when they fall, they crush entire homes. Just get something a lot sturdier, slower growing but sturdier and thicker, stronger wood. You know, like a cedar, and remove the hazard trees. I think all pines and firs are just, they don't belong by homes. Get a nice oak or something and keep the branches away. And get gutter guards and whatever. Metal roofs, good defensible space, and odds are you can leave your home completely unattended. You know, seal up your vents, not just your soffit vents for the attic, but also the ones at the basement and the underside. You know, under the house, don't have a wooden deck or any nonsense like that. And likely, when you leave your house unattended, it'll probably still be there when you come back. Let me get out of this sort of depressing. I kept saying I wouldn't take a trip down memory lane, but I'm trying to explain how I began to straight. Katie says, oh, Joe Johnson says, yes, potato chips in oil on the stove. The caravans, which you mean RV, were permitted, were permanent big 45, and then from the insurance 60 feet. Katie says, my dad poured kerosene and gas on a burn pile to get it going. Oh, God. And he lit the match, a big fireball shot up in the sky. It set off all the neighbors' peacocks and chickens. Does he still have eyebrows? Katie says, of course, him and I were laughing so hard, my mom got onto us for it. Yeah. Oh my God. There's a funny story I read called The Adventures of the First Oregon Settlers. Or you know what? It was actually Astoria. It's a big, massive book, but it's an epic tale. They need to make a movie out of it. Washington Irving wrote it. The same guy who wrote Sleepy Hollow. And he knew the people involved, like the first settlers that came to Oregon. That was just after Louisiana Purchase. So Oregon was settled because everybody sailed around, you know, Cape Horn, sailed around South America to try to beat the British and, you know, like build a colony, a fur trading fort, not like a colony for settlement, but just trading with the Indians and stuff at the mouth of the Columbia. And Thomas Jefferson, like, said, yeah, let's green light that project, even though it was a private enterprise. because he figured it would help us, United States, expand into the Pacific Northwest. But if Canada got there first, they'd have a claim, That's pretty funny. Horton. Katie says he's still got eyebrows. So, there's that horse chilling in the pool. Even a tiny pool like that can save you. Like, don't despair. You got options. It's more comfortable if you have a wool blanket, so you can throw it over your head, trap a pocket of breathable air and stuff. You can sit on the steps. Sometimes you just ride it out, right? Just be cool like the horses, chilling like Nick the horse. What was I about to say again? Pretty dang tired. So, okay, so that back to the story of how I began streaming. I don't think I've got snippets, but I do not have, unless I find whatever account I was using at the time. I never had more than like 18 total viewers, I think. But people came and went, and it kind of says how many people have viewed things. Like right now, we have 428 views of the video. We have an average view duration of 29 minutes right now. That's pretty awesome. It's probably because a lot of you guys have been here all night with me, right? Usually, my average view duration is 12 to 15 minutes. That's averaging. So it's people, they've come in, they want the information, they leave, they come back to check on it again. And I figured that was okay. If I overall help 60 people in a day, and it's only 5 or 6 people at a time, I realized that would be okay. But at first I felt like, okay, this is the biggest event to happen in California in a century, biggest fire event. I failed to even get 30 viewers at a time. I just felt like maybe I can't make it in Hollywood, like I can't help anybody. And then I felt like I wasn't qualified enough to help. But it changed, and I realized it was just a feeling, a lack of confidence. So I found out how ignorant people were about even the basics of living with fire in the foothills, and I had that knowledge, and it's a lot more than what people have in general. So I realized helping people is more important than worrying about what my voice sounds stupid, or being shy. And I forgot myself. I forget that I exist. I'm in the moment, and I'm just focused on helping people. I don't really forget I exist, but you know what I'm saying. I lose my self-consciousness, right? And occasionally a troll came in who was like a total jerk, and I discovered the ban button. And I had known a little bit about psychology, actually, just as a passing interest. In the past, I wanted to be an FBI profiler at one point, and my mother's a psych major. I started taking her books off the shelf and reading them, and okay, some of them are really intense, but some of them were very insightful. And the more I realized that other people are extremely messed up, the more I didn't care that they attacked me. Like I realized that they have impulses, and pathetic people crave attention, in general, any kind, and negative attention is the best way to get it. And a lot of people are just messed up. So when people attacked me, I didn't care. I'm like, this is easier than I thought. Get to the chopper, run. Anthony says, so they thought to themselves, look, we can't fly. It's time to run. Wait a second. I'm missing a story here. Hey, Pacific. How you doing? Wait. I missed a story. Let me scroll up. Wait. Katie Horton says, Joe, it's a quick way to get the burn pile going. Yeah, soak it in gas and have a fireball knock you off your ass. Okay, so Anthony says he left as soon as beep hit the fan. Goodbye, chickens and peacocks. They learned to fly. Katie says, no, they were far away from the fire. Just the noise from the fireball scared them. Okay. So the peacocks and chickens lived through the fireball event. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that no animals were harmed in the making of this story. Auntie says, so they, yeah, thought we can learn to fly. I get it now. Chickens can learn to fly suddenly. Okay, I get it. But you know what? I now have a chicken nugget craving. I feel so bad for saying this, but I skipped 2 meals streaming. I need to cook some chicken nuggets. I need to eat. Let's go back to Oregon and like where there's fires. What's gonna be bad today is the Anvil, and we do have a bit of a spread. Let's refresh. Last time the satellite passed over was 4 minutes ago, and red is in the last 10 minutes. So within 20 minutes, we've had increased fire activity in the southwest part of the Anvil fire. Mind you, the squares are margins of error, so I don't think it's crossed the Elk River, but morning updates and stuff will tell us. There's a red flag day for southwest Oregon. Now, this is a wilderness, and we don't want to see buildings and stuff on the Elk River get threatened, but I don't know that any are threatened. It's pretty remote. And we don't want to see the forest fire get any worse, of course. But it's not a let's stay up all night and monitor it, biting our fingernails off sort of fire. It's another wilderness one. The flat is the only one affected by that red flag warning. What would be worse is if a new fire starts, southwest Oregon. We've been so dang lucky with that round of wetness. And aircraft slammed the northwest section of the Smith River complex. I was so worried that it would get into the burn scar of the Biscuit Fire, which has dead trees, millions of them, from here to the Flat Fire. The worst case scenario would be the two fires merging, and it's possible. We've gotten extremely lucky with the weather that afforded the firefighters to go direct and attack it and push it back. There are no more roads past this point. There'd be no way to stop it if it really got too much further north. We dodged such a major bullet with that. We just gotta hope that our luck comes out until some torrential rain. Torrential rain season is upon us soon. We got thunderstorms coming this weekend. I just hope they're wet. Ooh, best case scenario, they're wet. If they're dry, hold on to your butts. Everything from Tahoe to Crescent City we could find new lightning strike fires this weekend, but I hope not. Yeah, hey Spinny, welcome back. Yeah, it's time for me to let me get some chicken nuggets in the thing. We've been streaming for 7 hours and a half. You know, I was like, oh, I'm gonna just talk for 3 hours. I will have to go to rest my voice and sleep. Now I have one of the busiest months of my life ahead of me. I'm in an active lawsuit representing my father, who's going blind, so I have to do pretty much all the work. So I have not been able to do that. I would have loved to have said, oh yeah, I wasn't sick last week and I got that all squared away. Now I can just stream. But my God, I was sick last week. So every waking hour that I can, we'll be working on that project. I still have some emergency dental work to get done. Meet an insurance adjuster about my car because paint damage happened. Tree branch, yay. I have to get estimates and just things I can't put off anymore because it happened so long ago. I kept saying, oh, I'll just claim that later. I'm like at the end of my deadline for claiming what happened to the car. So I have to actually meet somebody to photograph it and get it in the shop. And it's just like, oh God. So all this minutia crap I've got to get out of the way. The remodeling of the living room I made great progress on, but I have to finish it because I have power tools in the living room instead of a living room. Good night, Joe. Thanks for the kind words and pat on the head, guys. I prefer the funny ones, not the scary stuff. Yeah, okay. So, oh yeah, you guys. Okay, wait, don't go quite yet, Joe. I'll tell you what happened. The first scandal. This is the longest story I've ever told. I'm sorry. The first scandal on my stream. I have to put the chicken nuggets in, guys, in the air fryer. That shouldn't take too long. The first scandal on my stream was when, I never got popular late 2018. I don't think I did any 2019 fire streaming. I was hoping Paradise was like a one-time deal, and I never had to do it again. I decided I wasn't good at streaming, and I had to get better equipment and get better gear. I still had, I guess they're calling it imposter syndrome. That's a weird name. But when you don't have the confidence to feel like you're legitimate, even though you are, I mean, I know what I can't do. I can't tell people how to fight a fire because I don't know how. Well, you put water on it. Use foam for gasoline fires. That's about all I know. Like, I don't know how to use a hose. And so I would have random trolls come in and say, you don't even know how to fight a fire. Then why are you giving advice? I'm like, I'm not giving advice on how to fight one, you idiot. I'm telling you how to survive. And you'd think they'd come to their senses and be like, oh yeah, sorry, I was a jerk. But usually they just continue to be jerks. And that's the point, is they're trying to upset me. And the psychological profile of people like that are, they actually feel powerless in the world to affect change in their own life. They're probably in a miserable situation. Sound like miserable people. But if they can make anybody else upset, they feel powerful. They affected the life of somebody else. It's the opposite of my motivation, which I would love to affect the life of other people positively, right? So it's like just the opposite, the dark side. And so for the most part, they went away because they just didn't bother me. I just hit the ban button and that was that. And 2020 comes around, the Labor Day fires, I looked out the window and saw fires breaking out all over Portland. Just black columns of smoke as the power lines were going down on people's roofs and homes, and vegetation fires everywhere. I said, this is important, just like Paradise. This is like Santa Ana winds for all 3 western states. I have to be live. But once again, I wasn't confident. I could tell people in general how to survive a fire and how to like prep your house for one. But like, could I tell people where I think a fire is going? I didn't have that level of confidence, even though it wasn't rocket science. Fire goes where the wind blows. Fire likes to run uphill, just basic stuff. I knew this, but what if I said stuff that was inaccurate? That could be deadly. If I say, well, there's an east wind, so the fire will probably be pushing west. What if people ignore the fact that I'm saying probably? What if they get a false sense of security? I was terrified of that. And I was like, damn, I should get a stream where I have firefighters in the chat and they should be giving me advice. I should just be like the news anchor, you know what I mean? The person pushing the buttons to make it work, but firefighters should be giving this advice, the pros. But then I realized there's a reason they're not doing this. They have lives. They can't just sit there for 20 hours like I can and give advice for 20 hours. They have families. A lot of them live rurally and don't have good enough internet. They don't have good enough computer skills, and they don't have a computer good enough to do this. Don't know how to hook up a USB microphone, and even though they may know how to predict where fire is going, they don't know how to use CalTopo and the maps and track it and figure out the satellites and get on Broadcastify and all these multimedia skills I had. Let alone set up OBS for 3 hours and figure out what bit rate is good for 1080p, 60 frames a second. Like this. I went to school for this. Not specifically OBS, but you know, and then do it for free. I made a grave mistake. It was 2020, and I figured the Labor Day fires would be over in a week. Oh my God. I underestimated 2020, and I feel really dumb now. And what a bad year that was. So I saw fires breaking out all over Portland, and I hit the live button on this account. So I do have day one, my Labor Day stream, and I wanted to do an anniversary stream on Labor Day. I decided not to. Honestly, I felt like crap. And I didn't want to relive that day. It sucked. It sucked for a lot of people. It sucked for me. I had to take my own headphones off after a few days and go evacuate my own mother. I left the stream running. But that's when I finally got the original gangsters who took me under their wing. Like, Cogito was the first firefighter. And he was like warm and kind and gentle and knowledgeable. And I could ask questions. I said, "Can I ask you real questions about stuff?" He goes, "Yeah, I'll be here when I can." I went, "Oh my God, yes." So I said, "Am I right about this, and this?" He goes, "Yeah." And then he gently corrected me where I was, mostly I was getting terms wrong. Like firefighter slang is confusing. Like when I first heard the term rollout, I thought, oh, rollout is when they leave the fire station, right? They're rolling out. And he goes, "Hell no, it's a rolling pine cone that's on fire." I'm like, "What?" "Oh, it's literally something rolling down a hill that's on fire?" He goes, "Yeah." "Oh." So I said, honestly though, should I be doing this? Should I stop? Am I going to give advice that kills somebody or something? And he goes, "No, you shouldn't stop. Hell no. And whatever you need to learn, you'll learn quick, and just ask us. And you'll attract other experts, and just whenever you're unsure, just ask the experts. Say you're unsure." And I went, "Oh, all right." And he goes, "People need what you're doing, and they will come." He was like, "If you build it, they will come." Like just keep streaming, and eventually you get enough subscribers that you get promoted by YouTube, and that's when people arrive. So that gave me the confidence. I was like, okay, well, anytime I don't know something, that's what I'll be doing. How do I preheat up to 400 frozen nuggets in a baking basket? Okay. Now I know what I can't have, and that's a cooking show. I'll just show you how to ruin everything. Now I'm dangerous with cooking because I forget that I'm cooking. It's so damn boring. It's like watching paint dry. Oh, yay. The meat is now 1% more done than it was a couple seconds ago. I guess I'll still stare at it. I don't know. I'm thinking of other stuff. I'll wander away, forget that I'm cooking, and the smell of burning smoke and fire alerts me that I was cooking. Oh, right, I was cooking. So I like things with timers and dings and all that, like this air fryer toaster oven. This thing's great. It's the one that Emerald has. It's the only one I found with no Teflon. People don't realize that toxic gases are emitted by that stuff. So preheat frozen nuggets in a preheat to 400. It's got to take 15 minutes. Oh, man. Okay. But thank you for your kind donations. You guys are keeping me fed. These are Foster Farms breast nuggets. Okay. How many of these do I want? 4. Oh, I have French fries too. Okay. Oh crap, I forgot to preheat. I already put them in. Okay, taking it out. So the funny part of this is he was right. If you build it, they will come. And Sherlock Jones and people savvy are about, and have any time to advertise. You should get a Twitter. You should do this and that. He goes, I'm like, I don't have time for this. Let's see, air fry. I guess you air fry nuggets. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we are preheating. Oh my God, no, we're not. Stop. C-probe. What did you do to my toaster oven? Oh my God, there's... Oh, I'm glad I looked at the drip tray. He owes me a new one. This is the nastiest drip tray I've ever seen. I don't think power washing is going to get the burned crumbs, and it's like an oil spill in here. It's like the Exxon Valdez. What has he done to my toaster oven? There's giant, you hear this? That's me picking up with my bare hands quarter-sized chunks of burned sauce that are splattered on the back. What has he done? Ah. Jeez. I need to vacuum out dime-sized crumbs. This is all gonna mess. Oh. Okay, I need a new plan. Okay. Oh, this is picture worthy, like for the Hall of Shame. Oh, gross. It's on my hands now. Yeah, new plan. I want to take it outside and dump it upside down. There's that many crumbs. Oh, maybe I can just salvage this situation. Yeah, the funny part of the story, yeah, I've been saying that for about 5 hours now, but Sherlock maybe go viral in 2020 in the Bay Area. Like, all of Oregon was breaking down. I didn't have that many people in Oregon tune in, which frustrated me, but I had only like 200 subs or something, you know? I was happy when I had 60. I was like, 60 people want to hear from me again. Oh boy. I thought I was cock of the walk at that moment, you know? So Sherlock goes, honey, you need to go to Facebook and the Twitter and do a hashtag of what you're covering, and people would find you that way. I'm like, I don't have time to learn that right now. He goes, okay, well, I'll do it. So here I am covering the blast fire of 2020 in Napa. And everybody goes, look how many people are in chat. It used to be just me, Carney, Shield, Bugs Bunny, at night, Cognito. Oh, and Morris. He's an early supporter on. And these people are trying to give me money, and I said, no. Please give that to fire victims. I assumed the big 2020 fires would be over in a week or two. After the second month went by, I realized, oh God, I lost all of my extra income that I could have made, like having a computer repair job. I lost basically 2 months of income out of the entire year. Out of only 12 months. Oh, okay, that hurts. So I was wrong. I eventually learned I would have to accept donations. Whoops. But I also said, please just give to fire victims first. I'll survive on your pocket change to 10% of whatever you gave to fire victims, okay? Okay, I'm going to preheat, and if anything is smoking, I'll shut this down, and I'll use the regular oven. Okay, I got the worst of the crumbs out of there. And luckily, with a little bit of tap of the fingernail, most of the giant sauce blotches came and flaked off. So I don't think it'll ignite. But the whole oil spill aspect of the drip tray, we're going to have a talk. I don't even know what that is. But we're going to have a talk. C-Probe wakes up. There were icicles, like icicles of sauce hanging off of of the stainless steel rack, with the little lines on it for the hot dogs. And he put it away like that on the shelf. You can't fail to notice an inch-long couple icicles of. He's trolling me. I know what this is. He's trolling me. Anyway, so once Sherlock did a simple thing, he tagged me in the glass fire in Twitter and Facebook and a Bay Area forum. Everybody goes, "Hey, look how many people are in chat!" And all of a sudden, there was 6,000 people in the chat. I was like, wait, 600. Wait, there's another zero. So I went to having 16 people to 6,000. I went, oh God. And there was chaos, and that's when I realized I needed moderators. So I was like, Cogito, you're now a moderator. He goes, what do I do? I said, I don't know, just rude people ban them. You know? So we figured that out on the fly. And then one of my best friends from childhood goes, Catherine? Is that you? I thought I recognized your voice. And I'm like, Jennifer? What are you doing in a Bay Area chat? You don't live there. She goes, I got a cabin over by Clear Lake. And I'm like, oh, all right. Has it survived? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, good. Weirdest conversation ever. Awkward. So here's where it gets funny. We start developing a family atmosphere. All the jerks and the trolls and the obvious trolls, are getting just eliminated, and I don't really react to them. There's not really a reason to. I know what to expect. And I'm like, this is easier than I thought. This is not that bad. But that was my downfall. I should never ever say in the world ever again, this is not that bad. Because that's when the fates go, yeah, I should never said that. So I began to have regulars that just mainly wanted to hang out. Some people who were unaffected by the fires in general. And we had a bunch of chatty women, chatting with each other, and it was cool. They're like, can we talk about things that are not fires? I said, oh, for God's sakes, please do. I can't do this 24 hours a day. We had cool conversations about anything. Fashion and cooking and health and nutrition. And it kept me sane. I want to look at this topic all the time. Okay, so the nuggets are cooking. Come back to the keyboard. And okay, so let me come back. And Katie, yeah, you were evacuated in 2020. You had limited internet, right? So yeah, the dangerous trolls are the least obvious and do the most damage. Exactly. That's why I shut down that guy tonight. He goes, my brother died, and then he goes and drops C-word bombs and sexual this and that. So my thankfully, I got smart, and after a time, I have a list of words that automatically flag, and they're hidden from chat until I approve. And it's, your curse words and stuff, but I realized I had to do a bunch of weird words that bots tend to use. So everything's going great. And in between looking at fires and, when there's not much to do, I just participated and looked back at the chatter and see if Watch Duty's got an update for the Anvil. I think it's too early. Yeah, we're not going to have anything until like 8 to 10 in the morning. On a red flag day, we might get not much of any sort of useful info until the end of the day. Wow, the Chilcoot is almost 2,000 acres. 45% contained, though. Good. So I was very pleased with myself. We're developing a supportive community. And a lot of people who are evacuated and stuff wanted to hear stories, and I'm reading non-copyrighted stories and telling them, and everything's going great. But I had no webcam. in 2020. I was still too shy. I mean, it existed, but I didn't turn it on. So all of a sudden, I look at the chat, and there's a lady who had been in my chat for some time, and Congita would remember this. Well, next time he's on, I'm going to see if they remember this. I think Bugs, Carney was there, maybe Morris. But the women's, quilting group, or whatever you would call this, was liked this particular lady, and I don't honestly remember the lady's name. I should have kept a log or something. Now, 2020, I lost a lot of my footage because I didn't know. You go over 12 hours and YouTube doesn't save anything, and some of my streams went on for 36, 48. I think I streamed for most of a week before resetting it because I found out that I lost most people when I reset the stream. They didn't know how to reconnect, and I had to start all over again. The longer the stream went, the more people found it and came in, and I was higher up on the list of being found. But so I tended to leave it on for days. I just go to sleep, keep the scanner radio on, wake up, and greet people and say hi. So this may be gone, but everybody remembers this incident. Wait, is it preheated already? So here we are, just having a good time, and I realize there's a raging debate going on in the chat about what I look like and how old I am. I mean, it's starting to get heated. So I'm amused at this point. Okay, sweet, we are preheated. Let's insert these nuggets. So far, the sauce cooling at the bottom of the air fryer is not alight. Maybe it's got the consistency of a gel now because it's been like that for months. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Didn't quite understand how bad the dip tray was. Okay, so how long do the chicken's nuggets cook? 13 to 15 minutes. Okay, it's counting down from 15. I want to make sure that's thoroughly cooked. Now let's see how long the fries need, because we're going to add the fries. I never liked at-home fries. I always kind of hated them. But then after I got an air fryer, it does them right. So I warmed up the idea. And I go to McDonald's just to slip $10 over the counter and say, give me some sweet and sour sauce, so I could take it home with a wink. And that makes it. Okay, where's the fry? Let me mute for a second and dig in here. Aha, victory. Okay, still got some fries. Signature select. Top quality. Okay. Conventional oven. No. Oh, it's only full bag and half bag. 30 minutes. No. What is Tiny Catherine portion cooking instructions? Oh, these have to go to 425 on a baking sheet. Okay. I guess I cooked the fries after the chicken. All right. We got 12 minutes on the chicken. Okay, back to the story. So, there's a raging debate in the chat about my age and my appearance, which I was amused by. I was like, I thought it was not serious. Like, how could that be serious? How could people be bitterly arguing and starting to nearly curse each other out over my age, right? And I'm like, guys, you all know what I look like, right? And they go, what? said, you've seen the first video, the only video I have on this channel, like that I ever did before Firestream. It's called Riding the OHSU Trim in Portland. And while that was years ago, I pretty much look like that. So why don't you go take a look if you're curious about my appearance? And they're like, get a webcam. And I'm like, no, shy. So somebody comes back from viewing my tram video. He goes, oh, you're pretty. Nice hair color. I'm like, oh, thanks, I guess. Sorry, I'm shy. You should totally get a webcam if you still look anything like that. We really thought you were ugly. All right, what? Oh, okay. That's a joke, right? And then people start chiming in about what they thought I looked like based on my voice. It was pretty awful for the most part. There's everything from like birth defect kind of ugliness, and that's why I just hid myself away from the webcam. We're talking cleft palate, wall-eyed nonsense, you know, to botched plastic surgery comes up. I'm like, what? I don't even wear makeup. And somebody else chimes in. Oh, we thought you must be a burn victim or something. I'm like, no. Knock on wood. I mean, I'm not. I'm shy. I'm not hideous. Next thing people are saying is, well, it doesn't matter what you look like. I'm like, yeah, I like that answer better. God. Other people are like, well, I think that you're probably. I just picture you like the NPR lady, you know, sitting behind a disc jockey kind of a control panel. And, you know, you're like the NPR lady. I'm like, oh, God. Because in video production world, being NPR is like an insult. It's like you put people to sleep. Well, at least it used to be, and now it's not anymore. Now people love it when you talk to them to sleep, or if you're soothing. So go figure. But I was cringing at that. I'm like, am I that bad? And they're like, no, we like it. Somebody else goes, yes. I'm like, guys, this is brutal now because I actually like you. You're not like the average trolls. Come now, can we maybe go back to talking about quilting? This is kind of weird. And this one lady, the one who started the argument, I have no idea what she was up to. She's either the world's most artful troll, like the kind that you can't tell if somebody's truly nuts, or an actor, you know, like an actress, just trying to cause chaos. Now, she had been great in the channel for days, except a couple of weird things kind of made me wonder about her sanity. She said she had evacuated the Riverside fire, the one in Oregon by Estacada, and that she had made weird comments like, did lava from Mount Hood cause it? No. Doesn't look like Mount Hood is erupting, lady. You know, I tried to laugh it off, but she seemed adamant and serious. She goes, I don't know. Lava is underground. And I went, oh, okay. Yeah, you never know who you're talking to. Like sometimes, one time I had an argument and found out that it was an 8-year-old. And so I was keenly aware that it could be a 7-year-old child. It could be somebody with dementia. You have no idea. A foreigner or somebody who doesn't have a grasp of English. And that's okay. If people have mental problems, that's okay. I try to help everybody. So I explained, the good news about that is we can rule out lava because when lava makes its way to the surface, it splits the earth and that causes earthquakes. And there's a harmonic tremor signature anytime magma comes to the surface. And so we can kind of predict with a good chance of success whether or not a volcano will actually erupt. So nothing like that has been seismically active on Mount Hood, so you're okay. We can rule out lava. Besides, lava doesn't really cause forest fires at all. Like, there's different types of lava. The runny kind probably could, but the stuff that moves slowly hardens fast because it's cooling off fast. And I just explained to her how lava works. Sometimes it wraps around buildings and trees and never ignites it because there's a weird thing that when it cools and it gets black on its surface, that insulates other things from its heat because it's basically rock on its surface. It's still moving around because there's lava inside of it, but you can kind of walk on it if it's not too gooey and walk fast. You don't want to sink into it, but like it's not going to ignite you. It's not really as hot as people think. And I was trying to impress people with my volcano knowledge. Like I wanted to be a volcanologist at one point until my teacher pulled me aside and said, you got to be prepared to die. You get close to volcanoes. And that's a different story for another day. Okay, I got the chicken nuggets. Got 5 minutes on that. Can't come back to thing. So I figured I had just done a good job reassuring somebody, maybe even a 10-year-old or something, right? Yeah. So Nancy says, I don't understand radio foreign language, aka NPR. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at NPR for a bit, but it was public radio used to be about kind of boring documentaries, announcing the weather and stuff. So she is upset. She is not reassured. And this is still a funny story, but it was like I was starting to get a little bit concerned because she starts adamantly saying, I have proof of what you are. She's like accusing me of lying now. I said, what? I should have shut this down immediately. Like now if at the first hint of weirdness, I will shut it down. Okay, speaking of weirdness, the bottom blew out of this Pepsi can. This is one of those child Pepsi cans, like tiny ones. And it won't rest normally on the surface because the bottom is convex. Is it concave or convex? It's sticking out the bottom. Why does weird stuff happen to me? Smiles are reassuring. People like smiles. I prefer to grin because I'm a hipster. So this lady is not at all convinced by my lava story. She goes, you're hiding the truth, and I know what you are. Hiding the truth? She was about lava and volcanoes. So I did what I usually do. I picked up some videos. Let's look at the lookout fire now. Just waiting for that ding. I don't want to burn the nuggets. Still nice and calm there. Now, that's what we want to see. So, I'm still humoring her because she's not being out of line. She's not calling me names, but she now. I thought to myself, okay, this person is evacuated. They are under some of the most intense stress of their lives, and I tried to read up a little bit on the psychology of that and what is good to say and what isn't, because people will have outbursts. They'll bring out the best and worst in people, and sometimes on the same day. Trying to figure out if your home's going to be eaten alive or if by a fire or bandits are going to raid it, or that's an incredible amount of stress. So I gave people way too much slack. Now I don't tolerate any of this crap, but I was still trying to be gentle and reassuring. And everything I did to reassure backfired, and it just made her more convinced I was hiding the truth. And I said after a time, what am I hiding exactly? I don't even know what you're saying. She goes, who you really are. I'm like, okay, so tell me, who am I now? Right? She goes, I found out you're actually a 60-year-old woman. I just burst out laughing. I mean, what the hell could you do with that? 60? I'm like, okay, I just went from being plastic surgery nightmare to a cleft palate person to a quote somewhat ugly person, but not bad. That was another one that was in the chat. To a almost pretty person. That was another thing that went in the chat. And then a couple other similar things. And now I'm 60. And somebody goes, yeah, we found out you're a grandmother. I'm like, what? You guys, look at the video. Look at the OHSU tram video. It's like the only one there. You go through my stream, you go to where it says, live, if you want to see my live archive, and if you want to see the video, that's actually me. Don't know what else to say. And she goes, that's how I know you're lying. Well, how do you know I'm lying? She goes, because I investigated you. I found out you're a 60-year-old grandmother, 2 grandchildren. And you have white to light gray hair. And it's long. I went, oh, okay. I look back at chat, and to my horror, everybody's like, well, you do sound pretty old. I really was surprised. If that's really you on the tram video, your voice really doesn't match up. I said, old? I sound old. I use terms like dude. I'm 60-year-olds say dude. Or something's lit. I'm like, okay, are they going to say surprise, we told you now? Like, is this a prank? But she rants on. And not only am I 60 years old with grandchildren, apparently, I have a secret job, and that's to, lie to the public about the truth, which is lava is starting wildfires. And I went, oh, okay. And I just couldn't stop laughing. I shouldn't have, and that really upset her. But oh my God, how do you react to this? Okay, the nuggets come out, and I'm going to insert the fries. Dilemma, do I eat the nuggets now? Do I wait for the fries? I'm going to eat them now. That's okay. Then I'll just eat fries later. It's the best in this situation I could do. Because the fries need 425. What else can we do? The nuggets need 400. I'm not willing to take the risk of ruining the nuggets at 425. In fact, I don't think they're done enough. Okay. Yeah, they're not done enough. Damn it. They go back in. I'm going to say 16 to 18 minutes is safe for these nuggets. Or maybe they should have been 425 all along, and I just don't know how to cook. This is also a possibility. Okay, I'm going to select temperature and probably now totally ruin the food. Okay, air fry. Was 400 the max? Ew. Does it only go to 400? Okay, that could be an issue. Well, you can't. Frozen potatoes are probably not going to kill me, but undercooked chicken will. So, okay. I'll put that on for 2 more minutes. So, the bad point is every time I laughed, she got a little more furious. So the insults start coming thick and heavy. And yeah, I'm 60 years old. Do I sound like I'm 60? God, this is now a serious question. It has bothered me ever since. How could I sound like I'm 60? Do I say things like, what in tarnation? I don't know even how to sound 60. I'm pretty sure that's more like an 80-year-old thing now to say tarnation. 60 is like boomers. It's even younger than boomers. It's like the late boomers. Or is there a... Okay, what generation is the people who are 60 years old? What generation are 60-year-olds now? I don't even know. Okay. Breastford Research Group, like somebody got paid to figure this out. Okay, World War II, they're born in the 20s, so they're 96 to 101 years old now. Post-war, born 1928 to 45. Boomers Group 1 are 69 to 77 right now. Boomers 2, aka Generation Jones, what the hell, are now age 59 to 68. So, she confused me with a boomer? A boomer 2? Gen X is 65 to 80. Millennials are 1981 to 1996. Gen Z is born 1997 to 2012. So they're currently 11 to 26. Huh. Now I screwed up millennials. I thought millennials had to be born after the year 2000 because that's the millennium. But what the hell do I know? Maybe it's because they graduated around then. I don't know how this is done. So, but do I sound like I'm 60 or were they completely insane? So here's a problem though. I'm laughing it off. But the other people in chat are getting suspicious. And they're like, hey, there's only one way to settle this. Get us your webcam. And at this point, I'm defensive, like, what? No, I don't need to show you myself on my webcam. You're not the boss of me. Because I'm realizing I could be being manipulated, right? If I have to, like, prove what I look like, that'll give the trolls the idea that they can get me to do things that I don't want to. And if I don't want to, I'm just not going to do it. It's a bad precedent, and I can't let this start. So I'm defiant, and I'm like, I'm still trying to be playful, like, not in your life. I'm not turning on the webcam. Oh, the firestorm, the beep storm that just started. Others started saying, huh, maybe there is something to this. Maybe she is a fraud. Like, what? These people I was bonding with they were like my quilting girls, my quilting ladies, my people trying to teach me how to cook and everything. They're turning against me. I'm like, we can't do that. We're friends now. We've been through so much together. Why are you turning on me? Why are you telling me that I have to show myself right now? What if I don't have my makeup on and my hair's bad? I still try to be playful, and they go, uh-huh. I didn't believe you at first, but there's no reason she can't turn on a webcam. And I was like, mm-hmm, yeah. In fact, she could just, draw something on a piece of paper right now, like a certain number we say, hold it up and take a snapshot with her phone, and then she would upload that, and then that would be proof, but she won't do that either, will she? I'm like, no. No, I'm not going to do that. It's not like I've just been kidnapped to prove it. No, proof of life. If you think I'm a liar, then just go away. Like, why would you be here? And then the reply was, well, we didn't think you were a liar until now, but, there's a lot of fake stuff on the internet where people pretend to be hot young chicks. I'm like, oh, I'm hot now. A while ago, I had a cleft palate, and I was almost pretty. I'm a hot chick now. Could you guys make up your minds whether I'm a hot chick or I'm 60 or whatever the hell? And it just made it worse. So I'm like, you You caused this problem, lady. You've been mean to me, and then the new rule is now that you can't be mean to me. So I'm gonna have to ask you to stop with the 60-year-old conspiracy stuff, because now here's where I interrogate you. Where the hell did you learn this about me, and what are you talking about? Did you hire a private dick? Are you on one of those websites, People Finder nonsense? Because you understand there's a couple more Catherine Davidsons than me out there. You realize this, right? So I'm sure there's a Catherine Davidson that's 60. There's so many of us that one time I got billed thousands of dollars for missing doctor appointments and procedures because I went to the same clinic and somebody not only had the same name as me, but had the same birthday. Like, there's a million of us out there. It's a very popular name. So I had a hell of a time trying to explain it wasn't her. And then my medical records got put on her medical records. And then hers ended up on mine. And so, like, it was crazy. I got listed as having had like a stillbirth or something. It was weird trying to figure that out. I was like, no, that's not me. I'm not allergic to bees, no. So these People Finder sites, you can't trust them, man. You know, I said, where are you getting this info? Like, it's kind of scary. Let me see. I have no idea how long the fries should go. I'm going to start with 6 minutes and figure out what happens. It just got alarming. So the lady wouldn't stop. She wouldn't exactly say where she got the information. She's like, yeah, I'm not going to tell you where I heard it. You might hurt that person. What? Okay, no accusing me of being violent either, okay? That's a new rule. And I realized, okay, this is epic trollery, or this lady is mental. Straight up freaking mental. There's no other way to say that. Like, there's people with mental problems that want to get help, right? And they recognize it, they're like, oh, I'm blue, or I have anger management issues, and they go get help. And then there's the people who are just very happy being totally nuts and causing chaos, and I don't like that. So I said, this is your last warning, lady. And she didn't stop. She was just going on and on about how I was watching her. And that's why she hired somebody to watch me. And that's why she had to figure out what I was about. And I was there to make sure that nobody knew about the lava coming out of Mount Hood underground that was somehow lighting wildfires from beneath the ground, which is not possible. And that's when I banned her. I went, oh, right. But the joke persists now because what happened was Cogito walks in and he's not seen all the bat beep crazy stuff happen, right? And the lady was also doing a poor me kind of act. And I started asking, like, so you're evacuated from the Riverside fire, but whereabouts do you live? In general, not your address. And she couldn't name a neighborhood near Estacada or anything like that, Malala. And I think she had nothing to do with Oregon, actually. But Cogito came in and she was like, I'm just so worried about the lava. And Cogito, nice guy that he is, goes, oh, you shouldn't be. And he starts soothing her. And she's lapping up the attention. I'm like, Cogito, stop. No, stop. Dude. She's not nice. She's not so in the bad way. She just called me bad things. Oh, Anthony, God, don't make me blush. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think I have the best answer to that. Sure, I'm beautiful. It has nothing to do with my looks. It's because I help people. It's a beautiful part of me, and it's not 100%. But beauty's got nothing to do with your looks. I think that's a good way to say that. But thank you for a nice compliment. Trying to learn how to accept those. And I used to be like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I have a bad nose and stuff. But supposedly, it's not good for confidence. You're just supposed to say thank you for the compliment. So I think you guys are beautiful too. The best thing about all of this is finding the amazing people. I mean, there's these weirdos and these bad trolls and these fake fire victims and these fake firefighters and jerks and all manner of bad folk. But they're such a minority. I look back, I'm like, what the hell was I afraid of? The vast majority of people are good. The vast majority of people want to help. I can't do this alone. And you guys have supported me and encouraged me. I don't think anybody else is doing this. I've not found another fire tracking stream, not one that's, rational. Having a show about a fire is different than tracking too. Talking about fires, that's what everybody does. That's media stuff. But we kept what it evolved from is, I hope you understand the progression now. I finally realized what I wanted out of this, and that was to provide everybody's evacuation info. Because when the Labor Day fires hit, Matlock, Perry Mason was on the TV. Even though entire towns were burning down, the biggest wildfires to hit Oregon in decades were simultaneously burning and roaring towards every major population center of Oregon. Every single one was at risk. They even put Southeast Portland on alert for the Riverside fire. Beachy Creek was insane. Echo Complex. I don't even know how to name all of them. I can't remember all the 2020 fires. The ones by Medford, Talent and Phoenix burned up live on my show. We watched them on the ODOT I-5 cams. Cape Junction was threatened by the Slater and the Devil fires, and there were so many other fires elsewhere. Nobody ever staffed the Devil fire. It just burned on its own in the wilderness, and nobody ever looked at it. They knew it existed, but there was not enough firefighters to go around. And 2020 was insane. We found out later a lot of it was power lines involved. PG&E was at it again with the Zog fire breaking out live on my stream too when I was covering the glass fire. And so I had hundreds of people volunteer. If it wasn't just crowdsourced information, it was information. More firefighters came in, started giving me advice, answering all my questions. They would hang out and chat. Dusty Smokes, Torrin too, all these wonderful people. Eventually JB found us. And we held each other and cried together. And what I did was the most important thing is I put in one place everybody's evacuation info because Perry Mason and Matlock was on the TV and that was it. So I was the only person who could tell people where the hell to get it. I had to have 65 to 75 tabs open. My computer could barely handle it. And I realized I would put any money I got into it to be able to handle it. Like I said, 2020 I did it with no donations, but I decided to use my own personal money to upgrade my computer. It was in half construction phase when I realized I was too late and the fires hit before I had fully assembled it. It was half assembled in my living room. So when I evacuated my mom, she was like, the couch has a computer on it half assembled. And I'm like, sorry, Mom, we'll move that out of the way. And I couldn't stop streaming on my old crappy one because it would take too long to put the new one together. But I realized that things like snow bus closures. I'm sorry, this keeps showing up. I don't mean to have that as a random thing to click on. Until the day comes where we have one-stop shopping for evacuation info, people were sitting there and trying to figure out where to go at the end of their driveway and flipping through. And so all they had to do was ask me and ask other people in chat, and they would help me with that info. Then I had mods that would take over for 24 hours a day, and I could go to sleep because I would be awake for 3 days at a time thinking the fires are about over. They're about over. And I realized, no, like into month 2, I had exhausted myself and utterly collapsed. So September and October, I basically had like almost no sleep in 2020. The outside, it was constant smoke and it was awful. Could barely breathe. Just everybody had a bad time. It was 2020. Okay, we still got fire on the Del Norte cam, but that's kind of typical every day now. Now I gotta check on the fries. And I became humbled just how good people were. And I'm like, why didn't I just do this earlier? Okay, let's poke this. That French fry is still a limp noodle. All right, we're going to give that 6 minutes, I guess. Yeah, that was weak. Hopefully air fry will crisp up that thing. So the big lesson and story is, I mean, that was the first scandal, and now it's just hilarious that people thought I was 60 years old. And so whenever Morris comes in, he's one of the original people that, you know, every once in a while my mods ban him because he makes a joke. He goes, "Aren't you a 60-year-old granny?" And I go, "Morris, how you been?" I've had a couple mods think that was an insult and ban him. I'm like, no, guys, it's one of my first supporters. Don't do that. You know, it's why did I let any kind of fear stop me? What I was doing is I was imagining the worst that could happen. I was imagining failure. And that's how fear controls you. It's just that simple. I did not do the thing I needed for success. And that was to imagine success. But that's what anxiety is. It's kind of automatic thoughts. You know what the worst could be, but you're in control of how you correct your thoughts. And it's taken me a long time. But I'm glad I made. Wow, that looks scary. Pec 1 camera. Fire went over a ridge. I made the leap before I was ready, before things were perfect. I haven't regretted it. So I need to continue to do that. And I'll get better. Anthony says many frogs fall from trees. Oh, did you see that X-Files episode? Wait a second. That's not sunrise or anything. And it's too dark for sunrise. That sure is bright. I think it's the hot smoke coming up over the ridge on the Pec 1 cam. That's the Pec 1 too. California. Wow, that is one bright star. Not the moon, is it? Let's see which way it's looking. Yeah, that's that one by the Yurok Reservation. Let's look at the watch duty and see which. Try to identify which one that is. That's Humboldt County, right? Looking over at Del Norte. Yeah, it's Humboldt County. So, and the Red Mountain Del Norte has been active for like this for weeks. It zooms in quite a distance. The camera's being rocked around by winds. Okay, that's gonna make me ill. But every time we go to watch duty, it has them in like a big complex, South Fork complex, and so they used to have the individual parts of the complex named on the map. Now they don't. So it's like, how would we figure out which exact one we're looking at? So they've got almost 4,000 people on it. 90% containment though. There's a new incident management team coming in on the 14th. Yeah. Drying trend over the weekend. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 80s. Humidity will decrease down to 20%. The other fires were at like, some of them were at 78%, while others were at 0. So I don't think we should trust that. We should get to the Facebook, social media. All right. So this is 21 hours ago. Sure, total, but what about the incident updates? Yeah, there were 2 sad anniversaries I didn't really want to stream. That's September 11th and the anniversary of my own stream starting on the Labor Day fires. That was terrible. I really don't like the ones where people are dying and we're watching it remotely. You know what I mean? So, or we know that, oh man, something terrible is happening. Where in the world are the little sheets, the sheet information? The hell is Linktree about? You know what I mean? The info sheets. Oh, great. No wonder it's a bad fire. There's ancient dead trees in the landscape from fires probably 10, 20 years ago. Maybe 10. When it's bone white, it's damage from the sun with most of the bark missing. Yeah, no wonder they're having a problem. Extensive fire weakened snags remain the primary threat to the safety of the firefighters. Under these conditions, crews cautiously work at patrolling them, removing unused equipment, forest rehab, and strengthening the lines. Like I said, you got to get rid of this crap. Minimal smoke production is expected. Whoops. To continue with the pilot and the 3-9 fires, because the pilot one was the one that was the scariest on the thing. Infrared flights show widespread isolated hotspots inside the perimeters. Okay, but what is the pilot fire's containment? This is why my stream exists. You can't just figure out all the information in one spot. You have to dig for it. All right. This is Smith River. Oh, for God's sake. Like, I'm used to seeing the little info sheets. Last video was from the 9th. That's completely irrelevant now. Smith River Complex North. It's looking a lot better. 12 hours ago, despite stronger winds and hotter temps, fire lines are holding. Yes, across the Smith River. As temperatures increase, aviation assets will try to assist. Good. Temperatures in Cave Junction will reach close to 100 degrees. Everyone needs to be vigilant. Please do not start a human-caused wildfire. It will spread quickly. Okay. Okay, that begs the question. How is it possible to not start a human-caused wildfire? Do I have to change into a werewolf or something so that's not a human-caused wildfire? What I caused was a werewolf-caused fire. I think other than shape-shifting, any fire that I start is probably human-caused. I think I need sleep. I mean, even if I convinced aliens to start a fire, I think the fries are done. Cool. It would still be a human-caused wildfire because I would have convinced the aliens to do it. See? But that's the funniest quote I've heard in a long time. Please do not start a human-caused wildfire today. Okay. All right. I like Smoky Bear better. Only you can prevent wildfire. I wrote down a parody Smokey the Bear idea for like new propaganda posters like that. I don't mean propaganda like lies. I mean like the good kind of propaganda, like Smokey Bear, reading Rainbow. Reading is fun, you know. Ad council, don't start smoking. You know, the real ones. I mean, some ad council stuff is pretty offensive and bad. I remember that this is your brain on drugs and the lady trashes a kitchen. Okay. But, you know, Smokey the Bear is an example of good propaganda. And I don't remember what my idea was, but I wrote it down. Where's my tray? Because I now have to protect my keyboard. Ugh. I still haven't put the keycaps on the good one, but boy, have I learned my lesson on that. We're going to eat off a tray. We're going to tuck that keyboard safely in, and hopefully I don't get 7,000 files deleted today. Because weird things happen to me. Joe Johnson says 8 hours is a full shift. We're coming up on the 9th. Have I been here for 9 hours? I'll lose track of time. Let's watch a video so I don't chew in your ear. He says the X-Files frogs from the tree. Yes. Okay, that's my favorite X-Files clip. I'm going to show that to you. It's going to be a clip where I set it up. Anytime something weird happens, I'm going to have the sound bite. But Mulder. This has got to be a clip. I found it before. This one. Watch.
Him early this morning. Hunter found him early this morning.
He hasn't been dead for more than 12 hours.
They say this area is used for witches' ceremonies.
They?
Well, everybody and anybody who lives around here knows about the things go on in this town. They say there are people who control things.
Any evidence to substantiate those rumors, Sheriff Oaks?
Well, Agent Scully, look at the body. The eyes and heart have been cut up.
Many homicides involve victim desecration.
Well, I know he and his friends listen to devil music.
The night Chicago died?
You know what I mean? Heavy metal bands that influence kids.
Does Jerry Stevens or his friends ever witness participating in witchcraft?
No.
More rumors.
This stump here is supposed to be the ceremonial altar. What do you think?
I think with a few turquoise chips, a picture of John Wayne, and 3 cans of shellac, it'd make a pretty nice coffee table.
Well, you see all that wax? Someone's been burning candles in there.
Any idea who Jerry Stevens was with out here?
Well, we assumed he was alone.
Well, most people don't set out to drink 2 six-packs by themselves. I also found this. It has some purple ink on the edge like a library identification stamp. And the end of the title says, "In America." I'm surprised your people overlooked it.
I'm sorry. I gotta apologize here. You're right. I admit we're a little rattled here. That's why I called the FBI. This may involve a deeper conspiracy. See, I grew up around here. Ever since I was a kid, I heard stories. This is a weird area. It has a strange air that I could chalk up to imagination. Till today. I'll have my staff start checking libraries for you, Agent Scully.
Better hide your Megadeth albums.
Theories like that are why I can't take him seriously.
The homicide did have a ceremonial presentation, the manner in which the body was displayed.
Mulder, I got the impression you didn't believe him either.
I didn't want to incite his already clearly aggravated imagination, but there is a weird feel to this place. And maybe there's some truth to those rumors.
I think he incited your imagination. I think this case is nothing more than a murderer taking advantage of local folklore. I mean, there's nothing odd about...
So, lunch?
Mulder, toads just fell from the sky.
Guess their parachutes didn't open.
I guess the parachutes didn't open. I love that show. Mulder, toads just fell from the sky. He just goes, oh, he's just like unfazed. Let's just get lunch. The one-liners that Mulder had were just awesome. The script was amazing. Like a bunch of scared locals in another episode said, you know, we can't rule out the lights, the mysterious lights we saw out there in the swamp. And Scully goes, well, you know what? It could have been ignited methane. He goes, methane? She goes, swamp gas. And Mulder turns around and goes, happens to me when I eat Dodger dogs. The hot dogs at Dodger Stadium gives him explosive, igniting farts. Like, oh my God. I didn't even catch all of those one-liners back then, but they were really good. Their parachutes didn't open. I forgot that part. But every time something weird happens, I'm just going to press the button and it's going to do a replay. But Mulder, toads just fell from the sky. Let's play that again.
So, lunch?
Mulder, toads just fell from the sky.
Yes. What do you think, guys? Should that be one of my sound bites? Yeah. Oh, hey, squirrel. Hold up. Oh, yes. That would be good. Hey, squirrel. This is the busiest September of my life. I am behind on preparing evidence for my court case. I don't know what the hell I just had last week, but I lost my voice and was totally out of it. Like, days went by and I'm like, I didn't even notice them. I thought it was the 4th, and then I look at the clock and it's the 11th. And I'm like, okay. So my voice still hurts a little bit, but I can talk again. So having special guests and that kind of prep definitely would have to be an October thing for sure. But I am totally interested. It's just, what's summer? I'm mostly done with the remodel behind me, but I got stuck. I need powerful men with powerful tools. So I wasn't able to set up my streaming platform with my tri-monitor set up yet. So I still sometimes like have windows the wrong size and stuff. Because I can't see very well without cranking my head over here. Monitor that's doing a stream. And let's have lunch. This is gross. Toads just fell from the sky. Now I'm gonna have another sound bite, for the theme. Another funny moment on the stream was I was looking at the HP Wren. God, I think old medicine wore off. The HP Wren cam. This during the Bobcat fire, and the funny thing is there's these lights that flash on these radio towers. I think this is current view. Oh, here's the current. Wow. They're near Griffith Observatory in South California. And at certain times of the night, since it's high definition color cameras, you could see the moon in the background and stuff. Like, that's city lights peeking up through the morning mist sort of thing. And one day, since this is a still camera, it captured like a green or a red light that looks a lot like a laser pointer image directed at a camera, like shining a laser pointer at a camera. That'll ruin the lens, ruin the light sensor. But every once in a while, you see it on a movie, it's like that reflection, right? And I got a mischievous idea in my head that I would simply take a screenshot of that and caption it laser ? And then put it on like a conspiracy theory Reddit forum or something like that, and just see what kind of chaos I could cause. But I'm not evil like that, so I decided against it. But I said, but hot damn, that light on the radio tower that prevents pilots from running into him looked like a laser, that one frame, Well, somebody walks in at that moment. This is in 2020's Bobcat fire. And they go, oh my God, is that a laser? Like, they didn't hear what I just said. I went, do you think so? I was evil for the moment. I was just going to play a harmless prank and say, no, that's the light, Watch it refresh and it'll look different. It's the radio tower light. But the person was like, oh, I've been looking at these cams and there's some weird stuff on them. And I was like, what kind of weird stuff? And they said there's objects in the sky. And I was like, can you show me that? Because I was going to say, I was just joking, man, and try to identify whatever the object is. Sometimes the helicopters flying at night and trying to map fires and drop off smoke jumpers and all this stuff, they have spotlights, and it looks really weird when they are blurry on the time-lapse cameras. And so I was expecting to see a bunch of those, and it's really easy to explain what they are because you flip over to flight radar and say, well, if that was, like if that was 20 minutes ago, if you click on an aircraft, you see where it flew from, right? And you could say, well, I'm sure, and you go to its route, that was where it was 3 hours ago, so it's got to be a chopper, right? That's usually how I explain stuff. I mean, people can have legitimate questions. Like I said, there can be 8-year-olds, people from foreign countries, and it's, when I was younger, I was more susceptible to any sort of conspiracy theory or whatever, just because I didn't know anything about how things actually worked. Not really about fires, but just other things. I wanted to believe that a cure for cancer had been found and people are just suppressing it because cancer was a way to make money, right? Until I realized the god-awful truth that cancer doesn't make anybody money. It's just a big money losing thing. But I wanted to believe that there was a cure out there, that some nurse or something could smuggle out into freedom into the world. I wanted to believe there was a cure. I had a father that had cancer and brother. My brother just died of it in Christmas. So when I was really young, because I wanted to believe that, I was susceptible until I rationed it out and realized that's just a stupid idea. And the only people that believe it too want desperately to believe a cure is out there. So I can't. It's wrong of me to like make fun of people that just have normal questions and curiosity and different beliefs than me. I'm only offended by the ones who call me a liar or something, or come in here and tell fire victims that somebody's targeting them with weapons and they don't care how they make people feel, like even more afraid than before. And so people push their message, and they're just downright hoaxsters and charlatans who want their own to promote their own page, and they're exploiting people. I'm not cool with that. But if people have innocent questions like, "Oh, I see this weird boat that melted in paradise, and what could explain that?" then I'll be happy to look at it. One case was my own brother's boat. I'm like, I know exactly what happened to that boat. A tree fell on it. They removed the tree already, so now it just looks like a weird tree-shaped hole. So, well, where did I put that? So I said, can you show me? I restrained my impulse to be a jackass and perpetuate the practical joke any further. I was about to say, look, it's not a laser or anything. It just looks like it was a light on the radio tower. But the person shows me a time lapse of a different tower, a similar thing. It's a nearby tower, so this is in the frame. Background, I think it's Pasadena or something in the frame. And it's black and white, the grainy crap from the alert wildfire cams. And she goes, look what's in the sky. And I said, I don't see anything. I said, that, the big thing. So I ran the tape back, the time lapse, and I went, I still don't see anything. And they said, the thing that rises from the ground and goes into the sky. And I go, rises from the ground. And so, it was a horizon like this with like clouds. And sure enough, I go back and figure out what the person's talking about. And it like comes up over the horizon, goes up into the sky. And I went, oh, I wasn't the jackass who said this, but somebody else in chat, I think it was B-Girl, goes, oh my God, it's a UFO. And I'm like, oh, stop it. Don't be mean. Because I just figured out what it was. And it puzzled me for a second. Why was this big, bright thing rising from the ground? I realized it was just a horizon, not really the ground. It goes up into the sky in an arc. And I switched to one of these HP Ren cameras with a different view. And I said, honey, that's the moon. And it's okay to be confused, like it's out of focus, so it looks bigger than it should, but that's the moon. And I was about to say, I was just joking about the laser thing. We're just having a bit of fun, but yeah, there's no shame in the moon wasn't in focus. It didn't even look like the moon. So I was being gracious, but the B-Girl who was in the chat was merciless and goes, cue the X-Files theme. I want to believe in the moon. I lost it then. I just laughed. I just started hysterically laughing. Because at that moment, I could just hear the theme song playing. And we had just been talking earlier about trying to make merchandise to support the stream. And you need like 20,000 subscribers. So we're a long way from that. We had 9,000 at once, but we lost 2,000 subscribers after the Caldor fire. That was Tahoe. People like don't even want to hear about the word fire again over there. So I said, sorry, my person in chat's being a little bit of a dick right now. I'm sorry for laughing, but I think we should make a T-shirt called "I Want to Believe in the Moon." Oh, I couldn't resist. I went to YouTube real quick, off screen, so nobody saw it. And as soon as she said, "I want to believe in the moon," I went. Oh, this is a crappy version. What's the real one? Everybody was rolling on the ground laughing in chat. I'm like, I can't stop. I'm sorry. I replayed the moon video, and I don't know if this video got saved or if it was one of those that YouTube deleted, because 2020 I let streams go beyond 12 hours. But that's going to be one of our things is you have to laugh at this stuff. I Want to Believe in the Moon is going to be an awesome T-shirt. Maybe we can make it in hoodies as well. Ah, yeah, A Squirrel. Exactly. It was Broke Fishing and John Bruno. They came on the chat. They're firefighters to give their 2 cents. And so what I want to set up is something that is kind of semi-professional and pleasing to the ear. Joe Johnson says Mulder against the vampires was a good episode. I don't know if I saw that one. So we'll have to figure out, A Squirrel behind the scenes, is how we could speak. Like Brokefish had Discord already. I have Discord. But when John Bruno calls, it's pretty troubled. I have to put him on speakerphone and put him near my microphone. Like, it's not a really good way to do sound. So behind the scenes, A Squirrel will have to do a couple test calls and make sure the volume and everything works. I had to do that behind the scenes with Broke Fishing, and it looked like it was effortless, but there's adjustments you've got to make inside of the program, like Discord, like their input volume and versus yours to equalize it out. And then you have to walk them through not creating an echo. It hurts my hand and my arm, and I have to hold up the phone right to my face when John Bruno's talking, but he doesn't have Discord, doesn't know how to use it. And so to even set that up so that I have both hands and I can type and show stuff online, I'll need to set up a microphone stand with a real microphone and then adjust all of it behind the scenes on the recording software so that I have to put filters on it. So if somebody coughs or gets loud, it doesn't blast out the ears of people. Like there's more behind the scenes to it to make it so people want to listen. And we'll have to have a practice conversation about the topic, because the topic can't be something that blindsides me, right? I need to know what we're talking about. And then my questions can't be something that blindsides the guest. Like, that's just not right. Any question I want to ask, I want to let you know about it heads up as a courtesy, so nobody's left going, I think. So you can have nice, professional, clear answers for the public. And that's what keeps people listening. And that's where you have a guest, like a proper guest on a show. You don't annoy the public with any sound problems or any. Hold on a second while I look this up, and people are like, I have to be at work in 15 minutes. I hope they finish this conversation in 15 minutes. And the smoother that goes, the better for both parties. And then I would like to be able to clip that without doing a crazy amount of editing to edit out pauses, and then have that as a standalone video. So Catherine's interview with so and so about biochar, right? So people watch the video and don't tune out after like 5 minutes. So I do not have room for the second microphone stand here. I have a cabinet half assembled and power tools in my living room behind me. And when that is erected, I can put more of my setup. Because what the cabinet does, it will suspend like a green screen and stuff. And I will be able to have my third monitor so I can monitor that the audio is okay, do the stream, interact with somebody, interact with chat, have it on 3 monitors. I see everything that's happening. One time I had somebody as a guest on the show with let's see where I put this. Put it under examples. I had somebody as a guest on the show, and I had talked to them for 4.5, maybe 8 minutes straight. And I look back at chat, and people go, "There's no sound." That was embarrassing. So I have to set up the new input device, blah blah blah, test it. So, but I have to win my court case. Is my first priority. If I lose, money is at stake here. It's been dragging on for 2 years. I cannot just say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna beep off, slack off, and do an interview and some other stuff on stream that could totally wait, and risk losing a court case for my father that I've been building for 2 years." Like it's time to do the last thing. A date is set. The clock is ticking. I just lost a week being ill. I'm now a week behind. And other things that I cannot delay are just happening in my life. Like if my nephew has his first birthday party, I'm not going to miss it. You know? I miss a lot already due to just doing Firestream. So I apologize, I can't do that. How everybody else's schedule is, but you gotta understand mine. I feel like I should quit Firestream for September if I was wise. I feel I am committing a mistake even in hanging out right now. I should have all my ducks in a row and everything should be ready. And after everything is ready, I should practice and practice. One-liner answers, my demeanor in front of the judge. I should have a neat notebook ready to flip to it for all of my counter arguments. Because the judge gets impatient. I only have X amount of time to make my case. And you can't just go, "Oh, well, let me think about that for 10 minutes. Or let me flip through 20 pages. I know it's in here somewhere. Where did I put that quote? Oh, where's that receipt? Okay, I've got to win." If I was smart, I would just say, "See you guys in a month." But I don't want to. I'm going to try to do both. But I don't know what else to say. I also have emergency dental surgery coming up next week. My car got damaged. And I have to attend to these things, or I have to pay out of pocket for the entirety of the damage to my car. Like there's a clock ticking. There are deadlines. I've already missed some because Red Flag Week happens, and every single day there's a fire, and I can't just in good conscience like not show up when there's massive evacuations happening and new fires. Like somebody's got to be there. So I'll do the best I can, but I really am not making any new promises to anybody for a month. That's just not right, because I will probably cancel on you. So I hope you understand. I don't know how else to explain that. But this is I'm doing what I can. I wish I didn't get sick last week. I could probably be ready right now. Joe Johnson says, seeing a union rep do that big construction project and nobody could hear him. Best speech he ever made as well. Oh dear. Good night, Joe. Thanks for the kind words. A Squirrel says, just so you understand, I grew up here at Puget Sound. That's cool. This level of drought is unprecedented. That's why I'm so persistent. Yeah, I understand. It's an El Nino year. But it's the 14th. I mean, I already missed my mother's birthday for Fire Stream. It went by a little while ago. I'm still hoping to try to fit in my own mother. So Anthony says, parable of the sower, Jesus in the Bible. You know what you could do? You could create your own presentation, and I will be happy to just show it on the stream. Do you want to film something? It could be just you talking to a camera. And then we could do a better one later. Like I'll be happy to just promote that. You have a website, promote that. But I know better now to make promises, because pissing people off is what happens when you break them. And when you're already overwhelmed, like why would I make another promise, Joe Johnson says, make quick updates on the community board and be nice every so often. What? I'm not nice? Okay. But I hope you understand that this is out of respect for you too. Normally when I would do this sort of thing, it would be in the off season and pre-recorded, and just the chaos of the actual fire season is not great for that kind of thing. But if you already have Discord, everybody involved has it, and you can do it in 15 minutes or something, I'm prepared for that. But if you want to do Zoom, WebEx, Teams, something else I don't normally do, StreamYard is kind of a nightmare, but I know a little bit of the basics. I don't know that I can set that up without echoes and everything good. But if you know Discord already, A Squirrel, and all of the people who want to talk at the same time know it, that's the best shot we've got. If you want to pre-record something, that's a good one. And then we could do a formal, like, let's talk about that thing. Because it's cool to, like, introduce people to a teaser. And then do the full presentation. And if you want to help people right now, I totally get that. So surely you may have a teaser or something to go. But let's try to talk about that. When I have a brain cell, I should have gone to bed a long time ago. So time to go. Morning updates for the big issue is the red flag zone in Southwest Oregon. Up to 35 mile an hour wind gusts today. But a reminder is this is mostly the wilderness. I don't think any structures and stuff are threatened. We're just going to find out or not find out. Did the fire spread significantly? The flat and the Anvil, for the most part. That's mostly what we don't need to actively monitor that. We just need to find out what they say at the end of the day. If there's any real news there. I just tried to get a whole bunch of information about what we're looking at here, and I can't. Like, they're talking about the complex, but I don't know which fire that camera is looking at. I think it's the pilot. I don't know. I don't know if it's the 3-9. Those two had the lowest containment levels, but we don't even have the official sheets. I don't know where they went. They're not on the Facebook. Might have to go to Inciweb. In fact, let's try that. I still don't think that's exactly threatening anything right now. They're just giving a warning that thunderstorms are coming this weekend. So best thing I could do is probably rest until the weekend unless some crazy thing happens today. I've given people warning about the weather. Checked in on the major fires. Most of them are looking great because we got lucked out with the weather. And even though the Del Norte cam looks scary, it's looked scary for weeks. Excuse me. And I can't tell which fire it's looking at. Because once they decided to name this a complex, which I don't think they should have, if fires are pretty far away from each other and haven't grown together and they're not going to grow together, don't name that a complex. Don't rope them into the same thing. Call them separate fires so we know which one we're looking at. Because it drove me nuts. There were like 6 of them. 3 of them had 78% containment and 2 had 0. And since they needed a complex, you could no longer tell them apart. They didn't have separate maps for them anymore and separate updates. So I'm kind of pissed, frankly. This just makes my job hard. Whoa. Look at that. Now that is beautiful photography. And people have upped the saturation of the color a little bit, but I kind of approve. It's not that photoshopped. Yeah. Amazing. So we have to look at maps to figure out which fire is where. And then we have to look at the camera, figure out where it's aiming, and then guess at its level of zoom to figure out which fire it's looking at. Like this is the pilot, which is closest to the Del Norte cam to the far west. But here's the 3.9 over here. And if the camera's aiming just slightly left or right, it's looking at different fires, and they're not even identified on the cam. So I'm pretty angry. It says the pilot is contained, though. So it's got black line all around it on this map of September 13th. The 3.9 does not have containment on its southern side. So as scary as they look on the cameras, they could be completely no factor. It's out there in the wilderness, right? Incident overview. The complex now consists of 4 main fires due to 7 of the fires burning together. And that was called the pilot fire. So the 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 burned together, and they called it the pilot fire, okay? The remaining 3 in the complex are the 3.9, the sulfur, and the pelletreau. And the sulfur and the pelletreau had almost complete containment immediately. But the pilot and the 3.9 had almost nothing for weeks. It was ever since they created a complex, we could not tell them apart on the camps. So there's still 355 people working on it. Their planned action is continue to patrol the lines. Pilot fire resources will continue to patrol mop-up and also beginning suppression repair along the contingency lines. In the next 12 hours, fire danger is increasing due to warming and drying. Continued smoldering in isolated interior pockets of the unburned fuel. So you could see crazy looking fires on the cams, but it's in the center. As long as it stays there, it's actually not dangerous. So the next 24 hours with warm, dry, and breezy conditions persisting, any areas of remaining heat can move from smoldering to flaming with low rates of spread. No threats to infrastructure or other values at risk are anticipated. Okay. So, boy, did that take way too long to find out. But what we're seeing on the cams is scary but irrelevant. So there you go. That's the only activity we've mostly been seeing, except Wild Frontier 2. which has a little spot of the Smith River complex further to the north. And look at its update. What I'm most worried about is the weekend lightning storm. So Northern California. Okay, where did I put watch duty? Oh, I'm too tired for this already. Now, this river. Okay, see, I mean the sheet. We didn't see the sheet for when we were just looking at the South Fork complex. So beginning Thursday on the 14th, US 199 in Del Norte County will be fully closed twice daily, Monday through Friday. And during all open hours, traffic will be one-way piloted between Madrona and Oregon Mountain Road. Okay, better should anticipate chaos and delays, okay. A firing operation adjacent to Highway 199 remains priority, and so that's why they're going to close it sometimes. Crews completed the burning phase of the project. Next few days, they'll extinguish the hot spots and monitor it. To reduce threats to motorists on the roadway, they're removing rocks and trees that were weakened when the fire initially burned across that highway. Okay. So Stony Creek helicopters put some water drops, which reduced the fire's intensity, but it's burning up stumps and large logs. In most places, the fire perimeter where small-scale firing operations are planned, the vegetation and downfields are not really dry enough to adequately spread the low-intensity fires, so they've been unable to do much with their backfires because it was too wet. But crews are expecting conditions to become more favorable for planned burning ops as the week progresses. So they'll try 199, Stony Creek, and the Shaded Fuel Break project on Table Mountain. So yesterday morning, a new command team showed up. Unseasonable higher temps of mid-80s. Will be blah, blah, blah in the weather. Yeah, we know it's getting hotter. Thursday is the hottest, driest day of the week with temperatures reaching or exceeding 90. And humidity being 20%. Winds will switch to northeast, increase with gusts over 20 miles an hour at higher elevations. But they're not talking about any evacuation chains. Summer get set or get ready, but there's no level 3s anymore. 21% containment. That's a huge complex. That's meaningless. Just pray for rain on that one. So all we have to hope for is no new ones, for God's sake. Anthony, since moron was one of my flagged words, sometimes people come in and been mean with that. It flagged when you said oxymoron. Okay, wait a second. Let me go back. Yeah, I'll try to update you guys more, but when I don't, oh man, I'm probably deliriously out of my head sick. I don't know if I had RSV or COVID last week. It could have been COVID. I don't know. All these other streamers who have had their voices change and their voices fail said they were hospitalized or tested positive for COVID. And I don't even trust the tests anymore. I don't even bother. Yeah. Excuse me, gosh. But yeah, I mean, the best I could do is just the best I could do. I wish I was healthier. Ace Squirrel says we've done Skype and Zoom, and these can be recorded and played later. Okay, that might be a good idea. To just do a recording that's not live, iron out the kinks. So But Discord, I prefer. Discord has way better noise cancellation and background bad sound, automatic adjustment. Like, I remember in Skype, whenever I sneezed, Skype screwed up the sound for the rest of the call. I had to end the call and redo it because it adjusted the volume down to nothing because it detected a loud sound like a sneeze, and it expected that my voice would be as loud as that sneeze the rest of the entire call, and nothing I could do to change it. So I would be quiet as a mouse after sneezing, and the amount of noise and background crackle and hiss and problems with Skype is so crazy. Microsoft is also shutting it down. Like, Skype is dead. I don't know how much longer it'll exist. Zoom is audio isn't great either, but Discord does magic, just automatic magic for noise cancellation or whatever. But it's very hard to learn. So if you haven't used it before, we'll have to not do it and try out Zoom. I mean, Discord is quite a learning curve, and it's bad. So Joe Johnson says, I figured it out, you're a robot. Oh, you found out my secret. I have to kill you now. You want to see something cool? I don't know if I can find it. Let's see, search, everything. Is fembot an okay word? Does it just mean female robot, or does it mean something adult? I don't want to run around proudly declaring myself a fembot, and that means something like X-rated. Somebody did fan art of me, actually. I gave him permission. Please don't make fan art out of me without my permission. That will creep me the heck out. I almost banned Smitty because he did a background check on me before he knew me very well. And I went, Smitty, you did what? Well, it turns out he's like an ex-cop. It's like normal for him. And he just wanted to make sure I was legit and for real and not like a scam artist. And I'm like, you did a background check on me. I said, okay, just a piece of advice. Don't casually announce that to people. You're going to freak them out. But the fan art was making me as a robot, but I don't know where I put it. And I'm trying to search for keywords. Me as robot. No, I don't have a folder called that. Me as what? No, me. I'm too tired for this, but it's such a neat. It was actually drawn by AI, and one of my friends just took a random picture and told the AI to put half mechanical mechanisms, like to look like I had mechanical inner workings. You know what? Where the hell is it? That might be quite difficult to find now if I didn't put it in a special place. But it is really cool. But do tell me what your plans are. You will freak me right out. Okay, I'm looking at Discord now. People have been trying to talk to me all night, and I had streamer mode on, which muted them. I've already put off a whole bunch of friends looking for my help. Like, I didn't even know. So if you don't know what happened to me, I basically had near kidney failure most of the winter. So I was bedridden, out of my head, barely remember everything day to day except for the pain levels. So I'm already 6 months behind with all of my personal affairs in life. I have not caught up. So I decided to do Firestream, and that's just put me further behind. So there are some things I cannot put off anymore. I have friends with like breast cancer that have asked me to bring them something, and I have a terrible choice. Walk away from Firestream for the evening during red flag and crazy chaos and evacuations, or go and help my friend with cancer. So right now I've been getting by recruiting other friends to help her. But I'm telling you, like, this is the hardest thing to ever balance. I can never tell anybody that I meet anymore that I can do lunch at a certain time. It doesn't happen. I have a tendency to cancel on people, and when I get off Firestream and I make calls, I go, hey, so about that lunch thing, and they go, that was 6 months ago when I wanted to do lunch and I didn't hear from you. What were you doing for 6 months? I'm like, I stream, right? And they just go, like 24/7. I'm like, yeah, actually, sometimes. But it's not a complaint. This is I'm overwhelmed. I'm doing the best I can, and there are solutions. I'm getting co-hosts. Like if Broke Fish could take over when I say I have to be in court, I was exploring that possibility. He's got his own wildfire tracking occasionally, but he's in poor health. I think he just had a seizure. So I don't know his status. He seems to be okay, but so that's out the window at the moment. So I will recruit more mods to get a schedule so that we can do a 24-hour stream if we need, where the stream just goes. Mods monitor the chat and can help walk people through anything happening. But yeah, a 10-hour mark. I can't just talk for 10 hours and have a voice later. Yeah, this is my idea for 3 or 4 hours, but I had too much fun with you guys last night. I missed you this much. So, robot art. I really thought I organized this. Android robot. Well, I was hoping to sign off with that and show you the cool robot art where I'm a robot. I guess I could search for the name of the guy who did the art. Top AI. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I may not have that external drive plugged in. That'd be why the computer can't find it. Either that, or it's one of the 7,000 files that may have been deleted, or maybe not. I don't even know. Yeah, it's overtime, and now it's time to go to sleep. So, yeah, my priorities need to be potentially dying friends, not skipping my mom's rain check birthday, trying to be here when there's new fires and crisis, and or winning the court case. The court case should be done by the end of the month. That's the schedule. So find me in October, guys. I'm not promising anything else. Let's just pray for rain. I'm happy to have been able to rest. I did miss a couple fires that had evacuations, like by Doofer, but I couldn't stream. I didn't have a voice. So I was hoping to leave you with something positive and fun, but for now, it's I'm just trying to give you an idea. This is really hard to juggle, and but I will do everything in my power to make this easier and automatic. And finish the remodel. Have a good setup. Look more competent. Put your donated funds to good use. I've got a bunch of equipment I haven't even set up yet. I got a super microphone. If you think I sound good now, you just wait till I put on the super microphone, buddies. Oh yeah. See if we can get a sunrise camera time lapse. That's a good way to end the stream. Something that looks east. I was hoping there'd be a like Tahoe cam or something that looks east and you can see the sunrise over the lake. Oh, that's right there on the old system. Howell Mountain looked cool. Like a 30-minute time lapse. California is so polluted, it has great sunrises and sunsets. Oh, and there's a train going by down there. That's not what I really wanted. Let's do the old style alert wildfire cam then. And if you look at Nevada, Greater Tahoe region, go. Oh, see what I mean? That sort of looks east. Sort of. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. Well, 30 would be the sunrise, wouldn't it? Somebody is calling me from Kansas. Yeah, I'm not answering that at 6:30 in the morning. Kansas can go beep off. It's probably about my car's warranty. It's about to expire. Okay. So I was hoping one of these across the lake would be sort of looking east during sunrise. And we'd see the sunrise on the lake. They're looking west. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's just great. What is the purpose of this camera at Tahoe, really? Oh, it's a snow gauge. Yeah, that's really relevant. Yeah, Little Valley is the only thing that kind of looked east. Well, how about the one looking south? Doesn't even see the lake. Ooh. Oh, that's somewhat pretty. You don't see the lake, but it's looking east. 1 hour time lapse. There's the moon. Excuse me. Is that Reno? Biggest little city in the world? It's not so little anymore. I was shocked when I drove through it. I was like, what? Look at that mist. Whoa. That's eerie. It's like a fog creeping in. Whoa. That's a good sunrise. I like that one. You do a 15-minute time lapse. Look at that mist move around. Neat. That's pretty elegant right there. That's not Tahoe. Gardnerville and Ranchos. Yeah, that's it can't be Reno. It's pretty dang far away. Food. Heavenly Ski Area. Hawkins Peak. Yeah, we looked at that one already. Fallen Leaf Lake. That's a pretty nice one. Oh, I want to be back at Tahoe. I swam in it, and that was a terrible mistake. It was hot enough to swim. Doesn't get that frequently. Okay. A Little Valley. What other candidates we got? TV Hill. Oh, look at that starburst. That's a nice screenshot right there. Let's do it. Screenshot that with a handy little thing that's built into Edge browser. Okay, it's 15-minute time lapse. Clouds rolling in. And there's the sun. Cool, cool. Yeah, everything's gonna be all right. Like I'm waking up randomly at night, like gasping, and maybe it's because I can't breathe, but maybe it's because I'm panicking and having nightmares I can't even remember. But it's stressful. I do not want to lose. Can you imagine fighting a legal battle for 2 years to lose? We had COVID as the COVID backlog meant we kept getting bumped as a low priority case. Ugh, I'm gonna win. Gonna win. Spinny Dude says, when are the thunderstorms supposed to come through the Sierra Nevada? Yeah, that was on predictive services. Let's go back. That's a good question. Now, one of these I have. Here we go. September 14th, severe thunderstorm outlook. They're not currently forecast for Saturday. Saturday? What? Not forecast for Saturday. What's that got to do with today? 3-day convective outlook. So, for the whole country, they're saying lots of destabilized stuff coming out of the Pacific. They don't know what's going on. Elsewhere, isolated, scattered thunder. I can't talk anymore. That's about Texas. That's what I'm saying. Why does it say no severe thunderstorm area forecast? Okay, I guess this is like severe meaning tornadoes. Illinois. Okay, let's just go to NOAA. Thunderstorm outlooks. Mosier. Not really relevant to just say Tahoe. California and Tahoe City Estates Park. Just freaking Tahoe, damn it. Okay, Tahoe City, whatever. So the Reno says Saturday and Sunday. But we have to keep checking there every day to make sure this doesn't change. The thing off the Pacific is bringing instability like a little Christmas present early to us. So I'm just hoping the Pacific gets some moisture into this, and if some dry lightning happens, maybe the Pacific will help it rain. God knows. So as the weather forecast changes, I'm going to check it again tonight. If there's any crazy new change, whatever. But I'm thinking that maybe Saturday is when I should stream again, and I should work on the court case today, tomorrow, and the car repair. Mom's birthday, supposedly. Oh, the other exciting thing is I may go to Belknap Hot Springs with Mom for her late birthday present, and maybe I can even look at the Lookout Fire and go live from there, even though we'd have to have good T-Mobile signal, which is probably non-existent. Belknap Hot Springs had the slowest Wi-Fi I've ever seen. It was basically dial-up, difficult to even check email kind of thing. But, not everything has fiber. We were pretty lucky over here in Portland. But I could at least record some stuff and play it back for you, right? And actually showing you a fire and maybe even going to a community meeting or something in person might be pretty valuable. No promises on this. Looking back, Nancy says, the future is already written. Nothing is written unless Catherine writes it. Have you seen Lawrence of Arabia? This is another meme on the channel. Nothing is written. You've got to see Lawrence of Arabia if you just haven't. So everybody in the Middle East is like a fatalist, and he's not. He believes in free will and stuff. So this is the nothing is written scene.
فراج الأورانس. Truly, for some men, nothing is written unless they write it.
Not L. Lawrence, just Lawrence.
L. Lawrence is better.
True.
Your father to just Mr. Lawrence.
My father is Sir Thomas Chapman.
Is that a lord?
A kind of lord.
Then when he dies, you too will be a lord.
No.
Ah. You have an elder brother.
No.
But then, I do not understand this. Your father's name is Chapman?
Ali. He didn't marry my mother.
Scandal.
See.
Oh, scandal. So that's when he was like, you defy fate, you know, like he rescued a guy on a camel who fell off of his camel in the desert. It'd be almost a suicide mission to go find the guy in the desert and bring him back. And Lawrence just did it because he just wanted to save the guy. And the other people were fatalists and are like, well, his fate is already sealed. It was God's will or whatever. And so they just pushed on. And Lawrence goes, yeah, yalla, or whatever, on his camel and goes and rescues the guy. And it shocks all of them because they're like, maybe you write your own future. Maybe you're special. Like maybe God set you up that way, you know, as they're trying to understand him as a culture clash. But there's a different scene later where he goes into battle and he declares that he goes, nothing is written unless Lawrence writes it. When he gets to be more of a warrior and a warlord, actually. But God, there's so many good scenes in this movie. But I would love to do a watch a movie with my people thing. But I don't think only Twitch would allow something like that. Maybe so would be messed up. YouTube wouldn't allow that, I don't think. So yeah, he fell out of the camel. Yeah. I like Darth Catherine. Okay, I have to go to bed at some point. It's 10 hours. But there's something hilarious on Twitch called Biden versus Trump, and they're two AI bots, chat bots, using the like deep fake technology. They're cartoon animated, and they argue with each other all day in the chat, and it's very, very adult. Like I can't recommend that to kids. Oh boy, they use curse words and stuff. But Biden keeps threatening the audience with bodily harm and stuff if they don't vote for him and stuff. And he goes, it's Dark Brandon time. I'm just like, what? It's Dark Brandon? Those chatbots are hilarious, for about 10 minutes and it gets boring. But so that's why I just cracked up. You said Dark Catherine. Darth Catherine? Okay. What, are you calling me a Sith Lord now? Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to put that in the trophy room. I'm a Sith Lord, a reptile, and a 60-year-old grandmother. Joe Johnson says, where is the future? Einstein proved light and therefore time bends. I don't think light travels, so there. The universe is not expanding. It's an optical illusion because we don't understand redshift. Look that one up. That's a mind-blowing one. I always thought Big Bang was full of crap, but we could just be misunderstanding redshift. If the masses of particles just change over time, that would account for it and our misunderstanding. Nothing, the universe is not expanding and is not moving around and not traveling. Like the way they're saying with the Big Bang. And Einstein initially believed that, changed his mind, but he could have just misunderstood redshift too. So, we know nothing about the universe. So leave that debate up to the physicists. But anyway, let's go to bed before I left you guys with some nice movie quotes, some nice sunrises. Look at it. 15 minutes. Let's watch that again. Fire season, the summer season will end. It'll end somewhat soon. Hopefully, we'll have probably an Indian summer thanks to El Nino, which is not over yet. But all of them come to an end. Each different fire season does. We'll have a new challenge in winter, especially for California and the Santa Anas. But Oregon's will come to an end, and Washington's. All of them come to an end. No fire lasts forever. So when you can't do anything, just watch it happen. There's only one thing you can do, and that is endure. Just endure. And before you know it, it's all over. So, yeah, the Midas Touch Network. I've lost the ability to philosophize right now with you guys. I'm going to crawl into bed, turn off the world for a bit. Look what happened to Moses. I want to learn that trick. I want to get water from a rock by tapping at it. He seemed very much a temperamental fellow. He got in trouble for that. You don't leave till we don't leave till you do. Okay, I think that's what you're trying to say. Well, you're very nice. You guys have been upgraded to night owls. You left screech owl territory, and now you're barn owls. You leveled up tonight. I think you stayed with me for almost 10 hours. Dude, that's impressive. And shout out to all the lurkers. Those who don't chat, but watch. We care about you too. I love you guys. Thanks for the encouragement. Now let's get some sleep. We'll see what the day brings. And I'm going to just stop promising whatever I'm going to stream next because I have no idea. I'm not quite 100%. I got things to do. But I promise you every waking hour is going to be spent trying to fix everything that's going on so I can get back to you. There's no lollygagging. There's no gaming time. It's go time. So I have to recruit somebody to help finish the remodel of the living room back there, fix the car, get that ball rolling, get my files ready. Got the computer. The phone's going nuts. People on the East Coast are like, hey, it's my lunch break. I thought I'd talk to you. I'm like, it's not even 7 in the morning, dude. East Coasters, leave me alone. I don't care if it's your brunch break. Get away from me. So remember, this will all be over. Do not expect containment percentage to get higher on a lot of these fires or in a way that's meaningful or matters. Because some need to be put out by the rain and the snow. But we will be here. And I can't wait to see you guys again. Good night. No, good day. Good morning. Good evening. Okay, good morning. Good day. Good evening and good night. In case I don't see it. I'll see you next time.